Chapter 301 In fact, this battleship is used by us for fishing. Plutonium element. Element model? Dennis was first surprised that this new element really existed. And then, he was even more surprised by the so-called element model. Is it possible that Lord, Element Controller, Artok is right and the elements can continue to be divided? Dennis' brows couldn't help but frown. The current mainstream theory in the wizarding land tends to, elements cannot be divided again and are the basis for building the world. Because this is the limit of material deconstruction. And they can no longer carry out basic elements. Breakdown. The legendary speaker Artok proposed the theory of redivision of elements. But he suddenly went crazy before he could find any evidence. The notes he wrote also revealed a group of lunatics such as the Doomsday Sect who believe that the world will usher in the end. So it is only as an unreliable hypothesis exists. Of course. Lynn nodded. According to the assumptions of some scholars within the Arcane Society, elements are composed of atomic nuclei and electrons moving around the nucleus. Dennis was very interested in this topic, and quickly asked what the so-called nuclei and electrons were. Lennon didn't explain too much, saying that it was just a magic theory and needed relevant experiments to prove it. Although there are more than 100 models of elements in Inau's database, Lin Ing can now confirm that only the model of the plutonium element is most likely correct. More importantly, Dennis, who has not been exposed to quantum theory before, I'm afraid it's hard to understand how an atom is constructed and operates. After all, what wizards believe in is that the entire world operates according to certain laws. And wizards can perform magic by understanding and applying these laws. He even suspected that the legendary speaker known as the Controller of Elements had come into contact with the microscopic. The field suddenly went crazy because it could not accept the characteristics of quantum. Master Dean, the airship returning from the kingdom of Hadera Tower has arrived. Several apprentices walked in from the door and bowed to report to Lin In. It looks like our guests are here. A smile appeared on Lennon's face. Let's go out and have a look together. At the same time, a huge airship passed through the heavy fog, reached the sky above the port city, and slowly landed at a specially expanded site. Is this the land of wizards? I didn't expect there to be such a prosperous place on the other side of the sea. Fulla followed Orlando and others out of the airship, looking around constantly. Everything displayed in this seaport city is novel to Fulla. It is completely different from any city in the kingdom of Hadrata. Even the most prosperous royal capital cannot compare with it. In fact, except for the main city area, the entire royal capital is dirty, messy, and usually has an unpleasant stench. After living for a long time, Fulla didn't think it was a big deal. But after arriving in Ida, she discovered that a city could be so clean and tidy. And in just a short while, she had already seen 7 airships passing over the city. In addition to the common carriages, there was also a very strange iron box on the street. It was not pushed or pulled by camels or horses, but it could move very fast. Run. In the distance, white smoke was rising from the chimneys of the workshops. These were things that could not be seen in the kingdom of Hadrata. What is that? What a big ship! Anthony's eyes were focused on the huge ship docked on the sea. The height of the entire giant ship reached 50 meters, and the length of the captain was more than 100 meters. There were rows of ferocious gun ports on both sides of the ship, which stood out very conspicuously on the dock, like a moving island. This is a battleship that is being built. It is made entirely of steel. Orlando proudly introduced it to everyone. Although he had not returned to Yetta for a while, one of these battleships was already there before he left. The general framework. So naturally it is not surprising. Can a ship made of steel float on the water? Ham asked in shock. Even Anthony was quite interested. Could it be that someone had cast some kind of powerful magic on this giant steel ship? But such a big ship, probably weighing hundreds of tons, would consume countless amounts of magic power. Of course, Orlando said proudly. The dean said that the reason why an object floats on the water is because the gravity it receives is less than the buoyancy of the water. Using the knowledge he learned from Lin, Orlando explained the theorem of mechanics to everyone present. An object immersed in a stationary fluid is subject to a buoyant force equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the object. So you only need to use the formula to calculate the density by dividing the mass by the volume. As long as it is smaller than water, it will naturally float. For example, the cabin at the bottom of their steel battleship is actually hollow. So the part that sinks to the bottom of the water has the overall density, far smaller than water. As long as this condition is met, anything can float on the water. Dean Lin also invented a new word called displacement. It is the tonnage of water displaced by the ship in the water. Orlando introduced eloquently. Several more ships like this will be built. And then one voyage can bring back enough fish to feed tens of thousands of people for a whole week. Fishing? Everyone present was a little unable to react. They had just listened to Orlando brag about how powerful this giant steel ship was. But now he actually told them that this thing was used for fishing. It was hard to accept it for a while. Orlando curled his lips. In fact, he also felt that this was overkill. But Dean Lin obviously didn't think so. According to Lin En, the city has been built anyway, and it cannot be idle when there is no war. Using it for fishing can not only create benefits and improve the diet of the townspeople, but it may also be able to shoot a few more sea beasts to practice the accuracy of the gunners. Rettel did not focus on the majestic ironclad ships like Fulla and others, but instead paid attention to the poor people passing by. Everyone was well dressed. Such beautiful clothes can usually only be worn by nobles. Now it is worn on the boatmen who transport goods. How come they are willing to wear such beautiful clothes while carrying goods? What if they get torn? Ham said distressfully. Orlando, on the side, responded hilariously. This is nothing in Igetta. Every day, the workers in the magic workshop can produce tens of thousands of meters of cloth. Here, you can buy a decent set of clothes with only 5 copper coins. Chapter 302. Are you sure that the Dean is not a legendary wizard? Tens of thousands of meters of cloth? Is this made by magic? Ham asked in disbelief. It was developed by Master Lin En. It is a kind of thing called a loom and a sewing machine. It does not require magic. Even ordinary people can control it freely. If the raw materials are not enough, there is no problem in doubling the output. There is a strong sense of superiority in Orlando's words. And Ida's rapid development speed is almost the same every week. While he was talking, a well-made alchemy car parked next to everyone. Orlando invited Anthony and others to sit on it. In the past few months, the technology of internal combustion engines has become increasingly mature, and this kind of alchemical vehicles have also been divided into various types. Some are specially used for ore transportation, and some are used for people to travel in the city. The car in front of them is undoubtedly the latter. It is a car specially used for sightseeing. It is almost twice the size of other alchemy cars. It can accommodate 20 people, and has a roof to block the sun and rain. By the way, it has pneumatic tires no longer bump around like they used to. The only drawback is that it is not very fast, and cannot run all the way in the city. But for Rettel and others who are riding for the first time, it is already considered a gallop. After all, this thing is much faster than a carriage. Ham sat on the soft leather seat with great restraint, feeling that everything around him was like exquisite works of art. Even noble men could not enjoy such treatment. Orlando took everyone around the entire seaport city and introduced them to the workshops that were emitting white smoke. He had also heard that Lin was planning to have someone build something called a railroad track that would connect various places in the Wizarding Land. The cities are all connected, so that traveling between the two places only takes a few hours, making it very convenient to transport goods and people. Finally, we will introduce the political system in the Land of Wizards that is different from the outside world, the wizard parliamentary system. There are no nobles or kings here. Everything is controlled by wizards. Ladle and others suppressed their shock. After arriving in this magical city of wizards, they felt as if everything they saw and heard challenged their cognition. The giant steel ship that weighs hundreds of tons but can float on the sea. The alchemy cart that can move on its own without the push and pull of camels and horses. And the huge railway network that connects dozens of cities are all so incredible. For a moment, Rettel even wondered if he was still dreaming. According to the Dean, the power of magic and technology can not only be used in combat, but can also be used in daily life to provide convenience for everyone. Orlando said with a smile. That Mr. Lin En is really an incredible person. Furla couldn't help but admired. From Orlando's words, it is not difficult to hear that this seaport city was not like this at the beginning, but became a after Lin En. The changes came only after the leader of the Tower School. Since the entire Wizarding Land is controlled by the Parliament, then Mr. Lin should be the speaker in charge of the Parliament. Right? Fulla continued to ask. No. The Dean only arrived in the Land of Wizards from the Sika's Empire 2 years ago. Although many magic theories he proposed are enough to change the existing magic system, the position of speaker has always been held only by legendary wizards. Orlando shaking his head. He rejected Fulla's guess, and then added, Of course, every wizard knows that it will definitely be a matter of time before the Dean becomes the speaker. In other words, Lord Lin is not a legendary wizard. Fulla and others were a little surprised. They had all seen the divine thunder that fell from the sky that night, and the entire mansion was destroyed instantly. Such power can only be achieved by legendary magic. Fulla, who was extremely confused, continued to ask about Lin out of curiosity. Orlando also became interested immediately. Lin arrived in Yeta not long ago, but his experience was legendary. From making an airship to demonstrate the law of free fall, to measuring the area of the planet, proposing the law of universal gravitation, and even winning the title of wizard, Earth's highest academic honor, the Order of the Sun. If I really wanted to explain it in detail, I would probably take hours to finish it. Fulla and the others were stunned when they heard this. Before they could recover from the shocking news that the continent under their feet was a sphere, they heard another very ridiculous news. The Lin in Orlando's mouth turned out to be just a 3-year-old. Ring wizard. How can this be? Everyone present was shocked, and even wondered if Orlando was deliberately fooling them. Even Anthony was quite surprised. But thinking of Lin N's exceptionally young appearance, a thoughtful look soon appeared on his face. About 15 minutes later, the alchemy car stopped in front of the gate of the academy. Fulla, Anthony, Redel and others stepped out of the car and looked up to see the most iconic building of Yeta College, a pair of giant hands made of pure white marble, with a pair of hands placed on each palm. A wooden ball and an iron ball were lifted high into the sky. Alok and other apprentices who returned to the academy together couldn't help but shudder because it reminded them of the free fall formula. I heard from the dean that they will have to take the graduation exam when they come back this time. The content of this exam is different from any previous ones. The formulas and theorems taught in the past are all within the scope of the exam, so they can only use to describe it as a nightmare. Everyone, welcome to Yeta! A clear voice soon rang in everyone's ears. But it was Lin N who came up with a group of college wizards. Master Dean! Alok and others quickly bowed and saluted. Orlando stepped forward and hugged Kevin and others enthusiastically after they had been away for a long time. Orlando, haven't you noticed any changes in the dean? Kevin asked with a smile. Change! Orlando paused and looked at Lin in surprise. For a long time, he couldn't see any difference. Then he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Is it possible that you have already broken through and become a great wizard? Lin nodded casually. Kevin said with regret. Just last night. It's a pity that you missed such an important moment. Orlando was also a little annoyed. If he had known about it, he would have come back a day early. Anthony, who is also a great wizard, was not surprised at all. The first time he saw Lin, he noticed the existence of the realm. As for the magic projections he had been exposed to before, he was naturally unable to evaluate them. But now, he was sure that Lin was a great wizard just like him. Chapter 303 Anthony, do you think a 3-ring wizard can understand so many profound magic theories? Master Anthony, you should have seen this seaport city on the way here. How do you feel? Lin N invited everyone into the spacious conference room and asked. I think anyone who arrives in this wizarding city for the first time will feel extremely shocked. Anthony responded with emotion. These words were not deliberate flattery, but a sigh from the bottom of his heart. The entire Ige Tower perfect for your fantasy of the Magic Kingdom. No. It should be said that this was even stranger than he imagined. I believe it won't be long before the entire kingdom of Hadera Tower will undergo a change like this seaport city. This will also be the key to our victory over the Empire, Lin said with a smile. I have no doubt about this. But the nobles of the kingdom and our new king may not be so happy. Anthony's expression was a little solemn. On the way to the academy, he heard Orlando talk about a lot of changes in this seaport city. Almost 60% of the townspeople have entered factories and can get extremely high wages every month. It is precisely because of this. No one in Igetta will go hungry. And everyone can even eat the white bread that only nobles could enjoy in the past. There is naturally no problem in implementing this policy in the land of wizards, because there are no nobles and royal families here, and the wizards don't care much about whether the people stay or leave. Coupled with the tacit approval of the parliament, in just 2 years, the population of Tower has exceeded 100,000. But it is not that easy to implement it in the kingdom. After all, the subjects are the most precious financial resources of the nobles, and the symbol of all rights. Lin could naturally understand Anthony's concerns, but he was not too worried, and said with a smile, No one can stop the progress of the times. Anyone who tries to use a mantis as a chariot will only be crushed to pieces by the wheels of the times. The reason why he chose to cooperate with the second prince and temporarily retain the royal family was that he was prepared to use the royal family and nobles' control over the grassroots to suppress the influence of the Holy See. As long as the most difficult period is past and the poor people see the real benefits, then these nobles will naturally be of no use. Sir Lin, now that most of the townspeople have entered the workshop, what should we do with the abandoned land? Rydell asked in confusion. I heard from Mr. Orlando before that there is an alchemical instrument in Yetta that allows people to cultivate 10 kilometers of land in 1 hour. Is that true? This is also what Riddle is most interested in, because soon it will be the annual summer wheat harvest, followed by autumn planting. Of course it's true. But don't worry. You'll know in a few days, Lin said in a confident tone. The Alchemy Workshop's first-generation harvester has been produced, and I believe the results will be seen soon. Since Anthony and others had been flying across the two places by airship all day, Lin did not have a long discussion with a few people, but quickly called on the attendants to take everyone down to rest. After leaving the hall, Fula could no longer hold back the words she had been holding in her heart. Teacher, it seems that your previous prediction was wrong. Mr. Lin is not a legendary wizard. He was even just a three-ring wizard when he met us. Do you think a three-ring wizard can understand so many profound magic theories? Gravity, space, electromagnetic force. Any of them. Even a great wizard may not be able to understand it so profoundly in his entire life. Anthony shook his head and rejected Fula's speculation. However, there is no need for these wizards of the Iata school to lie to us. Mr. Lin only completed the promotion ceremony to the Great Wizard last night, Fura said in confusion, and then guessed. Perhaps he knows more because he learned many advanced magic theories in that secret magic society. Therefore, they were probably deceived by each other before. And she had always been respectful to a boy who was less than half her age, and was also an official wizard. Anthony smiled and said nothing. He had been in contact with Lin many times in the field of magic. He asked for advice on a wide range of knowledge. But no matter which aspect it was, Lin could answer it without thinking. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if there were still problems in the world that could stump the other party. The reserve of knowledge cannot be faked. And there are not that many wizards who will impart the knowledge they have worked hard to study and summarize to another person for no reason. At the very least, communication must be at the same level. Then there is only one possibility left. Anthony immediately remembered the rumor. It was said that hundreds of years ago, when the power of the Holy See had not expanded to the entire continent, there were countless great wizards, and even legendary wizards like them. But these people were all involved in a game that could be called magic. All were killed and injured in the long and catastrophic war. Anthony couldn't help but suspect that Lin was once a legendary wizard, and then died for unknown reasons. Now he has returned, either by seizing his body or using some kind of witchcraft. Although the knowledge is still there, it still requires some accumulation to return to the legendary realm. You must use the alchemy circle or the help of others to cast the legendary magic you once created. The more Anthony thought about it, the more likely it became. From the contact just now, it can be seen that the field built by Lin is very stable. And he has also perfected the Sea of Elements. He does not look like a newly promoted great wizard at all. But no matter how certain he is, it is still just a guess. Anthony has no intention of saying it, but just reminds Fula and others that Mr. Lin is not that simple. They just need to treat him as a legendary wizard. Correct. Compared to Raydell and others who were sightseeing in Iata, Alok, who had just arrived at the academy, had already devoted himself to reviewing the courses. Since he didn't know when the war with the Empire would start, Lin arranged his time very tightly, leaving only half a day for them to review. There is only one graduation exam every year. If you fail this time, you will have to wait another year. After staying in the kingdom of Hadrada for more than a month, Pierce had almost forgotten the formulas he had learned before. Looking at the notes he wrote on weekdays, he felt dizzy. Can't remember what each symbol represents. Quick! 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 Who can tell me what the acceleration due to gravity is? What's the formula for the volume of a cylinder? What's the pi? Who still remembers the density of water? Similar shouts rang out from every corner of the college. It was obvious that few people had been willing to read a book in their free time for more than a month. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 304. Our purpose is to explore where magic comes from. Early the next morning, a group of wizard apprentices entered the examination room with an anxious mood. After getting their own examination papers, they quickly started to calculate with frowns. Pierce did not dare to delay and glanced at the first question. Two people A and B are traveling from two places opposite each other at the same time. After 4 hours, they meet at a distance of 5 kilometers from the center point. It is known that A is faster than B. How many kilometers per hour is A faster than B? Pierce's brows suddenly furrowed. This should be a mathematical Olympiad question, asking for an unknown number. But there were not many conditions given. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea to solve the problem and began to draw a line segment diagram. On the other side of the examination room, Several wizards responsible for invigilating the examination were also looking at the examination papers in their hands. Fulla and others were very interested in the graduation exam of the Aida school, so they volunteered to come over and supervise the students. And at the same time, they also became somewhat interested in doing the questions. Originally, Fulla thought that these questions were prepared for apprentices and were not easy for a formal wizard like herself. But after reading several questions in a row, she was immediately dumbfounded. "Is this what Yetta Academy teaches on a daily basis?" a wizard asked confusedly. He thought that the content of the exam would be knowledge about elements, herbs, alchemy and plasticity. "Not bad." Lin nodded, looked at Fulla and others, and said, "In general, there are 3 subjects: mathematical Olympiad, chemistry and physics. Biology may be added in the future. But what's the use of learning these? If you have time, you might as well learn more magic." Fulla curled her lips. Lin straightened his expression. "Mathematics is the foundation of all natural subjects. Chemistry is the subject that studies the composition, structure, and changes of magical elements. Physics is the exploration of the laws of the world. The purpose of studying these courses is to explore where magic comes from," Lin said decisively. "Where does magic come from?" Hearing this, everyone present was trembling. Although they studied magic in the past, they rarely thought about this issue in depth. Lin En continued to speak. "As for their function, I don't think you have seen it before. They are everywhere in the city. The glass, paper, airships, ships, and even electromagnetic railguns you see. Everything can be classified come to these 3 subjects." Thinking about what she had seen and heard since entering Ayada, Fulla put away her original contemptuous thoughts and began to seriously examine each question. "It's just that I haven't studied mathematical Olympiad systematically, and for a while, I really didn't know where to start to solve these equation problems. So I had to look to Lin En for help." Lin En raised his hand and tapped lightly, creating a soundproof barrier nearby, and then explained, "This question is actually easy to calculate, but it's just a little detoured. If A and B have the same speed, then they will definitely reach the midpoint at the same time. But they meet 5,000 meters away from the midpoint, so the speed must be faster. The faster A has traveled twice as far as B, which is 10,000 meters, and it took 4 hours for the 2 to meet. That is, A and B both walked for 4 hours. So just a simple division operation is needed to find that A's speed is 2.5 kilometers faster than B." Lin En explained the idea of solving the problem as concisely as possible. This problem is actually not difficult and can be solved with a little use of your brain. The exam paper he gave has a total of 50 questions. Each question is worth 2 points, and the total score is 100. 60 points is considered a pass, which means you only need to answer 30 questions correctly. The difficulty of these questions has also been carefully designed by Lin En. There are 25 score-giving questions like this, 20 easy questions, and 5 more difficult questions, according to his expectation. If Alok and others took notes carefully, they should be able to answer all the scoring questions easily. And then, they only need to answer 5 simple questions to pass. However, this is just a passing grade. Lin En hopes that there will be a few outstanding students for key training. These are all scientific research talents. Of course, in addition to the liberal arts exam, these students also have to take a practical course to test their actual combat and basic spellcasting abilities. The 2 are added together and averaged to determine whether an apprentice is qualified to become an official wizard. This also gives additional opportunities to some students who are partial to subjects. After Lin En analyzed a few mathematical Olympiad questions, Fulla and others quickly experienced the fun of doing the questions, and each of them started pondering with pens in hand, completely forgetting that they were here to supervise the students' exams. For Orlando, these point-giving questions were nothing. After a few glances, he turned his attention to the questions on the exam paper that Lin marked as simple. A wizard driving an airship accidentally encountered an air crash. He jumped from a height of 480 meters. After free fall for a certain distance, he used the slow fall technique to perform a uniform deceleration movement with an acceleration of 2 meters per second and reached the ground when the speed is exactly 0. Without considering air resistance, find the total time of fall and the distance of free fall. Well, this should also be an equation problem, Orlando thought for a while. And he remembered that Lin said that free fall motion is a uniformly accelerated linear motion with an initial velocity of 0. The formula is v equals gt. And g is the acceleration of gravity, which seems to be 10 meters per second. What is this t? It should be time? But the falling body is divided into 2 parts. the front and back. The time and distance of the fall are unknown, and the answer needs to be found. Simply applying this formula will definitely not work. Orlando thought hard for a long time, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He found himself. Can't do it. Dean Lin in. These questions are too difficult. Aren't they? Orlando couldn't help but remind him. Do you call these simple questions? Is this really a question that apprentices should do? Does he think this is a little too outrageous? Is this difficult? Lin gave Orlando a strange look. He remembered that he had talked about the relevant formulas himself and had published them in the Magic Daily, so that wizards, and even wizards, who were interested in studying mathematics could learn from them. People can also enjoy the fun of mathematical Olympiad. Moreover, each wizard is equivalent to a humanoid computer. Even the apprentice's computing power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. These questions should be within an acceptable range. Just as Lin In was about to explain, his expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Magic power surged around him. In an instant, a copper nail flew out and nailed an apprentice with lightning speed, holding a quill and examination paper. Chapter 305. I want to stuff the exam paper into the dean's mouth. Arpit is an ordinary apprentice in Yetta Academy. He knows very well that his IQ and computing power are far inferior to those students who have joined the elite class. He wants to pass this graduation test, even stand out, and when the dean's approval requires the use of some unconventional means. For example, last night, he paid a high price to get a special alchemical powder from a powerful herbalist, mixed it with ink and wrote a cheat sheet. The writing on it can only be seen by using specific magic. So Arpit boldly placed the parchment filled with formulas and examples on the table, pretending to solve problems on it, while checking the examples through manifestation magic. Very good. The dean once explained these questions. You can calculate them by just changing the numbers. Arpit was proudly calculating on the parchment and solved the first 5 questions in a few minutes. However, he soon discovered that this method of replacing example questions was not always effective, because there were many questions on the exam paper. The question type has never been seen before, and simple substituting formulas and transposing numerical operations simply won't work. Arpit thought hard, and then cast a spell again to reveal the cheat sheet on the parchment without giving up. He read it line by line, trying to find out if he had missed any formula. At this moment, a sound breaking through the air suddenly sounded in his ears. Before Arpit could react, a long copper nail flew past, and was nailed to the quill and examination paper in his hand. The parchment in front of him also floated up, and flew to the invigilator's desk spontaneously. Master Dean! Arpit was startled, and stood up from his seat suddenly. Lin stretched out his hand, and the parchment fell into his palm. Arpit tried his best to maintain the surface calm, suppressing the fear and anxiety in his heart, and constantly comforted himself that the special invisible ink was very hidden and could not be discovered. Orlando and Furla, who were thinking about the test questions, also remembered their responsibilities as invigilators and immediately came over. There were some messy drafts written on the parchment, which didn't look special. However, several people understood that this must be some kind of cheating method. Otherwise, the dean would not have taken action so suddenly. Lin glanced at Arpit playfully and instantly guessed that this should be invisible ink. It was obviously too much to try to hide this little trick from him. The so-called invisible ink is nothing more than some kind of invisible spectrum. Then, with a thought in Linen's mind, the magic power immediately constructed a prism, which decomposed the sunlight coming from the window. Ultraviolet rays that were also invisible to the naked eye were gathered together and refracted onto the parchment scroll, and the invisible writing immediately appeared. Arpit's face turned pale, and he cursed the damn herbalist in his heart. Didn't he say that this thing was so hidden that even a formal wizard couldn't see it? Arpit, I should have said before. What are the consequences of cheating? You can go back now. Lin threw the parchment back and said coldly, Master Dean, please give me another chance. Arpit begged in panic. He is already 29 years old this year, according to Aida's practice. Once he is over 30 years old and has not yet become an official wizard, will be judged to have no potential and be expelled from the academy. Lin In was unwavering. Since he chose to take a shortcut, he must bear the risk. If he did not punish him, it would be unfair to those who study hard. So no matter how Arpit cried and begged, Lin just waved his hand and asked Orlando to take him down so as not to disturb the other students' exams. Despite this lesson, there are still many students who try to cheat in this exam. Everyone is lucky and believes that they will not be caught. As for cheating techniques, there are many ways to describe them. The more stupid ones are to write them directly on your hands or sleeves. and sneak a few glances at them when they are not paying attention. As for the smart ones, there are also some. For example, an apprentice has mastered a magical magic that can pass through the reflection of light and peek at other people's answers without anyone noticing. If Lin hadn't broken through the Great Wizard, he would have almost died. He was fooled by the other party. There are also methods such as using farsightedness to peek. Fortunately, Lin En is experienced in many battles. Although there was no magic in his previous life, various high-tech cheating methods are no worse than magic. So in a few minutes, these people were picked out one by one. The examination room suddenly burst into mourning. Of the 230 apprentices who took the exam, a full 37 tried to cheat in various ways. They were all kicked out of the examination room, and their results were immediately invalidated. Alok watched apprentices being disqualified from the exam, walking past him with gloomy expressions, and even facing severe punishments. He couldn't help but swallowed. In fact, he also prepared a cheat sheet, but he kept struggling with it. Don't have the guts to take it out. After all, the dean had brought a lot of psychological shadow to him before, but he didn't want to successfully escape. While secretly rejoicing, he could only rack his brains and continue to do the questions. Even if your score in the written test is slightly worse, there will be a practical test afterwards. As long as you perform well, you will still have no problem getting a good score. But Lydia, who was also in the examination room, had completely opposite thoughts to Alok. As a halfling with no magical talent, Lin's ability to take this exam was completely approved by Lin En, but the dean would not open a backdoor for her. In other words, I was destined not to get any marks in the plasticity subject of the practical class. I could only work hard on alchemy and herbal medicine, and it was probably difficult to even pass. If you want to pass the exam successfully, you must be extremely good in the subjects of the written test. Lydia also worked extra hard. As an airship builder and pilot, she was familiar with the area and volume calculations of geometric figures and several formulas for free fall. So she completed the previous basic questions in only 1.5 hours. But when I was doing the next dozen questions, I was stumped. These questions either related to the movement of celestial bodies or were related to functions. Even the simplest ones involved extremely complex geometric operations, which made my head hurt just thinking about them. For example, one of the questions, A, B, and C are our three artillery positions. A is 6 kilometers due east of B, and C is 30 degrees due north and west of B, 5 kilometers apart. P is the position of the enemy's chaplain regiment. At a certain time, a bishop used the magic of communication and was noticed by us. Since places B and C are further away from point P than place A, traces of the communication magic were not found until 3 seconds later. It is known that the propagation speed of the communication magic is 1,000 meters per second. How to bombard the priest group in A, the azimuth angle of the position. It's so difficult. Lydia had a grimace on her face, writing and drawing on the manuscript paper, wishing she could stuff the entire examination paper into the dean's mouth. Can't she give them some simple questions? Chapter 306. This is even more outrageous than the sun falling from the sky. The exam, which lasted for a whole morning and lasted for 3 hours, finally came to an end the moment Alok and others walked out of the door. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, followed by a nervous and uneasy exchange of words. When he asked for the answer, he soon became red-faced. Impossible. I have verified it several times. The wizard who encountered the plane crash should have reached the ground in the 31st second, Alok said confidently. Then you must have calculated it wrong. The formula for this question should be distance s equals initial velocity v asterisk time t plus 1 divided by 2at squared. You need to set the free fall time to t1 first. Finally, you can get the total fall. The time is 24 seconds, and the free fall distance is 80 meters. A wizard retorted. Alok checked it over in his mind, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. It's over. So he got another question wrong. Pierce on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he urgently reviewed some formulas for free fall last night. Otherwise today would definitely be over. In the examination room, Lennon was watching the collected answer sheets, which were marked by several people from Orlando. Although they may not be able to do it themselves, they still have no problem with a pair of answers. Dean Lennon, it seems that not too many people will pass this time. Orlando looked through a dozen test papers in a row and shook his head. This was about the same as he estimated. Looking at the final result in proportion, only 30% of people should be able to pass the written test. Is it so difficult? Lin was also a little surprised. The brains of wizard apprentices should still be very useful. Not to mention that each of them is a genius. They must be better than normal people. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin quickly realized the problem. Even though the questions he gave this time were not difficult. In contrast, these wizard apprentices did not study for a long time. It only took more than a year in total. And they needed to master a lot of things. He was a master of one. It teaches all the physics and chemistry knowledge that should be taught in elementary and junior high schools. And even some knowledge points in high school. In addition, they often skip classes to deal with some personal matters, or participate in academic seminars and kingdom wars. So it takes a long time for them to study on their own. It seems like this exam paper is maybe a little harder? Lin touched his chin. And after seeing several high-scoring test papers, he immediately rejected this point. Since there are still people who can get high scores, it means that the test questions he gave are not very difficult. Among them, the one who mastered it best was undoubtedly Johnny. Except for 3 of the last 5 difficult questions he had deliberately prepared. He got all the others right. In addition to being a formal wizard who has better computing power than an apprentice, he obviously also works hard on weekdays. What surprised Lin the most was Lydia. She was able to get a score of 88 on the paper. And her mistakes were all related to the properties of elements. She even solved several major problems he had specially prepared. She is indeed a genius in engineering, Lin said with emotion. Master Dean, you shouldn't let Lydia take part in this assessment. What if she really passes? Are you going to issue a wizard medal to a halfling who can't do magic? Orlando hesitated. Said, of course, as long as she can successfully pass the exam. Becoming a wizard is no big deal, Lin said with a calm expression. But in this way, Lydia may become the laughingstock of wizards, and may even be targeted by some people who think that she has insulted the noble status of wizards. Orlando looked worried, and he felt that the dean had real intentions. It's too simple. For a wizard who doesn't know magic, what's the use of just having a name? Even if she can't cast magic, Lydia can still be an alchemist. Right. She made an airship on her own. And she also contributed to the research on internal combustion engines and electromagnetic railguns, Lin reminded. Orlando choked up immediately. From this perspective, there was nothing wrong with calling this halfling girl an alchemist. But what a wizard without magic thinks is strange. Just as he was struggling, Lin continued with a smile. Who else said that Lydia can't use magic? Orlando looked confused. It was common knowledge in the wizarding land that halflings had no magical talent, and no one had ever broken it before. Lydia has also been an apprentice for more than a year, and as a result, she cannot even master the most basic water condensation technique and material deconstruction technique. Is it possible that the dean can make a person without talent successfully master magic and become a wizard? This is even more outrageous than the sun falling from the sky. Lin kept it secret and didn't explain. He just told Orlando that he would know in a few days. In the afternoon, the apprentices who had suffered so much in the written examination finally had the familiar practical class. There are a total of 5 subjects including elements, shaping, alchemy, potions and practical exercises, which are divided into 2 days. Over the past year or so, although the wizard students in Aida have taken many more arduous courses, many things are interoperable. For example, the chemistry subject involves the properties and changes of elements. So these basic subjects have not been left behind. The exercise of computing power in Mathematical Olympiad has also brought their magic reserves close to the limit. So this time, there are more students applying for graduation than in previous years. Pierce knew that his score in the written test in the morning would not be very good. So he worked extra hard and performed exceptionally, passing the first 4 subjects with excellent results. As for the final actual combat exercise, it was actually the easiest. Their opponents were 3 magical puppets, whose combat power was equivalent to that of fully armed guards. Naturally, it did not take much effort to solve them. Even Lydia successfully used elaborate short-barreled muskets to kill these puppets one by one. On the morning of the 3rd day, it was time to announce the results. The entire Magic Academy students gathered together, waiting in agony and anxiety. When I got my report card and saw that I had successfully passed the exam, I was overjoyed. But obviously, there were more people who failed. Even if the scores are averaged, less than 40% of the students passed the graduation exam. Damn! It's just that close! Deborah looked at the prominent words of 58 points on the paper, feeling extremely annoyed. If she had reviewed it a few more times, or if the professor had been a little more accommodating, she would have passed. It's exam time. As a result, we now have to wait another year. Deborah was reflecting secretly. And at the same time, a burst of warm cheers rang out from beside her. Awesome. I passed. Chapter 307, If Even You Can Learn Magic. Wouldn't everyone be able to become a wizard? Lydia held her exam paper with great joy and shouted excitedly. She didn't expect that she actually passed the graduation exam successfully. And her score was not low, even though he got 0 points in the shaping subject. Elements and herbalism were terrible, but because he got high marks in the practical and alchemy subjects, he barely passed the practical exam. Coupled with the excellent results obtained in the written examination, the average score is 74 points, which is already among the best among the apprentices. The ones who were more excited than Lydia were naturally Darren and others. They followed Lydia into the academy early in the morning, just to wait for the moment when the results were announced. Great! Lydia, it seems you are about to become the first halfling wizard. I knew you could do it. The halflings present spoke excitedly. They all witnessed with their own eyes how Lydia got to where she is today. It is the consensus of the whole wizarding land that the halflings have no magical talent. But Lydia does not believe in evil, and wants to join Iota Academy to learn magic and become a real alchemist. In the eyes of others, this is undoubtedly whimsical, and can even be described as stubborn and stupid. No matter how hard the camel beast pulls the cart on the ground, it cannot fly into the sky like the griffin. Magical talent is something that is innate. The gap between extraordinary people and civilians is divided. Even though she has never been recognized, often questioned and ridiculed, Lydia never thought of giving up. She worked as an alchemist's assistant and made various aircraft in order to get a chance to learn magic. Opportunity. These efforts undoubtedly failed. Fortunately, she was lucky. She unexpectedly gained the appreciation of Dean Lin In and participated in the production of the airship. Only then did she successfully reach an agreement with Master Helm and join the Iota Academy. Until now, when I passed the examination, 2 full years have passed in the blink of an eye. This also means that the halflings will finally have a real wizard. It's a little too early for you to be happy. Passing this exam only gives you the qualification to take the source of magic. It doesn't mean you can become an official wizard. Deborah interrupted the excited Lydia and others with a rather annoyed statement, and then continued with a sneer. With your magic talent, even taking the source of magic is just a waste. There is no possibility of becoming a wizard. Deborah's sharp words were like a basin of cold water, dousing the enthusiasm of the halflings, causing the originally eager atmosphere to suddenly become silent. Alok and others frowned, but they couldn't say anything to refute. After all, no matter how unpleasant Deborah's words were, they were still true. These apprentices who have passed the examination still have one more hurdle to pass, that is the final promotion ceremony. According to the usual practice in previous years, only half of the people can successfully advance. And Lydia can't even learn a basic zero-ring magic until now. So the possibility of becoming an official wizard is slim. Thinking of this, the students who failed to pass looked at Lydia with a hint of ridicule. So what if I pass this assessment by luck? Whether a person can become a wizard or not is decided from the moment he is born. They failed this year, and they still have exams next year and the year after that. At least, they still have hope of being promoted to official wizards. Seeing that Lydia was a little depressed by Deborah's few words, Johnny spoke in a deep voice. Since Dean Lin didn't stop you from taking the graduation exam, he might have a way to make you a wizard. She felt that the dean should not be so cruel, giving people hope and destroying them at the same time. Lydia suddenly felt her eyes light up. If someone else had a way to make herself a wizard, she would still be suspicious. But if it was Dean Lin, it would be different. Deborah curled her lips and disagreed with Johnny's statement. If a halfling could learn magic, wouldn't everyone be able to become a wizard? But before she could speak again, Orlando had already walked over and called the students who had passed the examination to go to the Screaming Tower one by one for the promotion ceremony. After constructing the air transportation route, the entire promotion process became extremely fast. After confirming the results of each student yesterday, Lin In directly sent people to report to the parliament in an airship, and then brought the source of magic back. All in all, it only takes half a day. There is no need to wait for a week or two like before. Deborah and others watched with envy as the apprentice, whose name was Red, walked into the towering tower. But she could only wait outside. Pierce was the first to be selected and walked into the Screaming Tower nervously. After seeing Lin In, he bowed with great respect. Master Dean, Pierce, your results this time are pretty good, although you did poorly in the written test. You mastered elements, shaping and herbal medicine very well. Lin smiled and handed over a package containing blue potion. Pierce took the potion excitedly and almost spilled the precious potion with shaking hands. Lin In was very amused and even reminded Pierce that he could not be fully promoted in such a bad state. Pierce took a deep breath for a while before calming down, and then solemnly drank the source of magic power. A biting coldness rose from the abdomen, and the power of the potion quickly surged throughout the body, finally pouring into the brain. And then, there was a weird itching that seemed to come from the bones. And every cell in the body seemed to they are all being torn apart and reorganized, which is a pain that goes deep into the soul. Beads of sweat dripped down Pierce's forehead. His face gradually turned blue, as if his blood had been drained, and he looked extremely terrifying. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes, and a strong magic wave soon spread from Pierce's body. Immediately afterwards, a scorching fireball emerged in the void. Pierce immediately opened his eyes with a very happy expression. He cast spells without materials and used magic to mimic elements. This is the symbol of an official wizard. It seems it was successful. Lynn smiled and nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. If it weren't for you, I would have been a wizard apprentice in my whole life. Pierce bowed deeply and thanked him. Since entering Ayada Academy at the age of 12, he has been a wizard apprentice for 16 years, and he is nearly 30 years old this year. Due to the lack of talent, he was unable to accumulate magic power. It was not until Lin became Aida's professor and brought a very novel course like Mathematical Olympiad that can train his computing power that he had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Therefore, Pierce is naturally extremely grateful to this dean. Chapter 308, a world where everyone can become a spellcaster. I just gave you a chance to choose. Your promotion depends on your own efforts. Lin took out a prepared wizard medal and put it on Pierce's chest with his own hands. From today on, you are an official wizard. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Pierce's voice was slightly trembling. Lin waved his hand, indicating that Pierce could go back, and then called the next apprentice over. Pierce bowed again and then exited the screaming tower. About 3 minutes later, Johnny opened the door and walked in. The two looked at each other and smiled, and Lin pointed to the seat in front of him. You should stay here for a few minutes before going out, lest they find out something is wrong. The girl nodded. In fact, during this period of time, Alok and the others had already suspected it many times. After all, they always used magic, but every time she used the alchemy creation magic hand to fend it off. Now I finally don't have to hide it secretly anymore. And these 10 minutes were not wasted. Johnny took the test paper and asked Lin In for advice on the last few wrong questions. In the next few hours, Lin In was in the screaming tower handing out wizard medals to every student who had successfully been promoted, or comforting those who failed to continue working hard and that they might have another chance next year. Perhaps because of the improved computing power after being tortured by the problem, the promotion rate this year is higher than before, reaching about 60%. In other words, there will be 40 or 50 new official wizards this year. Lin In looked at the paper in his hand thoughtfully, which recorded the information of each student and prepared to assign their duties one by one based on their performance. Those who had poor theoretical scores but were proficient in actual combat would serve as combat wizards and join the war with the Empire. On the other hand, they would become scientific researchers and participate in the development of new weapons and new magic. While thinking, the door was pushed open again, and this time it was Lydia who came in. As soon as the halfling girl entered the door, she pulled the long table and asked eagerly, Dean Lin, can I also become a wizard? Lin In came back to her senses and turned to ask. That depends on what kind of wizard you want to be. Of course, it's a wizard who can release magic, Lydia said without hesitation, and then looked at the dean expectantly, her eyes almost shining. It's not difficult if you just release magic, Lin said with a smile. Really? I can also use magic? Lydia shouted in surprise. Although Johnny had told her about it before, it was just a guess after all. But now it was confirmed by the dean himself. Put this on first. Lin In handed over a specially made bracelet. Like the Ring of Secret Magic, it is used to communicate in the field of magic. Some modifications were made in the style just to distinguish it. Lydia couldn't wait to put it on her hand and spoke eagerly. So now I can do magic? Of course not. Lin In shook his head in amusement. Close your eyes first and just relax. Lydia immediately followed the instructions and closed her eyes tightly. But she could not relax at all. Lin secretly called for the brain to connect with the halfling girl's brain, with the example of Redel and Lydia's high trust in him. This time it went very smoothly, and the halfling girl did not suffer too much. Much pain completes the connection with the magic realm. Lydia soon found that she had entered an extremely magical place, with countless gray runes suspended in a void of space. 5 of them floated towards her, surrounding her like naughty children. The body spun around and suddenly flew into her head. Basic material deconstruction technique. Water condensation technique. Mage's hand. Fireball technique. Ice blade. A total of 5 spell slots appeared in Lydia's brain. And Lynn's voice also rang in her ears. Now you can try your hand at magic. Lydia opened her eyes, stretched out her palms nervously, and activated the spell position in her mind. Under the surge of elements, a crystal clear ice blade appeared, exuding a biting cold breath, making the whole body feel the temperature dropped instantly. It's really magic, Lydia shouted happily, and then tried the fireball technique. The power of ice and fire continued to flow in the palm of her hand, and she had a great time. Although these are basic spells, they are very satisfying for the halfling girl who has never been able to master magic. Dean, you are amazing! Lydia excitedly rushed to Lin In and kissed him hard on the face several times, venting her excitement. Lin In wiped the saliva on his face in disgust and warned. Remember, your mental power is limited, so you can only cast 0 ring magic 5 times and 1 ring magic 3 times a day. Lydia nodded quickly. She didn't care about the restrictions. At least she was a real wizard now. She wanted to see who dared to say that he was not a wizard. Lydia couldn't wait to go out and show off. But she was stopped by Lin before going out. Don't you want your wizard medal? Lin asked helplessly. I want it! Lydia hurriedly ran back, waited patiently for the dean to put the medal on her, and then ran out happily. Looking at Lydia's frizzy appearance, Lin couldn't help but smile, and then explored the problem of the magic power loss of the brain. Allowing a person who does not know magic to successfully cast a spell is naturally not without cost, and the magic power will not be generated out of thin air, but can only be drawn from his magic field. This is Lin's second attempt to break the magic talent theory. It seems to be successful now, but there are still many problems that need to be solved. For example, when it comes to the supply of magic power, the lost magic power cannot be completely borne by the brain. It is best to build a magic power reactor, just like building a power grid, and use a huge magic power network to supply the spellcasting requirements of these new wizards. According to his vision, in the future Magic Kingdom, everyone, no matter whether they have the talent to become a wizard or not, as long as they study, master the principles of magic, and have enough computing power, they can use the magic network to cast corresponding magic, rather than being a wizard as it is now. Birth determines whether a civilian can become a wizard. A world where everyone can become a spellcaster might be able to surpass the federation of the previous life and take magic to a whole new level. Chapter 309. Could it be that you went crazy trying to use magic? So you had hallucinations? Outside the Screaming Tower, a group of students were gathering in front of the gate, waiting for the results of the promotion ceremony. From time to time, people would happily walk out of the tower and be greeted by envious and jealous eyes. However, there were also many people who failed, and they had to step aside sadly. Darren and others watched Lydia walk into the tower, waiting anxiously. Then within 2 minutes, they saw the door of the tower open again. So fast? Darren was beating a drum in his heart. The students who had been successfully promoted before had made it very clear that it takes time for magic medicine to transform the body. Sometimes quickly or slowly. Generally speaking, it takes about 10 minutes. Could it be that the promotion failed? He was thinking about it. But the next moment Darren rejected this guess, because Lydia walked out of the tower with a shining wizard medal hanging on her chest, which looked extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. This meant that Aida, no, it should be said that the entire wizarding land was about to have its first halfling wizard. Congratulations, Lydia! You are setting a precedent for halflings. Johnny congratulated happily. Alok and others who were familiar with the girl also came forward to congratulate her, and were sincerely happy for her. Lydia puffed up her chest proudly under the gaze of everyone. From today on, she was an official wizard. I didn't expect that the dean would actually allow a person without magic to become a wizard, Deborah said rather jealously. Those apprentices who had taken the potion but failed to complete their promotion looked at the halfling girl with a bit more dissatisfaction. Like Lydia, they had passed both the competition and practical examinations. However, the dean did not grant them the identity of a wizard, but gave this honor to a halfling who could not even use magic. This made them unable to help themselves. In his heart, he complained about Dean Lin Un's partiality. Who said I can't use magic? Lydia stretched out her hand proudly, and prepared to use the fireball technique calmly, preparing to open everyone's eyes. The apprentices and wizards present looked over curiously, but they knew that Lydia failed to learn magic after spending 2 full years at Aida Academy. Lydia concentrated on communicating with the magic field and tried to activate the spell slot in her mind. But there was no movement after struggling for a long time. Hey, why can't it be used? Lydia opened her eyes and spoke blankly. Could it be that you went crazy trying to use magic? So you had hallucinations? Deborah said with a sneer. Lydia curled her lips, and then suddenly remembered that the dean had said that with her calculation power, she could only use one ring magic 3 times a day. She was so excited in the Tower of Screams just now that she seemed to have used up all the magic. Then the only option is to change to 0 ring magic. She remembered that one hadn't been used up yet. With a thought in her mind, Lydia immediately activated Mage's Hand. The test papers held in everyone's hands trembled violently, then flew up, circled around her, and then stacked on top of each other. In hand. This is Mage's Hand. Deborah's eyes widened with a look of astonishment on her face. It took her a while to make sure that no one else was teasing her. The person who cast the spell was clearly Lydia. You have really learned magic. Lydia! Darren's excited hands pressed back and forth on Lydia's shoulders. Although this is just the most basic 0 ring spell, it also means that the other party has mastered the miracle called magic. Of course, I can also use Fireball and Ice Blade, but I have just used them several times, and now I have to wait until tomorrow to use them again, Lydia said proudly, but also felt a little annoyed in her heart. Knowing her, I left a first-level spell slot and used it for everyone to take a good look at. However, since Lydia successfully cast magic, no one questioned her words. After all, everyone's magic and mental power are limited. Even formal wizards may face difficulties after casting several powerful spells. The dilemma of running out of magic power. In other words, the halfling girl in front of me has really become a wizard. But how did the dean do it? Halflings have no magical talent. But the consensus in this land of wizards has never been broken before. Is it possible that Lydia is a special case? Breaking the shackles of race and gaining the ability to cast spells after taking the source of magic? Perhaps the dean was willing to let Lydia enter Ayada Academy because he saw her talent as a wizard. Alok and others were thinking in confusion. But they did not think in a more extreme direction. After all, if the dean could really make anyone become an official wizard, it would be amazing. He is more talented in magic than halflings. The guess is hundreds of times more outrageous. Ayada's graduation exam lasted 4 full days before it ended. Alok and others who bid farewell to their apprenticeships were quickly assigned to various institutions. However, people are now needed in all aspects, especially wizards who have mastered certain physics. From the optimization of internal combustion engines, the production of ironclads, to the improvement of muskets and artillery. The 47 wizards who graduated this time can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. In the past few days, Rettel and Ham have not been idle, learning about all aspects of this wizard city, and even went to various workshops to experience it in person. These jobs are indeed tiring, working 14 hours a day, but the monthly remuneration is enough to make everyone forget the physical pain. Everyone cherishes their current life very much, working hard day and night. Almost not even a supervisor is needed, because the wizards who supervise here told them that most of the things produced in the workshop are prepared for the war, and will determine the success or failure of the war to a large extent. And once the parliament is defeated and the empire takes over, they will go back to their old life of not knowing what to eat. And it may even be worse. I heard that the nobles and churches outside the wizarding land are very cruel. They will not hesitate to massacre the entire city, steal their property, kill everyone who does not believe in God, or sell them as slaves to the wilderness. Go. Therefore, the workers spontaneously worked overtime and burst out with great enthusiasm in order to maintain their current life. After staying in the workshop for 5 days, Rettel reluctantly went to the grain-producing land opened by the wizards at Lynn's invitation, because today was the time for the summer harvest. What lay before Rettel's eyes was a particularly spectacular scene. The golden wheat field stretched as far as the eye could see, stretching to the horizon, as vast as a golden ocean. Chapter 3:10 The idea of nuclear explosion. This place was originally a barren soil, a saline alkali land left behind after the seawater receded. But now it has been transformed into fertile fields under the power of magic. What caught the attention of Rettel, and others even more, was the weird-looking harvesters that the wizards in the alchemy workshop were making final adjustments to. Master Wizard, can this thing really turn wheat ears into wheat grains automatically? A man in his 30s was standing in front of the machines, eagerly watching the wizard start the machines. He couldn't help but ask, "Beat is the farmer here?" Due to the large number of workers recruited in the workshop, the poor people who previously relied on farming the land to make a living have changed their jobs. In order to prevent these lands from being abandoned, Lin took the opportunity to implement a land contracting policy and prepared to implement fully mechanized large-scale farming. Beat took advantage of this east wind and ruthlessly spent all his savings to rent out all the surrounding land. This is the result of his hard work for more than half a year. This wheat field is more precious than his own son. Of course, no problem, Philip said confidently. In order to reproduce the drawings given by the dean, they spent a lot of effort and lost countless brain cells before they successfully restored this thing. Although they had not yet experimented with it, Philip was fully confident. I just don't know which master invented this harvester. How could he come up with such an exquisite creation? Dean Lin, can we start now? Philip turned to look at Lin and asked expectantly. Lin smiled and nodded. He was also curious about how effective the harvester reproduced by the Alchemy Research Institute could be. After receiving permission, Philip asked several enthusiastic colleagues to board the harvester. As the levers were moved, these weird machines immediately made a chugging sound. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, the harvester drove straight through the wheat field. The bottom supporter was inserted into the crops, and handfuls of wheat were combed and pushed to the header. The internal cutting device then cut and transported them to the harvesting table. In the threshing drum, the wheat grains are finally selected through the sieve holes, and the separated wheat grains will be stored in the storage box at the rear. This process is complex to say the least, but it is all completed automatically by machinery. All they have to do is drive the harvester and run wildly in the wide wheat field. In just a short time, thousands of square meters of land have been harvested. Philip was very proud to introduce the operating methods and principles of the harvester to Beat, Rettel and others. In addition to the harvester, the Alchemy Research Institute also developed machines specifically for plowing and sowing. All of them are used in the trinity of plowing, sowing, and harvesting. On weekdays, wizards who are proficient in elemental science cast spells to fertilize the land. Only a few people can take care of a large area of land. This is just like the kingdom of heaven described in the Bible, Ham murmured. It is said that in God's kingdom of heaven, the river flows with mellow wine. The wheat fields will automatically produce ears of wheat without having to cultivate them by themselves. And the branches of every tree are covered with plump and juicy stakes. Although he didn't see the rivers made of fine wine or the stakes growing on the trees, the wheat fields here could be cultivated and harvested automatically. And there were alchemy instruments that could produce tens of thousands of meters of cloth in a day. The beauty in the Bible only exists in imagination. But he saw Ida's miracle with his own eyes. Master Lin, can these alchemy machines be used in the kingdom? Rettel hurriedly asked. It is also the summer harvest time in the Hadrada kingdom. If there is such a harvester, then they don't need it. I was buried in the ground exhausted all day long. I'm afraid it's too late now. The output of the harvester is limited. Ida will have to take care of other cities in the wizarding land when it is used up. But when we wait for the autumn planting, we can send some cultivators to the kingdom. Lin pondered. Said, if Aiden and the others see such a scene, they will definitely be frightened. Ham muttered. No one would believe that farming and harvesting could become so easy unless they saw it with their own eyes. After driving the harvester for a while, the wizards from the Alchemy Research Institute jumped off the machine with unsatisfied feelings, and turned to Rettel and others to experience it. Especially Beat. He is the farmer here. This time, in order to test the effectiveness of the harvester, the wizards would personally go into battle to give them a demonstration. In the future, Beat would have to operate it himself. I continued to work like this until evening. The originally broad and endless wheat field now only had half of the wheat stalks with roots attached. The harvesting work was completely completed. If it were done purely manually, I'm afraid it would take more than 30 people to work for 5 or 6 days. Now with 5 harvesters, it takes more than half a day to complete the work of dozens of people in the past. The most important thing is that it is not tired at all. The wheat grains were also separated directly, which saved a lot of time. Beat, who was in tears of gratitude, enthusiastically left everyone behind, slaughtered the only camel beast in the family, and celebrated well. It was already evening by the time Lin and the others returned to the academy, and they were sent an invitation letter for an academic seminar. Considering that the war with the church may last for a long time, this year's academic seminar was unsurprisingly moved up a month. Lin was still very interested in this seminar, since he made glass products. Wizards' understanding and research progress in the microscopic field have accelerated a lot, and astronomy has advanced by leaps and bounds. Wizards from the Prophecy School have already made large astronomical telescopes, and are preparing to continue to improve the star map. He has seen relevant papers many times in Magic Daily, during the period when he was using magic to incarnate to cause trouble in the kingdom. Lin himself was not idle. He published many theories about electromagnetism and received a lot of praise and some people's doubts. However, Lin En has not yet fully thought about what theory he should come up with this time. What he wants to perfect the most is naturally the model of elements. As long as you can find a way to create those rare elements, many powerful technologies can be transformed into magic, such as a nuclear explosion or something. And once it is fired, the Holy See's army will all ascend to heaven. No, maybe there won't even be a chance to ascend to heaven. Then there would be no need to fight a war. Lin En imagined the scene of a nuclear explosion in his mind. But he also knew in his heart that even if he succeeded in creating such a powerful magic, he might not be able to win the war directly. It is still unknown how powerful the god above the legend is. Just one incarnation has shown the ability to distort time and space, which is by no means easy to deal with. Chapter 3:11 Lin, you are going to put me on the fire. In July, the scorching sun hangs high above the head, but the wizard city of Greenreel is extremely lively, sweeping away the shadow left by the previous Doomsday sect. The royal capital war that took place in the kingdom of Hadrada also became known to everyone with the spread of magic daily. The parliament even hyped it up, believing that this was the first battle between wizards and the Holy See. And it was also an extremely exciting victory. This means that from now on, all wizards no longer have to live on this island. There is a wider world outside. In such an enthusiastic atmosphere, this year's academic seminar was held as usual. Huge airships slowly fell from the sky and docked in the square in front of the Magic Research Association. The use of airships to travel has now become a trend in the land of wizards. Various schools of thought will buy an airship at a high price, whether for the convenience of travel or to save face. The wizards and civilians in Greenreel City have long been accustomed to it. For more than a year, they have seen more than a dozen airships flying in and out almost every day. From the initial shock to the sparse and normal appearance now. As the host of this seminar, Raphael naturally led people to wait at the door early to receive every wizard of the school who arrived at Greenreel. Because Lin En completed the experiment of measuring the circumference of the planet and verifying the geostrophic deflection force in the last seminar. The wizards who received the news but failed to arrive in time to witness the experimental results were beating their chests and regretting it. So there were so many people here this time. Or in other words, basically all the official wizards who could move in the entire wizarding land came. So that the space specially expanded by the parliament to park the airship seemed a little insufficient. So they had to find another place. Raphael had just finished getting acquainted with an old friend when he heard the apprentice beside him whisper in his ear, "Master, that seems to be the flag of the Arcane Society." With a thought in his mind, Raphael immediately turned around and looked over. A huge airship was hovering over the Magic Research Society. The huge airbag had unique and conspicuous patterns drawn on both sides. That was the Arcane Society. The mark is now known to everyone in the wizarding land. "Welcome, Mr. Lin En. I haven't seen you for a while." Raphael walked forward quickly and hugged Lin very enthusiastically as he stepped off the airship. Then he seemed to have discovered something and spoke in surprise. "Have you broken through the Great Wizard?" Raphael, who is also a great wizard, was naturally aware of the existence of the realm. So he immediately determined that the young wizard in front of him had already taken that step. "It was a fluke. Just a week ago," Lin responded with a smile. "It seems that I have to call you Master Lin from now on," Raphael said with emotion. Although he knew that with Lin's talent, it was only a matter of time before he could break through to the realm of the Great Wizard. But he never thought it would be so soon. It had only been a year since we met. It seems that the record of the youngest wizard in the wizarding land is about to be broken again. Raphael was surprised, but he did not forget his responsibilities. Another figure next to Lin quickly attracted his attention. "I wonder who this is." "Anthony, from the kingdom of Hadrada, is also a member of the Arcane Society." Lin introduced him proactively. Raphael's expression became very solemn. He had read Magic Daily, and this name was mentioned in the above report on the war in the capital. So he naturally knew that the other party was a six-ring master who was proficient in electromagnetism. Being a wizard, coupled with the identity of the Arcane Society, cannot be overemphasized. Thinking of this, Raphael enthusiastically invited everyone in and secretly inquired about the strange wizard along the way. The seasoned Anthony naturally dealt with the situation. Although he had great longing for the wizard's land, he had not established much trust. Raphael asked in a roundabout way for a while, but couldn't get any useful information. However, one thing made him extremely surprised. This six-ring great wizard, who was only one step away from the legend, turned out to be Lin En. Lord. When weighing whether to answer some questions, Anthony would turn his head and look in Lin's direction. and only when he saw that the other party had no objection would he consider the answer. Raphael immediately realized that Lin's identity in the Arcane Society was not just an ordinary scholar as he said. Could it be that he is a legendary wizard or a disciple of the founder? Raphael thought to himself. But the smile on his face remained the same. And he quickly brought everyone into the auditorium. As soon as Lin En and others entered the door, the wizards who were chatting and discussing with each other in the auditorium immediately gathered around him. After making a big splash at the last seminar, he has become the hottest new magic star in the entire wizarding land. Especially after learning that Lin En had broken through and become a great wizard. All kinds of boasts and praises resounded throughout the auditorium. Lin responded to the enthusiastic wizards one by one with a smile on his face. After half an hour, his smile had become a little stiff, and his ears were calloused by all the flattery. He still had to deal with it. Otherwise he, a new magic star, would be so temperamental tomorrow. The rumor that he is arrogant and does not take others seriously will probably spread wildly in the land of wizards. All I can say is that being famous is not always a good thing. Lin En thought with emotion. It was not until the seminar was about to begin that he finally got rid of the crowd and arrived at the seat of the Ayata school under the leadership of Raphael. Lin En was keenly aware that their position was obviously higher than last time. Just behind the Prophecy School, the Alchemy Association and other organizations founded by legendary speakers. Although this is an honor, it is also equivalent to putting oneself on the fire. If Ida does not perform satisfactorily this time, then I am afraid someone will secretly talk about it behind his back. Everyone, please be quiet! On the high platform of the auditorium, the great wizard Sanchez cleared his throat and used amplification magic to spread the sound to every corner of the hall, suppressing the noisy discussion. Welcome everyone to come to Green Rail and participate in this academic seminar. In the past week, the Parliament has received more than 70 bills on magic theory, which is several times the usual number. So the entire seminar will last for 3 days, divided into 3 sessions, all taking place at noon every day. Sanchez briefly explained the process and changes of the meeting. After a pause, he suddenly looked at Lin, emphasized his voice a little, and spoke again. In addition, this year's academic seminar needs to add an additional judge. That is Master Lin of the Ayata School. Chapter 312. Lin En's violent argument. Color doesn't actually exist? Following Sanchez's words, thousands of pairs of eyes in the auditorium immediately looked towards the direction of the Ayata School. Lin's brows couldn't help but frown. Raphael had never mentioned this to him before. But before he could figure it out, there was a burst of eager applause in the auditorium. Under the attention of everyone, Lin could only stand up and walk to the high platform, sat down on the judge's seat, then turned to look at Raphael beside him, and asked with slight dissatisfaction, I shouldn't have offended you in any way. Right, Master? Although being the judge of the seminar is not a bad thing, this suddenness made Lin have some bad suspicions. In just 1 hour after arriving at Greenreal, the Ayata School had received too much treatment and honor. Lin knew very well that the higher he stood, the worse he would fall. Of course not. Why do you think so? Raphael asked funny. You should at least ask me about this before making a decision, Lin said with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was indeed my negligence. Raphael patted his forehead and explained, apologetically. Many of the proposals received by the Magic Research Association this time are about new glass instruments. I think you should know better than us. So we just discussed it and unanimously decided to temporarily add a judge's seat. They had not made such arrangements before, so they did not know the information about Lin En's promotion to the Grand Wizard. A 3-ring wizard is naturally not qualified to judge the research results of a certain school at will. But now that Lin En has completed a breakthrough, of course he no longer has this worry. It was precisely to reflect the importance they attached to Lin En and the secret magic society that they readjusted the seats in the school. Speaking of this, Raphael was also a little bit dumbfounded. Generally speaking, wizards like Lin's age are eager to be in the limelight. So how can they be as suspicious as him? After Raphael's explanation, Lin realized that he had misunderstood and that no one was deliberately targeting him. On the high platform at this time, Sanchez finished his lengthy opening remarks and announced the official start of this year's academic seminar. Then he walked down the high platform and gave up the space. Several young male and female witches couldn't wait to come up. After saluting Lin and others, they took out a strange cube made entirely of glass, displayed it in front of everyone, and spoke loudly. This is the light dissociation device we developed. Isn't this just a prism? Alok muttered in the audience, and the wizards of the Ayata School beside him also nodded in unison. As early as in the kingdom of Hadrada, Dean Lin and Gabe, they've demonstrated it. They just haven't announced it yet. In fact, they are also conducting research on light. But they have not yet produced any key results because the time is too short. As expected, the several male and female witches on the stage demonstrated the experiment of prism light splitting. However, these people's research obviously went beyond that. And there were also things they had not yet understood. We also found that among these 7 colors, red, green, and blue are very important. It can even be said that all other colors are extended from these 3 colors. The leader named Glenn said proudly, I call them primary colors. It can be said that they are the real colors of light. Everything is actually composed of 3 colors, red, green, and blue. It's just that the intensity of each primary color is different, which is how we evolved into what we see. Yellow, purple, cyan, and other colors can be seen. And when the intensity of the 3 colors is consistent and combined, white light will appear. Turning the angle of the light dissociation device changes the colors displayed. Raphael and others watched with great concentration, and were also very interested in the original color mentioned by several people. This was a big discovery. Although light is everywhere, even legendary wizards could not perceive the so-called light element before. They could only develop magic based on the properties of light to realize another level of utilization of light. And now the discovery of several people has undoubtedly given them a preliminary understanding of light. A beam of white light is actually composed of 3 different colors of light, red, green, and blue. The discussion in the auditorium became louder and louder. Everyone was discussing this surprising discovery. The male and female witches on the high platform held up the light dissociation device in their hands and accepted the scrutiny of everyone. They were very excited. With their research, they could at least get a Morningstar medal. Glenn has even begun to think about whether to change the name of his school of thought. He has already thought about it, and it is called Morning Light and Original Color. I think this research is very valuable. Sanchez was the first to speak. Admiringly, Raphael and others also agreed very much, and they all spoke out to praise Glenn's research results. Glenn's face was filled with a proud expression, and then he turned to look at Lin, who had never spoken. Glenn was mixed with envy, admiration, and jealousy for this famous magic star. This time their research relied on the glass invented by the other party. However, the young and ambitious Glenn believes that one day he can, like his opponent, develop a magic theory that can change the entire magic system and become a magic star that attracts much attention. Just as Glenn was fantasizing, Lin suddenly spoke. Your research is very good, but I need to correct it a little. The 3 original colors you just mentioned do not represent the origin or nature of light. And strictly speaking, there is no such thing as color in objects, Lin said astonishingly, instantly causing a burst of doubt in the auditorium. Master Lin, what do you mean? Color does not exist? Then what are we seeing now? Sanchez asked in confusion. Glenn and others were also extremely dissatisfied. Photolysis and original color were the results of their hard work. The owners conducted rigorous experiments as proof, but the results were rejected by Lin in one sentence. If color does not exist, then it proves that your research is meaningless. Your Excellency Lin, as an academic judge, it is your job to give your own suggestions and point out errors and omissions. But it is better not to speak casually about things you don't understand. At the judging table, a man in purple clothes, the great wizard, shouted dissatisfiedly. Raphael had previously suggested that Lin be the judge, and he was the only one who objected. After all, a wizard in his 20s may have good achievements in 1 or 2 fields, but the breadth of knowledge is ultimately insufficient. However, this is the most important thing to become an academic judge. Chapter 313, This world turns out to be colorless. Amidst everyone's doubts, Lin did not rush to explain, but asked rhetorically, You should all know that light can be reflected, right? The wizards in the auditorium all nodded. Reflection is the basic property of light, and most polarizing magic also uses this principle. The colors we see are actually caused by light shining on an object, then being reflected into our eyes, and recognized by photoreceptor cells, Lin explained. Human sensory cells can only distinguish 3 colors, red, green, and blue. Since the visible solar spectrum is evenly mixed, it is colorless in our eyes. Wait a minute, Master Lin. If you say so, wouldn't everything be exactly the same color under the same kind of light? Sanchez couldn't help but interrupt. Of course not, because part of the light is absorbed by the object, and what we see is only the reflected part of the visible light, Lin said. To put it more accurately, after the light reflected by the object enters the human eye, it is converted into electrical signals on the retina and transmitted to the brain through the optic nerve. The so-called color is just the human definition of the visual effect of electromagnetic waves in a certain frequency band of visible light. That's all. Regarding this point, after he mastered the electromagnetic force, he verified it in Aida. So he naturally has full confidence. Lennon's words resounded throughout the auditorium, and the arguments and discussions in the audience became louder and louder. This theory is really amazing. Raphael looked at Lynn and couldn't help but say, doesn't that mean that this world actually has no color? In the past, they believed that the elements themselves had a certain color, and the objects they combined would show the corresponding color system. Light only allowed them to see the colors that originally existed or were attached to the surface of the elements. However, Lennon's statement is completely opposite. All colors come from light, and what they see is the light that is rejected by the object. But those that are absorbed cannot be seen. In other words, a red object is not actually red at all. Instead, it reflects all red light and absorbs light of other colors. Theoretically, if you can find a way to see the light elements inside an object, this thing should show a mixture of other colors? Raphael had a hard time understanding Lynn's words. It was really difficult to imagine a world with inverted colors. Yes, without light, there is no color. Lynn nodded, acknowledging Raphael's words. This is simply a fallacy. The great wizard in purple slapped the table and stood up, yelling loudly. So everything we see is reversed. A black object absorbs all light and is actually very bright. But we can't see it. No, we can't say that. Since the light has been absorbed and not reflected, it will naturally not light up. Lynn shrugged and continued to speak. And you can think about it. If you stay in a sealed space at night, can you see colors? So colors rely on light to exist. Hearing this, Raphael and others were stunned for a moment, and Sanchez frowned, feeling that Lynn's statement was very unreliable. Master Lin, magic requires rigorous demonstration, not guesswork. We can't see anything without light. Should we say they don't exist if we can't see them? Standing on the high platform, Glenn plucked up the courage to retort. He was the last person to believe this argument. After all, this is related to whether he can obtain the Morning Star Medal. Once it is proven that the original color is not the essence of light, but a phenomenon caused by physiological reasons, the importance of his research results will plummet. However, arguing with a great wizard is still the most popular magic star in the wizarding land. After the courage in Glenn's heart gradually faded, cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. The friend next to him also quietly pulled his sleeve, signaling Glenn not to rashly contradict the magic star. The other party didn't even need to do anything. If he showed his intentions even slightly, their lives would be difficult in the future. Lynn didn't pay attention to Glenn's slightly sharp questioning and said with a smile, a good rebuttal. What you said is also true. Every magic theory needs to be verified by experiments. Now, please seal the windows and doors of this auditorium. Don't let any light in. After Lin finished speaking, the wizards by the windows in the auditorium all cast spells to block all the doors and windows. The originally bright academic seminar site immediately became extremely dark, leaving only the tops of their heads. The light coming directly from the top of the tower provides a slight glow. Who wears a mirror? Lynn asked again. I have it on me. Glenn took a step forward and took out a round mirror from his arms. He had been doing experiments on light recently, so of course the mirror would never leave his body. Very good. Lynn nodded, and then called Joni over, asking her to stand directly in front of the high platform, and used a round mirror to reflect the light falling from the top of her head onto the girl's body. In the darkness, Johnny's figure was extremely conspicuous, wearing a bright red dress, the hem of which swayed gently, like a flame. Do you know what color clothes she is wearing? Lin asked. Of course it's red, Glenn replied. Can't everyone see this? Raphael curled his lips and didn't understand why Lin asked such a stupid question. Please remember your current judgment. The clothes are red. Don't forget it, Lin said with profound meaning. Raphael was speechless. Could it be that the clothes would turn blue later? He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Lin turned his attention to the girl in the red dress and said with a smile, Your skin is fair and beautiful. Johnny also didn't expect that the dean would say this in public, and looked a little shy and uneasy in the ambiguous eyes of the wizards around him. This is great for experimentation. Lin swallowed the second half of the sentence silently. I need to use your light dissociation device next. Lin stepped forward and patted Glenn on the shoulder, greeting him. What should I do? Master Lin? Glenn asked nervously, holding the invention in his hand. First decompose the light as we did just now. Lin explained the steps to Glenn step by step in great detail. only after confirming that the other party understood did he announce that the experiment could begin. Chapter 3:14 Master Lin In. Your wisdom is amazing. The wizards in the auditorium were very curious about what the experiment Lin was talking about. Many people still remembered that the magic star was here a year ago and conducted an amazing pendulum experiment, proving that the continent under their feet was round and spinning. Lord Anthony, is this world really colorless? Fulla in the audience asked in a low voice. Anthony frowned and did not answer. Alok and others on the side were also muttering in their hearts. They still believed in the dean's words, but this time it was a bit too outrageous. Similar comments resounded throughout the auditorium. At the same time, Glenn took a deep breath and followed Lin's instructions, placing the light dissociation device in his hand under the beam of sunlight falling from above his head. The white light was immediately separated into an extremely brilliant 7-color rainbow. Immediately afterwards, Glenn blocked out the other colors of light, leaving only blue light, and pointed it at Johnny. A dazzling blue light soon shone on the girl's body, and then all the wizards in the auditorium couldn't help but stand up, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. How could this happen? It turned black? Raphael stared at the high platform. Under the blue light, the girl's originally fair skin turned into the same blue as the light, and the red dress on her body, his clothes were all dark. Glenn also suppressed his surprise, and turned the light dissociation device in his hand, from blue light to green light to yellow light. But no matter which light was used to illuminate it, Johnny's clothes were completely black. If her skin color hadn't been changing with the light, everyone present would have thought that the light dissociation device was broken. It wasn't until Glenn passed through the blue light and began to transition to red light that the situation finally changed. Orange light shone on Johnny's body, and the dress immediately turned back to its original bright red color. This strange optical phenomenon surprised the wizards present, especially the great wizard who had spoken against Lin before, and was completely stunned. It's the yellow light that's been absorbed, Glenn murmured to himself. Raphael and others also quickly thought of what Lin In had just said. Orange is a mixture of red and yellow. Now that the yellow light is absorbed, only red light can be reflected back. Just as they thought. From orange light to red light to purple light, the entire color layer on the long skirt will only show red with different strengths and weaknesses. This is impossible. That piece of clothing must have been enchanted, a witch shouted in disbelief in the audience. Anyone who has doubts about this experiment can come up and give it a try in person. Everything you can find has the ability to reflect and absorb light, but the degree is different, Lin In said with a smile. At Lin In's suggestion, one curious wizard walked up to the high platform and placed the clothes, rags, necklaces, various accessories and alchemy equipment they could find in the center of the high platform, and illuminated them with light of different colors. The result is exactly what Lin said. But since most things do not purely reflect light of a certain color, only the red dress on Johnny's body is very gorgeous, and has a very good effect on absorbing light of other colors. That's why there is such an obvious change. It turns out to be true. The object itself has no color at all, and everything we see is the reflection of light. After performing the experiment himself, Sanchez no longer had any doubts in his mind. If the object itself is colored, then under the illumination of various colors of light, it should show changes in color instead of simply turning black. So the only explanation is that the object has no color, and the color is the light they see. But soon Sanchez seemed to suddenly think of something and asked in confusion. Master Lin In, I have another question that I would like you to answer. Since an object absorbs light, is there a limit, and where does the absorbed light go? Lin In glanced at Sanchez in surprise. This question was very profound. After all, it was a change at the quantum scale. He could explain it, but he could not give a definite proof. After thinking for a while, Lin In answered carefully. I think you may have noticed that a white object absorbs heat the slowest in the sun, while a black object absorbs heat the fastest. After all, it absorbs all the light and obtains the most energy. I see. Is it the heat generated by the accumulation of light elements? Raphael thought about it based on the light element theory prevalent in the land of wizards, and then said with emotion, Your wisdom is amazing, Master Lin. It seems that letting you become the judge is the most correct decision. If Lin hadn't been there, they would have recognized Glenn's theory of essential color, although the deduction of magic theories is always accompanied by fallacies. And there are many theories that have been recognized or even promoted by the parliament before, and then overturned. The judges who have made the decision still feel like they have been beaten in the face. On the high platform, the faces of Glenn and others became very depressed, but they could not say anything to refute. After all, the ironclad evidence was right in front of them. Sir Lin, it seems that our research is wrong. Glenn held the light dissociation device in his hand and said disappointedly. Lin said with a smile, "There are indeed mistakes in your research, but it is also of extremely high value and can be a good supplement to the theory of light magic. After all, our enemies are usually humans. In my own name, I would like to give you a nomination for the Medal of the Morning Star," Lin said solemnly. As an academic judge, it is his job to point out errors and omissions in the face of new magic theories. And the nomination for the Morning Star Medal encourages this spirit of magic research. In just 1 year since he made the glass, Glenn and others were able to discover the characteristics of this thing, make a qualified prism, and discover the changes in the 3 primary colors. This is already very impressive. What do you think? Lin looked at the judges and asked. Raphael and others looked at each other. Glenn's research results were worthy of a Morning Star Medal. But they could also see that Lin had a deep understanding of optics, and was no stranger to primary colors. Anyone who can direct Glenn to conduct experiments must have known this theory for a long time. But since even Lin didn't object, after some discussion, they all agreed. The spirit of the establishment of the Magic Symposium is to encourage wizards to conduct magic research and publish the corresponding results. Since Glenn and others have independently researched the phenomenon of rainbow light and 3 primary colors, they are still worthy of reward. Chapter 315, Rejected Nomination for the Medal of the Morning Star and Invisible Light. After unanimous review by several judges, the resolution to apply for a Morning Star Medal from Congress as a commendation was quickly passed. The wizards in the auditorium all looked at Glenn with envy. Generally speaking, as long as they were approved by the great wizards, the so-called application to the Parliament was just a process. However, at this moment, Glenn stood up and interrupted. "Wait a minute. Masters, do you have any novel magic theories that you would like to explain?" Lin asked curiously. "No, not really." Glenn shook his head and then said hesitantly, "Thank you for your recognition, Master Lin. But I would like to know that you should already know this spectroscopic device and the theory of essential colors." "Right." Lin hesitated for a while, not wanting to undermine Glenn's confidence too much. But he also knew that what he had just said was indeed too much. So he thought about it for a long time before explaining. "Just over a month ago, I happened to do a similar experiment when I was in the kingdom, so I have some understanding." Alok and others in the audience all nodded. They all saw with their own eyes that Dean Lin performed the exact same spectroscopic experiment using a small prism. "So that's it." Glenn looked a little disappointed. Although Lin said it very humbly, he naturally understood that these 2 theories had been verified by the other party in advance. As a developer of glass, this was not a surprise. "In this case, I can't take this Morning Star Medal. This should be your honor." Glenn was somewhat reluctant to give up, but still said firmly. He knew very well that as a recipient of the Order of the Sun, the most shining magic star in the wizarding land, Lin might not care about the ownership of an Order of the Morning Star. But Glenn did not want this kind of charity, which was very important to the creation of it as a shame rather than an honor for the School of Magic. As soon as these words came out, the wizards present were all shocked, and Glenn's friends frequently winked in an attempt to make the other party retract his words. "You know, this is the Morning Star Medal. At each academic seminar, only 3 or 5 people are usually awarded this honor. It is no exaggeration to say that with this medal, you will become the center of attention no matter where you go. Even those who are geniuses in academic research may only have 1 chance to be nominated in their lifetime. If you miss it, you may not get it again." At the judging table, Raphael and others had expressions of appreciation on their faces, although they all believed that the Morning Star Medal should go to Master Lin. When they saw Glenn's decisive refusal, they were both surprised and disappointed. Rejoiced. Similar things have happened in the past. For example, at the Society seminar 5 years ago, there were 3 schools of thought that happened to be studying the same element, and all achieved good research results. The only problem was that many of the theories were highly overlapping. Of course, it was impossible for them to give everyone a Morning Star Medal. Just to compete for this nomination, the 3 schools fought fiercely at the seminar, which caused extremely bad effects. Glenn's choice is undoubtedly much smarter. If he gets this medal without conscience this time, he will definitely attract some criticism. Now after rejecting it, the situation has opened up. Raphael can imagine that the name Glenn will spread throughout the wizarding land with this seminar. After all, this is the first time someone has declined a nomination for the Medal of the Morning Star. Lin, who was also sitting on the judge's seat, was a bit dumbfounded. He did not expect that he pointed out the omissions in Glenn's theory. and actually made the other party voluntarily give up the nomination. Obviously, it was my first time being a judge, so I didn't have a good grasp of it. Lin reflected secretly. Of course, he had known these theories for a long time. But after all, he was standing on the shoulders of giants. In comparison, Glenn and others were the real pioneers of magic. It would be bad if it undermines the confidence of these people, because he was worried about hurting the other person's self-esteem. Lin did not insist on giving Glenn the award, but just said in a deep voice, "Optics is a very new subject. Even the Arcane Society has not fully understood its properties. So we are all on the same track. Since you have developed this spectroscopic device and the 3 primary colors, you might as well keep working on that. In addition to the visible light that can be recognized by the naked eye, such as the 3 primary colors, there are also many kinds of light that we cannot see. They are of various types. Very strange, and worth exploring." Lin En talked eloquently, and gave Glenn some tips. Direction of the research. There are many invisible rays, such as infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, etc. As long as one of them is researched to some extent, it is not excessive to give him a Morningstar medal. If Glenn could study the nature of light, let alone the small Morningstar medal, even the highest academic award in the wizarding land, the Corona medal, would not be enough to commend his achievements. Glenn listened to Lin's explanation very carefully. He was unwilling to accept the honor from charity, but that did not mean that he refused the other party's guidance. More importantly, he wanted to find out which areas no one had yet explored, lest he himself all the hard research was in vain. "Master Lin En, we can't see these lights, nor can we perceive them through spiritual power. So how can we study them?" In the auditorium, an alchemist in the front row suddenly asked. Lin reminded with a calm expression, "We can analyze, classify and summarize the properties displayed by these light effects on objects, and find ways to create alchemical instruments that allow us to see and perceive them. Maybe magic transformation is also a good choice." Sanchez on the side also suggested. As a master of shaping magic, Sanchez naturally observes that different creatures can see different colors. For example, the giant monster he often transforms is born with color blindness and sees many things in gray, white and black. It was just that he had always thought that the brains of these creatures were unable to distinguish colors. But now, he realized that they lack so-called photoreceptor cells. "That's right. This is a good direction." Lin nodded in approval. Some creatures have 4 types of cone cells in their retinas, which can see much more light frequencies than humans. The power of wizards lies in the various magical magics that allow them to transform into these creatures and directly observe them, compared with using various scientific research instruments to measure. This is a big advantage. It's just that they didn't think in this direction in the past. When Lin En read a book on body shaping some time ago, it was mentioned that snakes are born with a kind of sensory magic and can sense heat with their tongues. In fact, to put it bluntly, the thing is just infrared. Chapter 316, the basic constants that govern the universe. There was a lot of discussion in the auditorium, and the wizards, who were proficient in shaping, were particularly excited. Lin and Sanchez undoubtedly pointed the direction for optical research. As long as he transforms into more creatures, studies their ability to perceive light, and even dissects and finds the so-called photoreceptor cells, and writes a summary report, wouldn't he get the Morningstar medal? "If I had known, I would have gone to study shaping." Alok sighed. He was better at elements and alchemy, and shaping was only at a barely passing level. "It's a pity that the most easily obtained Morningstar medal is about to leave me." However, Piers, who is proficient in plastic surgery, is also extremely worried. Just look around, and you will know that there are not many people competing for this medal. Otherwise, in a few weeks, the relevant magic theories will be piled up in the parliament, and it may not be able to take turns. Get yourself. Glenn and others on the high platform looked at each other. They had no experience in plastic surgery, and it would be difficult for them to keep up with others in research on invisible light. Lin also took into account the enthusiasm for optics among wizards, who were not from the plastic school. After a pause, he continued, "In addition to looking for invisible light, you can also start research from another aspect. For example, measuring the speed of light." Measuring the speed of light? Raphael and others were stunned for a moment. There are naturally many people interested in something as ubiquitous and magical as light. However, they cannot sense the light element, so it is difficult to observe it. And measurement. More than 10 years ago, the legendary speaker Aurora conducted an experiment where a wizard was 1 kilometer away from herself, and then used magic to reflect light to another person, and measured the speed of the light based on the arrival time. However, This thing is so fast that even the reaction speed of the legendary wizard cannot detect this small difference. In the end, the legendary witch can only guess that the speed of light may exceed 1,000 kilometers per second, and it needs to be carried out from a longer distance. Determination. But the second problem that arises from this is that light scatters. If the distance is too far, the transmitted light will become weaker and weaker, making more accurate measurement impossible. So much so that some people suspect that the light arrives instantly. However, this experiment had an unexpected gain. That is, it was successfully measured that the propagation speed of sound is between 300 and 400 meters, and will fluctuate depending on the region. Sanchez explained to Lin in detail the experiment that Speaker Aurora had done to determine the speed of light. 1 kilometer? It is indeed too close. And there is a lack of more professional instruments. So failure is normal. Lennon still doesn't know what the speed of light is in this world. But it is definitely not much slower. If according to the data of the previous life, the distance of 1 kilometer is a gap of hundreds of thousands of a second, even the legendary wizard cannot measure it purely based on reaction speed. Lin pondered for a while, and looked at the wizards at the seminar. I already have some ideas about the determination of the speed of light, but I haven't verified it yet. It will take a few days to prepare, probably after the seminar. The possibility of failure is not ruled out. During this time, if anyone can accurately, if you find out what the speed of light is, I will propose to the Congress that he be awarded a Silver Moon Medal. Silver Moon Medal? Master Lin, is this too exaggerated? Sanchez quickly interrupted. There are 2 conditions for issuing the Silver Moon Medal. The first is to propose a theory that can change a certain mainstream magic system. At the last seminar, when Lin En proposed the law of universal gravitation, they had planned to award him a Silver Moon Medal. It was just the legendary Speaker Herav who had the power to override all opinions. And Lin En calculated the speed of the planet under his feet, and used experiments to prove that the planet is constantly rotating and revolving around the sun, subverting everyone's view of the world. Only then did he receive the even more glorious Corona Medal. The second method is to make a significant contribution to the Wizarding Land or the Parliament. But now it was just to measure the speed of light, not to analyze the properties of light. He felt that a Morning Star Medal was enough. I don't think this is an exaggeration. A legendary wizard within the Arcane Society said that compared with optics, the existing magic theory can only be described as simple, even crude, and is just an explanation of macroscopic phenomena. Optics is one of the most important keys to revealing the microscopic real world, Lin En said solemnly. The speed of light is not different from the speed of sound, air resistance, and gravity, which will change if you change the planet. It has the same properties as the gravitational constant previously measured by Lin, as well as the absolute zero, Hubble constant, Planck constant, etc. that have not been measured yet. These values are not limited to one planet, but are the laws of objects that prevail in the universe, at least within the scope of human visibility and cognition. It is unchanged. The speed of light is particularly important, and many famous formulas are inseparable from this constant. One example is the famous mass-energy equation E equals mc squared. The E on the left represents energy, the m on the right represents mass, and c is the speed of light. This formula contains the mystery of mass and energy conversion, whether it is a nuclear explosion or a more powerful antimatter annihilation. You can use this formula to calculate it. Of course, there is still a question mark as to whether the theory of constant speed of light is accepted in the world, and these all need to be verified experimentally. Lin En has always wanted to calculate these basic constants, but he had put most of his energy into the war in the kingdom, so he kept delaying it. It can be said that starting from the study of optics, they have opened up a corner of the real world, from the orderly macroscopic realm to a chaotic and strange microscopic realm. Even the Federation in the previous life failed to fully study quantum theory, but even a small gain was enough to complete such a feat as an interstellar voyage. Lin En's overly straightforward words made the wizards present find it a bit difficult to accept. The magical science that has been developed in the Wizarding Land for hundreds of years was described by the other party as simple and crude. It is really a bit sensational. Could this legendary master of the secret magic society have become obsessed while studying light? A great wizard in the audience said with a sneer. He was very dissatisfied with Lin En's words that belittled the existing magic theory. The element of light is indeed magical, but at best it is just one of the bricks that make up the magic building. After decades of development and improvement, the light element theory of the Wizarding Land has established a general framework, but it has not yet undergone final verification. Chapter 317: The Magnificent Thousand-Faceted Mirror Plan to Measure the Speed of Light. Lin En heard everyone's discussions and doubts. But he didn't rush to refute. After all, experiments are always more powerful than words. Seeing that the atmosphere on the court became a bit tit for tat, Raphael quickly opened his mouth to calm down the atmosphere. As for the method of measuring the speed of light and the theory of light elements, let's wait until the end of today's seminar to discuss it privately. Time is limited. Let's move on to the next matter now. Glenn and others took the light dissociation device and bowed and left. About 2 minutes later, another wizard came on stage to show everyone his research results. A multi-headed basilisk corpse and related research reports. This is undoubtedly valuable, because the Hydra is rare in the wizarding land. So there is currently no detailed anatomy report on this beast. If a shaping wizard wants to completely transform into a certain creature, the first step must be to thoroughly understand the structure of the creature. Transforming into a magical creature is even more difficult. When it comes to demonized cells, even a formal wizard can only a magical creature is selected for transformation. Very good, but your research missed an important thing. That is, the basilisk has several heads. Once the wizard chooses to transform this creature, he will face unknown risks, and the soul may be separated, Sanchez said on the side, looking through the report in his hand. He said solemnly, however, although this is risky, it is also the special feature of the Hydra. The regeneration ability of this thing is very outrageous. Even if the head is cut off, it can grow another one. Its combat effectiveness is very impressive. If it can be studied thoroughly, it may be able to shape the future. Wizards of the Shape School will have an additional choice of magical transformation. Thinking of this, Sanchez asked him to continue his in-depth research. If he could solve the risk of deformation or crack the secret of the infinite regeneration of the Hydra, then he would seek nomination for the Medal of the Morning Star for him. The wizard who had been recognized by Sanchez seemed very happy, and quickly looked at the other great wizards. Lin's understanding of shaping magic was still at an early stage, and he was in no way comparable to a shaping master like Sanchez. He could only give him some suggestions on dissection and corpse storage from a biological perspective. The rest of the judges also made additions. Raphael strongly disagreed with the development of the Hydra's transformation magic. After all, dividing consciousness into several heads is terrifying to think about, and it may cause damage to the soul level. Irreparable damage. However, in general, several people agreed with Sanchez's judgment. If they can continue to study and produce more and more rigorous results, they will not be stingy in nominating them to Parliament. It seems that there will be several recipients of the Order of the Morning Star in today's academic seminar, Raphael said with emotion as he watched the wizard walk down the platform. He had not seen such a grand event in decades. It must have been last year that Lin won the highest honor in academia, which triggered the enthusiasm of wizards for research. However, Raphael undoubtedly set a flag. After he finished speaking, there was no new theory or invention that dazzled them all afternoon. Lin En was also disappointed. One of the wizards came up and said that he had discovered the secret of the elements, which was enough to overthrow the existing elemental system. This made him look forward to it for a while. But the other person's argument could only be described as full of loopholes. But because of Glenn's lesson, Lin did not refute it bluntly. He tried his best to tactfully point out the loopholes in the theory, and praised the other party's spirit of daring to question authority. It was in the evening that the seminar came to an end. Almost all the wizards walking out of the auditorium were discussing the light speed determination experiment mentioned by Lin. There is no way. The attraction of the Silver Moon Medal is extremely powerful. Even many great wizards may not be able to get such an honor. Some people even maliciously wondered whether Master Lin En wanted to get another Silver Moon Medal for himself. So he deliberately made optics so important. But such speculation is obviously untenable, because at the venue today, Master Lin En had already studied the three primary colors theory. But he was still willing to give Glenn a nomination. If you are a person who attaches great importance to honor, you will never give up the Morning Star Medal you deserve. Glenn, have you ever thought of how to measure the speed of light? Outside the gate, a pretty witch looked at Glenn and said with a sad face, a little complaining in her tone, "You shouldn't have refused Master Lin En's kindness just now. It took you several months to research it," Glenn said rather helplessly. "Nancy, everyone in the meeting just now can see that Master Lin En has discovered these theories a long time ago. I am not an original author at all. If I were to receive the Morning Star Medal for this, I'm afraid I would be criticized a lot. It's just some jealous people talking nonsense. It's not as important as the Morning Star Medal." The witch named Nancy curled her lips. Still a little dissatisfied, Glenn shook his head and did not continue to argue. Instead, he ignored the topic, straightened his expression, and spoke. "As for how to measure the speed of light, I think we can use Lady Aurora's method. But didn't the speaker's experiment fail? Nancy asked in confusion. The distance is just not enough, Glenn said decisively. As long as you increase the distance 10 times, or even 100 times, it will always work. This is the stupidest and fastest way. 100 times. That is, if it is at least 100 kilometers away. Can the light still be seen? Nancy muttered to herself. Glenn quickly described his idea. Previously, he used the magnification and reduction principle of concave and convex mirrors to develop a small magic of light concentration, which can concentrate the light to form a more dazzling strong light. In this way, even if the light is scattered when traveling over long distances, it should still be able to maintain an intensity that can be recognized by the naked eye. As for how to achieve a distance of 100 kilometers, his idea was to keep light refracting back and forth. One mirror is 100 meters apart. 10 mirrors are 1 kilometer apart. 100 mirrors are 10 kilometers apart. And 1,000 mirrors are 100 kilometers apart. Even if Lady Aurora guessed that the speed of light was 1,000 kilometers per second, it would still take tenths of a second to run the entire distance. With the wizard's reaction speed, such accuracy could barely be determined. 8,000 mirrors. Nancy clicked her tongue, admiring Glenn for being able to think of such a grand plan. But then hesitated. This stuff isn't cheap. A mirror costs several magic gold coins, and you can't afford it even if you empty them out. So we can only borrow it. Glenn shrugged. In order for his experiment to proceed smoothly, he could only put down some dignity. Chapter 318. It seems that Master Lin is going to miscalculate this time. While the wizards of Greenreel City were studying methods to measure the speed of light, a conversation was also going on in the manner of the legendary speaker Herav. The existing magic theories in the Wizarding Land are very crude. Did he really say that? After listening to Aurora's story, Herav couldn't help but frown. Lin's words were undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Wizarding Land. It is also a huge disrespect for those pioneers who have worked hard to develop and study magic. Even if they have extraordinary knowledge, they should not be so arrogant. No, I think he doesn't just mean the Land of Wizards. The magic theories developed by the Arcane Society are no exception. They all appear extremely crude in the face of optics, Aurora explained, while also recalling I remembered what Lin said at the meeting. Optics is the most important key to uncovering the microscopic real world. What does this real world mean? Is it possible that the world they see now is false? Aurora thought in confusion, always understanding the meaning of these words. Herav was also lost in thought. From previous contacts and various novel theories proposed by Lin, it can be seen that the Arcane Society has a far deeper understanding of magic and the world than they do. If these words are not intended to be sarcastic and arrogant, then it is worth exploring what kind of secrets the ubiquitous light contains that can actually deserve such an evaluation. Herav really wanted to attend another gathering of legendary wizards and ask questions face to face. But until now, he had not received another invitation. Although Herav, who possesses the Ring of Secret Magic, also has the right to organize other people to hold meetings, this seems to be too eager. The most important thing is that he has not yet figured out the Big Bang Theory, nor has he been able to study it and come up with it. A novel theory for the legends to explore. Thinking of this, Herav vaguely understood why the gathering of legendary wizards has not been held yet. It is normal for a magic research to take 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years to produce some results. The Wizarding Land holds a meeting once a year. Academic seminars are already considered frequent. It seems that we must pay more attention to the research of optics. Herav's expression became extremely solemn, and then he looked at Aurora and asked curiously, "Can you measure the speed of light?" Aurora is the one who has the deepest understanding of optics among them. If she can't do anything, then the entire Wizarding Land may not be able to measure the speed of light. "I think we can start with astronomy," Aurora said thoughtfully. "What is the most difficult thing about measuring the speed of light?" Of course, the speed of light is incredibly fast, and they couldn't find a large enough venue to conduct experiments, and it was difficult to create light strong enough to span thousands of kilometers. As for the vastness of the distance, of course, it has to be the universe and the starry sky. According to the data they calculated last year, the diameter of the entire planet is tens of thousands of kilometers, and the distance between the planets is even further. The most important thing is that the sun above their heads is a huge luminous body. As long as they know the distance between the two sides, wouldn't it be possible to measure the speed of light? "This method is good," Herav said in admiration. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly interrupted. "No, that's not right. When we see the sun, the light has already arrived. There is no way to measure the speed of light." According to Lin, everything they see is a reflection of light. Before the light arrives, They can't see the sun at all. So how can it be used as a reference? Aurora also frowned, which she had not considered before. But just a few seconds later, she smiled again. Then you can try other stars in the distance. For example, the companion star of Tyre Star will disappear from time to time. It seems that it has rotated to the back of Tyre Star and blocked the sun's light, so we can't see it. The rotation cycle of the planet should be extremely stable and regular. But this is not the case. According to my observations, the companion stars disappear at different times in a year, sometimes faster and sometimes slower, and they disappear every month. Variety. This strange astronomical phenomenon once puzzled her. But now she has an answer. Because Tyre Star is at different distances from them in its orbit around the sun during a year. It takes time for the sun's light to travel to the companion star and then reflect back to be seen by them. And it will not arrive immediately. If we know the distance between the two stars, and the distance of the eternal star may reflect the speed of light. After listening to Aurora's story, Harib was amazed. You still have a way. It seems that you have decided on the Silver Moon medal this year. As he said this, Harib couldn't help laughing. This time, Lin was probably going to make a miscalculation. Lin dared to promise in public to nominate the person who measured the speed of light for the Silver Moon medal. He was obviously very confident that they would not be able to find a method to measure the speed of light in just a few days. But the other party obviously underestimated their ability. There's just one more question, Aurora said hesitantly. What's the problem? Harib asked with a smile. The diameters and distances of each planet are still being calculated. At present, we have only calculated how far the sun and moon are from the eternal star at our feet. It is not the turn of Tyr yet, Aurora said helplessly. The methods they used to measure the diameter and distance of the planet were the 3 laws of stars and the trigonometric parallax method given by Lin. Due to the large size of the planet, the calculated data was incredible, and they often had to perform repeated calculations to confirm. So the progress is very slow. It's been almost a year, and you haven't finished yet? Harib's expression was very speechless. That's not the same as not saying anything. Lin will conduct verification after the seminar. How can they have time to wait? Calculate it slowly. Aurora rolled her eyes at Harib. They still have to verify the theories proposed by Lin in this year and redraw a detailed star map. The star Tyre is not very important, so it is naturally relatively low on the list of. In addition, although it is feasible to use this method to measure the speed of light, considering the rotation of the planet itself, there may be some errors, and only approximate values can be estimated. So we can only use stupid methods, such as reenacting your original experiment. If 1 kilometer is not enough, then 10 kilometers, or even 100 kilometers, Harib said decisively. In fact, many people are already preparing to do similar experiments. Their ideas are very interesting. Let these people do it. Aurora shook her head. Since someone was helping her verify it, then it would be nice to save a little effort. Chapter 319, it seems that the speed of light is not very fast. On the evening of the next day, thousands of wizards and civilians gathered outside a street in Greenreal City, watching Glenn and others hang smooth mirrors on every wall in the street. Only the last 50 mirrors are left. Place them all according to the drawings. The angles must not be wrong at all. Glenn loudly directed Nancy and others to place the mirror in the appropriate place and adjust the angle according to his precise calculations. Thanks to the wizard's steady hands and high precision, if the angle is said to be 15 degrees, it will never be 16 degrees. Otherwise, it would not be easy to connect the reflected light of hundreds of mirrors in series. Things, just for the various refraction angles. It took the 7 wizards a whole day to calculate it. What made Green feel a little relieved was that the process of borrowing the mirror went very smoothly. After knowing that he was used for the light speed measurement experiment, many curious wizards generously donated the round mirrors they had bought before. He even got approval from the council, allowing him to use the streets and squares of Greenreal City as a venue for experiments when the sun went down and the shops closed. It took more than an hour for Glenn and others to place the last 50 mirrors. By the time they were finished, the sun had set and the entire Greenreal City was pitch black. At his request, there was no candlelight in all the houses, and everyone could only see the surrounding things clearly with a little moonlight. Glenn, can you tell me now? Why are you asking us to borrow so many mirrors? Do you plan to use these to measure the speed of light? A wizard who was familiar with Green asked impatiently. Everyone present also looked forward to it. Due to the temptation brought by the Silver Moon medal, there were many wizards who wanted to complete this experiment. There were various ideas, but Glenn was the first to put his ideas into action. People, facing the attention of everyone. Glenn also seemed a little nervous, but he still explained eloquently. My plan is to use the principle that mirrors can reflect light to increase the distance traveled by light, thereby measuring the speed of light. He has placed a large number of mirrors in Greenreal City. Later, he will create a beam of strong light from the entrance of DC District, which will be reflected by the mirror all the way to XC District, then to Nanchang District, and then return in a circle. A total of 1,000 reflections are required, and the total distance is 100 kilometers, Glenn said proudly. He has accurately calculated every point where the mirror is placed, which means that they only need to stand there and wait for the light to circle around Greenreal City, and the final landing point will be the tower above their heads. I placed a piece of white cloth on the top of the tower. As long as you see a conspicuous light spot on it, it means that the light has made a circle and traveled 100 kilometers. The speed of light can be calculated by inverse calculation of the time it took, Glenn explained. What a novel idea. It can actually be like this. Raphael suddenly realized and looked at the wizard named Glenn with admiration. In this way, he could create a distance of 100 kilometers with just a few streets. Do experiments under your nose. The other wizards immediately became interested. Glenn's plan sounded very feasible. It was a full 100 kilometers. After all, the light element would need to run for a second or two. Right? Dean Lin, do you think this can measure the speed of light? Alok couldn't help but ask. He knew that the dean was also preparing related experiments recently, which determines the price of a silver moon medal. Belong. It's feasible, but it's also not feasible. Lennon smiled and said mysteriously, without any intention of revealing the answer. I have to say that Glenn is quite creative. He can even think of this method. But he still lacks some considerations. Seeing that Lennon's words were so ambiguous, the wizards on the scene couldn't help but curl their lips. It seemed that even the magic star didn't know the outcome, and could only use this excuse to save face. But that's right. If the other party had known in advance, they would have measured the speed of light long ago. After all, this experiment is not complicated. As long as there are enough mirrors, this experiment can be easily reproduced. Glenn did not interpret what everyone said. He took the drawing in his hand and confirmed it one last time. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Time passed bit by bit, and when there were almost 3 seconds left before midnight, Glenn raised his hand, and a hot fireball emerged in the air, lighting up the entire street. But this was just the beginning. Glenn and 5 other wizards cast spells together. Under the surge of magic power, circles of reflective layers began to appear around the fireball, forming a closed sphere in midair, covering the fireball. Inside, only a small hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter was left. The light released by the entire fireball was gathered together and shot out through the small hole. The target was the first circular mirror. Glenn controlled the time extremely accurately. This was the moment when the magic clock reached 0. Under the attention of countless people, dazzling beams of light appeared in the entire street, which continued to stretch under the continuous reflection of the mirror. The end of the field of vision. On the side, Nancy had her back to Glenn and her eyes were just staring at the top of the tower. She didn't dare to blink for fear of missing the light spot that appeared. She was holding a magic clock in her hand. The moment she saw the light spot, she must be stopped immediately. And the final time taken is the time it takes for light to travel 100 kilometers. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Nancy stared so hard that her eyes were sore. But there was nothing on the white cloth on the tower, and no light spots appeared. It seems that the speed of light is not very fast. It has been more than 10 seconds. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Alok muttered and said, this is a whole 100 kilometers. No matter how fast you run, it still takes half a minute. Right, Pierce said with a smile. Raphael and the others frowned, and a thought vaguely emerged in their minds. Could it be that there was something wrong with the experiment? Thinking like this, several great wizards flew up directly, intending to look around the entire city from a high altitude to find the problem. Glenn below also noticed something was wrong, because the light intensity was weakened much faster than he expected when reflected from the several mirrors he looked at. About 10 seconds later, Raphael and others returned from the air. The expressions on their faces became a little helpless. Master Raphael, how is the situation? Has the light not arrived yet? A friend of Glenn hurriedly came forward and asked curiously. Chapter 320 is a big deal. A vacuum field covering half of the city. After Raphael returned to the ground from the air, the first words he said stunned everyone present. I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue this experiment. Master, what's going on? Is it possible that the refraction angle of the light is wrong? Nancy asked eagerly. But they confirmed more than 10 times that every mirror was carefully placed according to the drawings. But before Raphael could answer, Glenn sighed and said, "It must be because the light is getting weaker." "Right. That's right." Raphael nodded. "I just confirmed it in the air. After being reflected by the 73rd mirror, the light beam you created has become so weak that it cannot be recognized by the naked eye. It decayed so fast?" Glenn's face turned pale. If the light could penetrate 300 or 400 mirrors, there might be a way to make up for it. Just find a few more wizards to cast spells together and create a more powerful beam. Enough. But these are 73 mirrors, and they have only traveled a quarter of a distance. With this attenuation frequency, they have to increase the beam 10 times or even 100 times? How is this possible? "Master Lin In, I think you should know what's going on." "Right." Raphael turned to look at Lin In and asked. Everyone present turned their attention to the magic star, and suddenly remembered Lin In's evaluation of this experiment just now. It works, but it doesn't work. Lin In stopped trying to sell things at this time and explained. "It is possible to make light travel farther through the principle of reflection. However, although the mirror can reflect light, it cannot completely reflect it, and a part of the energy must be lost every time. That means we should reduce the number of mirrors and increase the distance of each reflection?" A wizard quickly thought of a solution. "No, that won't work at all," Glenn said with a sigh. "Light can't travel very far." He had already tried this before, so he reduced the distance between the two mirrors to about 100 meters. "That's because the elements present in the air also reflect and absorb light, and the light itself does not propagate in parallel, but spreads in all directions. So we can see the light," Len continued to explain. "In other words, as long as light can be seen, it means that the light has been dispersed and reflected into their eyes." Raphael immediately understood what Lin meant, but then suddenly retorted, "This shouldn't be right. Then how do the sun's rays travel across a distance of tens of millions of kilometers to reach this eternal star?" After Raphael's reminder, many wizards also discovered the loophole in Lin's words. If the light would continue to decay, then the light from the sun would not be able to reach here. The wizards of the prophecy school have calculated the distance between the eternal star and the sun. It is a very astonishing value. Even the nearest point is hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Outside our planet, in the vast universe, the content of elements is very rare, and light does not lose energy in the vacuum. As for when it reaches this planet, it is only scattered and absorbed by the elements, and it does not disappear." Lin shook his head and said. Lin In answered and dismissed everyone's questions, but the successive problems left Glenn and others completely stunned. In this way, the problem of light intensity attenuating with distance cannot be solved. Glenn thought hard for a while, but he couldn't figure out how to make the light cross 100 kilometers and still be seen by them. "Is it possible that we can only declare failure?" Glenn was very unwilling. He had made so many preparations and put up such a big battle, but in the end, he still fell short. It is conceivable that they will definitely become the butt of jokes among wizards tomorrow. At this moment, a sound like a loud bell suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Then let these obstructive elements disappear. Wouldn't it be great to create a vacuum area large enough to simulate the environment of the universe? Everyone present looked in the direction of the sound, and then they discovered that several legendary speakers were walking towards this direction. And the person who spoke was clearly Herav. Lord Herav. Glenn was pleasantly surprised. Yes, as long as a vacuum area is created to cover the light propagation distance, the weakening of the light intensity can be greatly reduced. Only a legendary wizard like Herav could come up with this outrageous, yet very effective solution. After Herav spoke, the wizards gathered nearby also gave Glenn advice. For example, 1,000 mirrors are too many. They can increase the distance of each reflection by 1 kilometer, so that only 100 mirrors are enough. Even Anthony stood up. He was very interested in this experiment of measuring the speed of light on a mirror, and even proactively suggested that he could use thunder magic to create a more powerful light source. Amid the buzzing discussions, one problem after another was solved one after another. Such an enthusiastic Moyan atmosphere also made Lin feel very comfortable. Although there are many people watching the fun and even waiting to see the joke, there are also many wizards who are focusing on magic research and want to find out how fast the speed of light is. Glenn also regained his composure, modified the position and angle of each mirror on the drawing, and reduced the number to 100, preparing to conduct another experiment with more powerful light. Everyone who has nothing to do with it should stay away first. All the great wizards should stay, Herav said solemnly. Even if he was a legend, he couldn't repel elements on such a large scale. He had to gather the power of everyone to do it. Okay. The preparations once again took an hour to be declared complete. Anthony took the lead, and the flashing lightning began to appear in the palm of his hand, and became brighter and brighter. The violent thunder kept beating, and both civilians and wizards squinted their eyes. The light was so bright that people could not look directly. Let's start. Harev's tone increased a bit, and his voice spread to every corner of the city. At the same time, 20 great wizards and 3 legends cast spells together, and the surging elements around them were quickly expelled by the huge magic power. In just 3 seconds, a vacuum field covering less than half of the city had quietly taken shape. What a generous move, Len said with emotion. The wizard's imagination and practical ability far exceeded his expectations. But he quickly calmed down and raised his hands to expand his own domain and complete the tasks he was responsible for. That part of the vacuum section. Chapter 321: The Beam of Light Piercing the Sky. After the vacuum realm gradually formed, Glenn also released his light-gathering magic again, and the electric ball suspended in midair and flickering was wrapped. A beam of light that was so intense that it was difficult to see directly flew out from the tiny hole. However, because there were no elements in the vacuum for reflection, everyone present could not see the existence of the beam at all. It could only be seen through the light inside the wizard's city. 100 circular mirrors are used to judge the trajectory of light. Appeared. The wizards waiting outside the vacuum realm looked at the top of the tower in surprise. Although the incomplete reflection of the mirror would attenuate the intensity of the light step by step. This time the light did not disappear after traveling a full 100 kilometers. Instead, the top of the tower and the entire white cloth are illuminated translucently. Did you see when it arrived? Pierce asked curiously. He blinked just now and didn't see clearly when the light reached the top of the tower. It seemed like just a moment. It was too fast. Alok shook his head. He didn't blink at all just now and didn't see clearly. The vacuum realm that enveloped half of the city slowly receded. Maintaining such a huge realm was not an easy task even for great wizards and legendary wizards. How's it going? Are there any results? Raphael quickly flew back from the XC area and hurriedly asked. Glenn immediately turned to look at Nancy, the witch who was responsible for recording time, and the magic clock in her hand. The time above stopped at 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Glenn frowned. Could it be that the other party forgot to start the timer? In such an important experiment, even the legendary speakers participated. How could there be such a big mistake? I pressed it, Nancy said anxiously, almost crying because it started and ended at almost the same moment. This magic clock is an extremely precise alchemy instrument. It contains the sand of time and is solidified with magic. 10 grains must fall every second, which means the accuracy can reach 0.1 seconds. Nancy's hand speed was obviously very fast, and she pressed in an extremely timely manner, so not a single sand of time fell. Did you see it clearly just now? Harev turned to look at Aurora and Vittorio. The 2 legendary speakers also shook their heads. They were also paying attention all the time, but they still didn't see it clearly. Everyone present had a look of horror on their faces. The light had traveled 100 kilometers to appear there. Even the legendary wizard couldn't detect the slightest clue in the whole process. So how fast is it? 10,000 kilometers? 100,000 kilometers? Or 1,000,000 kilometers? Does light really arrive instantaneously? Sanchez guessed. This was also the theory of infinite speed of light that was previously popular in the wizarding land. No matter how far away it is, it can reach its destination instantly. In this case, why is it necessary to test the speed of light? No matter how you measure it, there will be no results. Aurora shook her head. She understood that there must be a limit. She has made some progress in astronomy research these days. In addition to Tyr, unstable orbits can be observed in the companion stars of many planets. Phenomenon. This must be related to the propagation of the speed of light. It's just that this value may be unimaginably large. It seems that this experiment has failed, Glenn sighed and said. Even though he was very reluctant, he had to admit this. It can be said that they have done everything they can. It even succeeded in letting the light pass through a distance of 100 kilometers. But now it seems that to the light, this distance is no different from 100 meters. And it is reached instantly. Glenn was very ashamed. He didn't expect that he had spent so much effort and got help from a group of great wizards and legendary speakers. But in the end, he got nothing. I think this experiment has great value. Lennon's voice suddenly sounded. It's okay to at least get a Morning Star medal. Master Lennon, even if you want to be partial, you can't make fun of the reputation of the Parliament. Right. a great wizard said with dissatisfaction. Glenn's plan to measure the speed of light using specular reflection is indeed interesting. But it is also true that no research results have been obtained. If this can give you the Morningstar medal, then this thing will be available to everyone. Lin En did not reply, but pointed at the first round mirror. Everyone present looked over in confusion. Although the surrounding vacuum field had been removed, the magic of focusing light was still continuing. A beam of light with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter hit the round mirror, constantly risking a hint of heat. Click. With a soft sound, the mirror suddenly shattered. The energy contained in this beam of light is extremely terrifying. Even though the circular mirror can reflect 99% of the light, the remaining 1% of the absorbed energy has exceeded the threshold that the mirror can withstand. Without the obstruction of the mirror, the power and terror of the light beam are undoubtedly revealed. A wizard standing behind was unlucky to be hit by a beam of light, and his entire shoulder was instantly penetrated. A scream suddenly resounded in the street, and the wizards gathered nearby immediately dispersed in panic. Come! But the speed of light is too fast. All this is in vain. Glenn did not expect that such a thing would happen. But the core of the light was beyond his control, so he had to subconsciously deviate from the beam. The tiny but intense beam of light was like a divine sword with an almost infinite length, tearing apart everything in front of it. The injured wizard had half of his shoulder cut off, and then cut the wall behind like a knife into butter. It was cut into 2 sections diagonally, leaving a striking red burn mark on the ground. It was the scene of the floor tiles being destroyed and melted. And finally it shot straight into the air. After reacting, Anthony quickly cancelled his thunder magic, losing the powerful light source. And the dazzling beam of light also disappeared without a trace. The chaotic scene on the field also subsided, and Fulla wiped the cold sweat on her head. She was also in the attack range of the beam just now. But when she saw the thing starting to deflect, she lowered her head subconsciously to avoid being hit. Cut off the head. The astonishing temperature and destructive power still left a big shadow in her heart. This sudden experimental accident caused injuries to more than 10 people. The only good thing is that no one died. The most unlucky too. One of them had half of his shoulder cut off, and the other was hit from the front when the light deviated. Fortunately, the other party was cautious enough and blessed himself with a mage shield when he got closer to watch the experiment. However, there was also a deep scar on his chest. There was no blood flowing out of it, because the wound was solidified by the high temperature. The rest of them were lucky enough to be hundreds of meters away from the beam, and suffered only burns or temporary blindness from the strong light, which were not life-threatening injuries. Chapter 322 Legendary Magic. The Sun Shines. Although the out-of-control experimental accident caused a lot of casualties, the wizards gathered around did not retreat. After strengthening their own protection, they excitedly discussed the terrifying beam just now. The process of studying magic is often accompanied by risks, and it is normal for various accidents to occur. Therefore, there are many wizards who are seriously injured, blind, lost limbs, deafened, and even poisoned or blown to death. However, this does not stop their research and enthusiasm for magic, based on the level of potion science in the wizarding land. As long as he is not killed on the spot, he can basically be saved. What a powerful magic! Raphael said with a sigh as he observed the destroyed houses and the solid floor tiles that were cut into the ground. The wizards present finally understood why Lin awarded Glenn the Morningstar medal. It was not because of the other party's mirror experiment to measure the speed of light, but because of this light-gathering magic. Judging from the damage caused on this street, the focus beam can easily cut through houses and break through the mage shield within 50 meters, and can cause fatal damage to enemies without armor and protection within 100 meters. Even if it expands to 300 meters away, the strong light can blind or burn people. This is at least a 4th ring magic. No, a 5-ring magic. Right, Sanchez said thoughtfully. The power of the beam itself can be said to be fair, but its real terror lies in its speed. The distance of 100 kilometers can be reached in an instant, and there is no possibility of evasion at all. It can be used for sneak attacks to hit it accurately. Even in frontal combat, it is equivalent to holding a weapon with an effective killing range of more than 100 meters in your hand, slashing randomly, even if you have no place to hide. Glenn also couldn't believe that his light-gathering magic was so terrifying. It's not that he has never done relevant experiments in the past, but he has never concentrated the beam to such an astonishing degree. Of course, this is not all due to him alone. The thunder magic performed by Anthony is indispensable. Glenn alone cannot create such a strong light. It seems that light element magic can not only be used as an auxiliary in the future, Aurora said with a smile. She had already thought of many ways to use light-gathering magic. In the past, the polarizing magic system she created was indeed very powerful and weird, but it was often used as an auxiliary, such as invisibility, visual deception, magic projection, creating strong light to blind people, etc. Now it can be used as a main means of warfare. Congratulations, Glenn! You will be the first person nominated for the Morningstar Medal in this academic seminar. Raphael said congratulations. Glenn had a dumbfounded expression on his face. He did not expect that the beam measurement experiment for which he had high hopes did not achieve any results. Instead, it was the focusing magic that he didn't care much about at first that won him the Morningstar Medal. However, the destroyed streets and the casualties caused by the experimental accident also gave him a huge headache. All the money had to be compensated. Fortunately, no one died. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Thank you for your advice, Master Lin. Glenn did not forget to thank Lin for reminding him in time. Before, Glenn was envious and a little jealous of this famous magic star. But now, he only has admiration. The depth and breadth of the other party's knowledge far exceeded his imagination. From being able to accurately point out that the mirror cannot completely reflect light, and the phenomenon of light scattering. It is not difficult to see that Lin has probably done similar experiments long ago. The method is up to you. I have to say that this light-gathering magic and mirror reflection test of the speed of light are both very good, Lin said with a smile. It's a pity that the experiment failed. Glenn sighed. Lin smiled and did not reply. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Glenn's idea. It was really possible to roughly measure the speed of light. Of course, this premise is that the response speed is fast enough. According to the data from the previous life, it takes about 3/10,000ths of a second for light to travel 100 kilometers. He was not sure that the legendary wizard could detect this weak change. It seemed that he could not now. I overestimated the reaction abilities of these wizards. But Glenn's light-focusing magic also gave him a surprise. The convenience of magic was beyond expectation. Lin couldn't help but think of the fact that in his previous life, the Federation had built a large-scale sun concentrator in an uninhabited land. The high temperature generated could instantly melt steel. If concentrated at one point, it could even reach the stars, several times the surface temperature. Lin thought that he might be able to fly into the air and use large-scale light-gathering magic to replicate this. That would be true sunshine. Thinking of this, Lin was surprised to find that he seemed to have mastered another legendary magic. But it had higher requirements on the season and weather. It was powerful enough when used at noon in summer. Maybe we can go one step further and create real laser magic. While Lin was thinking about new magic, a group of wizards were discussing the failed mirror reflection experiment. In fact, there are many wizards who want to complete the beam measurement and get the Silver Moon Medal. The methods they come up with are all kinds of strange. But they are all inseparable from one argument, which is to create a long enough distance and find a way to record the distance that the light passes through. Time, but reality poured cold water on them. This time Glenn's experiment can be said to have reached the extreme in all aspects. Even the legendary speakers have taken action. They really can't think of any way to simulate a longer distance to measure the speed of light. Master Lin, is there really a way to measure the speed of light? Sanchez asked in confusion. All the wizards present also looked at the magic star. Of course. Lin nodded, paused, and then continued. Actually, my method is not complicated, and there is no such big scene. This made Raphael and others even more curious. But Lin just shook his head and said nonchalantly, the experimental equipment still needs some time to prepare, but you will know in a few days. Raphael and others were speechless, but there was nothing they could do. They could only guess in their hearts what the not complicated method Lin said was. Hera was thinking wildly whether he could use some kind of magic to reduce the speed of light to meet the measurement needs, or create a strong light and shoot it to the moon, based on the arrival time and distance estimate. Some wizards even maliciously felt that the magic star was just making up his mind. It would be funny if subsequent experiments failed like Glenn's. Chapter 323 Lin, to measure the speed of light. I only need a small gear. Although Glenn's beam measurement experiment ultimately failed miserably, it pushed wizards' curiosity about the speed of light to another climax, because the results of the experiment shocked them so much. Every wizard talked about the terrifying power of condensing strong light into a beam. It is foreseeable that optics will become the research direction of many wizards in the future. However, when it comes to measuring the speed of light, wizards are divided into two camps. Some people insist that the speed of light is infinite. After all, they can see the sun and moon which are extremely far away from here at a glance. Measuring the speed of light is nonsense. Others believe that the speed of light is limited because everything has that limit. And the light element is no exception. But they don't think they should continue the experiment like this. For light, even a distance of 100 kilometers is instantaneous. If this thing has a speed, it must exceed 10,000 kilometers per second to be so fast that no one can react. You must know that this thing is under their feet. The circumference of the eternal star is only over 40,000 kilometers. Is it possible to carry out experiments at both ends of the planet? This idea came to Sanchez's mind. The venue would be big enough. So how would they get there? Idiot! This planet is round, and light travels in a straight line. It is either blocked or flies into the universe, but cannot reach the other side, Raphael said with a sneer. Then what else can you do? Sanchez asked angrily. Raphael opened his mouth, then shook his head helplessly. How do I know this? This magic star has so many ideas. Who would have thought before last year's magic seminar that he could calculate the circumference of the entire planet just by setting up an icicle on the sea and measuring the length of the shadow? Length and volume. So Raphael couldn't guess what new ideas the other party could come up with this time. Out of curiosity, this magic seminar will continue. After 3 days, a total of 3 recipients of the Morning Star Medal appeared. They were Glenn, who created the light-gathering magic; Fulla, who took the stage to explain the theory of electromagnetism on behalf of Anthony; and Yolanda made a crude microscope. This wizard from the prophecy school was speechless after being refuted by Lin at last year's seminar. He learned from the experience and devoted himself wholeheartedly to research work. When using an astronomical telescope to observe distant stars, Yolanda suddenly had the idea to make some improvements to this thing, and successfully built a microscope. Although the two had a tit-for-tat confrontation at the seminar a year ago, Lin did not take this small conflict to heart. It was nothing more than an academic dispute. No matter how fierce the quarrel was, it was normal, and the other party did not deliberately engage in any despicable behavior. In order to disgust himself, Lin generously nominated Yolanda for the Morning Star Medal. This kind of generosity made Yolanda feel ashamed. He was already prepared to be targeted this time, and even wrote a speech of tens of thousands of words in advance to explain the importance of this research. However, he did not expect that it would not be used at all. Instead, Lin was the first to propose it to him, the adjudicator who hands out the Medal of the Morning Star. In the past few days of working together, Raphael kept making insinuations, hoping that Lin could reveal some details. But he was blocked by the latter without any details. I could only mutter secretly. Maybe Sanchez's guess was right. The magic star was not completely sure about the experiment, so he kept secretive. Lin ignored all the rumors spreading wildly in the wizarding land. After returning to the lounge of the Ieta school, he called Alok and others over and asked about their preparations. Dean Lin, you asked us to get the gears ready, Alok and Pierce said tiredly. It took them 3 days to make 10 gears of the same size, ranging from 500 to 1,200 teeth. According to the dean's instructions, the accuracy must be ensured, and the distance between each tooth gap is exactly the same. The accuracy can reach 1,000th of a centimeter. Only formal wizards can do such delicate work, which is why Lin brought them here specially after all. Someone has to be responsible for the work. Lydia and Johnny are responsible for the production of semi-transparent mirrors and reflectors, which are now completed. Very good. It seems we can start the experiment tonight. Lin checked the various experimental supplies and nodded with satisfaction. Alok and others were extremely surprised. Why did the dean ask them to make so many gears? Do we have to rely on these things to measure the speed of light? Lydia raised her hand and asked. Yes, the gears are enough. Lin nodded. At night, in Greenreal City, wizards who had received the news and came to watch the experiment crowded the entire square, with the name of Magic Star and the experiment of measuring the speed of light. No one wants to miss this grand occasion. Master Lin, we have been waiting for several days. You are not going to show off now, are you? Raphael said helplessly. He has been thinking about what other methods he can use in the past few days. I conducted an experiment, but as a result, I ran out of ideas and didn't have any ideas. My method is very simple, and everything you need is here, Lin said with a smile. Raphael and others curiously looked at the experimental equipment in front of Lin. The most conspicuous thing was naturally the strange-looking alchemical instrument. After Lin's explanation, they understood that this thing was used to emit light beams. The principle was the same. Glenn's focus magic is about the same. A reflector is placed on the city wall of the DC area, exactly 4 kilometers away from the square. Isn't this the same reflector Glenn made a few days ago to measure the speed of light? Nancy murmured softly, and the wizards present nodded in unison. You must know that Glenn used 100 mirrors to create a range of 100 kilometers. But in the end it still ended in failure. Although the mirror set up by Lynn passed through most of Greenreel City. Even including the round trip, the distance is only 8 kilometers. Less than 1/10. Measuring the speed of light is simply impossible. So we need to add this. Lynn pointed at what Alok was holding. This is the most critical part of this experiment. Gears? Raphael recognized it at a glance. This thing was no stranger to alchemists. It existed in the steam engines built by the Alchemy Society before. What does this have to do with the measurement of the speed of light? Chapter 324. My method is to use gears and light to compare speed. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Eric installed a gear in front of the alchemy instrument that emitted the beam, and placed a very strange-looking piece of glass between them. Lynn finally explained. This is a semi-transparent mirror. It is different from ordinary glass. As the name suggests, only one side can let the light beam penetrate. Glenn looked back and forth in surprise. On one side, he could clearly see the scene behind him, while on the other side, it was blurry. This experiment is also very simple. This alchemy instrument emits a light beam. When the gear is in a stationary state, the light will shine through the tooth gap and hit the opposite reflector. That side forms a larger light spot, allowing us to see it intuitively. As he spoke, Lynn turned on the alchemy instrument, and 2 beams of light immediately appeared in the air. Just as he said, the light passed through the semi-lens, crossed the gap between the 2 gears, accurately hit the distant reflector, then turned back, passed through the tooth gap again, and hit the semi-lens. But if this gear starts to rotate, then the light passing through the teeth may be blocked when it returns. Lynn paused, and with a thought, driven by the mage's hand, the gear it slowly turned. Lynn didn't need to explain too much. Everyone could see that the light beam behind the huge gear began to fade in and out, and the light spots hitting the semi-lens also became flickering. That's because when the light returns, it may happen to pass through the gap between the teeth, or it may be blocked by the gear. Just when the wizards were frowning and thinking about this phenomenon, Lynn's words came again. Theoretically, if the gear speed is fast enough, after the light passes through the first tooth gap and returns across a distance of 8 kilometers, it will just pass through the second gear gap. So that's it. Before Lynn could finish speaking, Glenn seemed to have thought of something and spoke in horror. In this way, every light element that can pass through the tooth gap will definitely return from the second tooth gap. There is no possibility of being blocked, and the beam and light spot will become extremely obvious. Glenn's words were like dropping a boulder into a calm lake, and the wizards present immediately exploded. This is really a genius idea, Raphael said with a trembling tone. He had been thinking about what method the magic star would use to measure the speed of light, but he didn't expect that the other party could do it with only a small gear. The characteristic of the method is 2 words: cleverness. The most critical aspect of this experiment is to synchronize the time it takes for the gear to rotate one section, and the time it takes for the light to be emitted and returned. The subtlety is that light needs to travel a full distance of 8 kilometers, and the opposite gear only needs to rotate a small amount to reach the second tooth gap. In other words, each tooth pitch on the gear represents the distance traveled by light. If there are 1,000 tooth pitches in total, and they rotate once, the light must travel 8,000 kilometers. 10 revolutions is 80,000 miles. The wizards, who also understood this, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This little gear is like a super amplifier. The speed of light may be incredibly fast, but the speed of gears can also increase extremely fast. This is to compare the speed of gears and light. Harab also sighed. It's just that Lin N is very ungrateful. The gear travels 5 millimeters, the distance of one tooth, and the light must run 8 kilometers. A difference of hundreds of thousands of times. In the end, you only need to know the distance traveled by the gear multiplied by this multiple difference, that is, looking at the number of teeth separated by the gear and the number of revolutions of the wheel in 1 second. You can in turn calculate the speed of light. No wonder Lin was so confident that he could measure the speed of light. Amazing! Worthy of being a magic star! Sanchez sighed. He was convinced. What kind of brain could come up with such an idea? However, there were also many wizards who were watching with blank expressions on their faces. What on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand? But in order to maintain his dignity as a wizard, he still nodded pretendingly, and then said a few words of praise. As expected of the magic star. This is a good idea. I knew he would have a way. Among the sounds of appreciation, There are also many voices of opposition. Yasos and others insist that the speed of light is infinite. No matter how fast Lin can accelerate the gear, it will be in vain. Master Dean, can we start? Lydia shouted loudly. Lin nodded and asked the halfling girl to start the internal combustion engine and increase the speed of the gear. Under the gaze of everyone, the 722th gear in front of them slowly began to rotate. And then the speed became faster and faster. 5, 10, and 15 revolutions per second. Soon it turned into an afterimage. The light spots on the light beam and the semi-lens are also flashing continuously. And the frequency is getting faster and faster, because the light is always changing back and forth between passing and not passing. So fast! Which Nancy murmured to herself. She could no longer see the speed of the gears. At such speeds, can light really distinguish small tooth gaps? You must know that the distance between each tooth gap is only 0.5 centimeters. At high speed, it will become a sharp cutting instrument. What if the light element cannot find the tooth gap when passing through? Then wouldn't they be able to see it? We may not be able to tell the difference, but light can, Lin said confidently. Look, the frequency of the light beam and light spot flashing seems to be starting to slow down. Raphael quickly reminded him. He was not the only one who noticed this, because this change was very obvious and could not be an illusion. After the rotation speed of the gear increased again, the faces of the wizards present suddenly showed a look of fear. The light spot has disappeared. Sanchez's eyes widened, and he saw an extremely strange sight in front of him. The tiny beam of light emitted from the alchemy instrument stopped at the gear when it returned. But the beam from the gear to the semi-lens was suddenly it disappeared, no longer appearing and disappearing as before. And there was no light spot hitting the semi-transparent lens. This is exactly the opposite of what Lin said. What on earth is going on? Raphael almost pulled off his beard, his mind filled with doubts. That's because the light that passed through the teeth just hit the tooth segments when it returned. This shows that the speed of light is limited. We are already halfway successful. Lenin's words rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 325. It only takes 1 second for light to circle the continent 7.5 times. After Lin Un's explanation, the wizards present reacted and looked at the rotating gears in front of them, with horror on their faces. This gear actually blocked all the light elements that tried to pass through the gaps between the teeth, without exception. This is not magic! Yasos and others shouted in disbelief. The occurrence of such a strange situation directly proves that the speed of light is not infinite. Otherwise, every light that passes through the tooth gap will return instantly, and there will be no possibility of being blocked. It's feasible. This method is really feasible, Glenn murmured to himself. Just as Lin said, they are already halfway successful. They only need to continue to increase the speed, and the returning light will gradually move backward, crossing the blocking tooth segments and reaching the next tooth gap. How fast is the speed now? Raphael asked eagerly. It's 25 circles per second, Lydia reported loudly. Keep making it faster. Faster! Raphael shouted loudly. Lydia glanced at Lin, and then increased the power of the internal combustion engine again as instructed. The speed of the gears immediately increased to several levels. It can only be described as an exaggeration. A violent noise rang in everyone's ears. So much so that Alok and others who were watching were a little worried that this thing would suddenly break. After accelerating to 35 revolutions per second, the light spot still did not appear. But the speed of the gear was close to the limit. Although Lin asked them and others to reduce the tooth pitch between the gears to 0.5 centimeters, the circumference of the gear itself has reached an astonishing more than 7 meters. And it may collapse at any time while maintaining an ultra-high speed. Get out of the way! I'll do it! Hera strode forward and directly interrupted the power provided by the internal combustion engine, and instead used magic to instantly accelerate the gear to more than 40 revolutions. In order to ensure accuracy, Hera did not increase too fast, but increased at a balanced speed. When the rotation speed of the roulette wheel exceeded 52 revolutions per second, every wizard present could clearly see that a conspicuous light spot appeared on the semi-lens again. This means that the light that passed through the first tooth gap has been reflected back from the second tooth gap. Just as everyone was cheering, the entire roulette wheel exploded, and the flying shards were like the sharpest knives, flying in all directions. There were bursts of screams in the crowd. Fortunately, Hera did not let the experimental accident happen again. These flying roulette fragments were like being plunged into a quagmire, under the action of the slow barrier. The speed was so high, slower and slower, and finally hovered directly in the air. What was the speed just now? Sir Speaker? Raphael asked excitedly. It's 52 revolutions per second, Hera said with confidence. You can never go wrong with this value. Raphael immediately calculated in his mind. 720 t times 8 kilometers times 52 revolutions. That is 299,520 kilometers per second. When calculating this value, all the wizards had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and they even couldn't help but wonder if they had made a mistake. This is too fast. No wonder they couldn't find the trajectory of light no matter how they measured it before. Doesn't this mean that light can circle the entire eternal star 7.5 times in just 1 second? Which Nancy suddenly realized this. The circumference of the continent under their feet is only 40,000 kilometers. Is this a bit too exaggerated? Sanchez frowned. It was nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. And within their cognitive scope, there was no difference between it and the instant. Only such a fast speed is enough to travel through the vast universe, Aurora reminded. For example, the closest point from the sun to the eternal star is about 140 million kilometers, which takes more than 8 minutes even at the speed of light. However, in the face of such distance and speed, even legendary wizards like them are as small as dust. So what we see every day is the sun a few minutes ago. Lydia counted on her fingers and suddenly came to a shocking conclusion. Yolanda and other wizards of the prophecy school suddenly thought that they might be able to measure the distance between each planet and themselves through the speed of light. The speed of light is a cosmic level ruler, which is an excellent reference object that can allow them to easily calculate various data that were difficult to evaluate in the past. Of course, this premise is that they need to measure the propagation speed of light in the vacuum of the universe. While the wizards were shocked by the terrifying speed of light, Lin was thinking about another thing in his mind. The speed of light in the two worlds is so close. Lin was thinking silently in his mind. If the data in his mind were correct, the speed of light measured in his previous life was 299,792 kilometers per second. The difference between the two was very small. It may just be a matter of measurement accuracy that causes the difference. Does this prove that two worlds exist in the same universe? This is not impossible. Although the Federation did not discover magic at all in the previous life, human beings cannot even fully control the small solar system. Just like the savages living in the desert, they think that the yellow sand all over the ground is the whole world. However, the vastness of the universe is far beyond everyone's imagination. Maybe there is a magical substance called magic, or energy, in a certain galaxy in the universe? Of course, the similarity between the two worlds is too high, and it is possible that they are the Earth in another parallel universe. However, these conjectures are obviously not verifiable now. Lin did not spend too much effort on this. Instead, he tried it several times again, using gears with different numbers of pitches that had been prepared long ago to verify the validity of this experiment. Accuracy. There was some fluctuation in the final data, with a difference of about a few hundred meters. The wizards present were extremely satisfied with this result. After all, compared to the huge size of the speed of light, it was not worth mentioning at all. Some people even speculate that the speed of light is different in different areas, like the speed of sound. So the data measured several times will change. Only Lin himself was a little dissatisfied. Of course, the more accurate the measurement of the speed of light, the better. However, under the current crude conditions, more accurate instruments will not be available for a while. The only things that can be done are gears, and for the 8-sided mirror experiment. These two methods are convenient and easy to use, but slight errors are always inevitable. Chapter 326: The Imperial Griffin Knights Crossing the Border. After the completion of the light speed measurement experiment, this year's academic seminar finally came to an end. But the method of using gear distance measurement is still talked about. Immediately afterwards came the award ceremony held in the Sky Territory. The 3 nominees, Fulla, Glenn and Yolanda, all successfully received the Morning Star Medal. Lennon also won a Silver Moon Medal again with this experiment of measuring the speed of light. It's just that for this award ceremony, the wizards were very divided. Most wizards think that the beam measurement method proposed by Lin can only be described as a wizard. Although this experiment alone is far from meeting the requirements for obtaining the Silver Moon Medal, it is not a big deal to be a little more tolerant to geniuses. Not to mention that the other party has already won the Corona Medal, so he won't make anyone jealous. However, there are also some wizards who have criticized the Magic Star for receiving the Silver Moon Medal. Although Lin's experiment was very exciting and even amazing, the final result was only a measurement of the speed of light. This kind of medal is usually only awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to the wizarding land, developed legendary magic, or made important additions to the existing magic system. In their opinion, Measuring the speed of light obviously does not correspond to any of them. It can be said that the Parliament made a very bad start this time. As the center of the torrent, Lin did not focus on gaining praise or rebutting slander. He continued to study the basic elements. Occasionally, he was pulled out by Raphael and others to get acquainted with the great wizards stranded in the wizard city. For a moment, Lin En did not refuse the communication between the great wizards. These people were all outstanding wizards. Among them were great wizards, who had won many Morning Star medals, and even the Silver Moon medal. In a sense, they were from another world. Newton and Einstein were also the backbone of the development of magic. On the third day after the academic seminar, all the MPs stranded in Greenreal City received invitations from the Parliament. Lin was no exception. He knew that the purpose of this meeting was mostly to discuss the next steps. The Holy See invaded in a big way. However, just before Lin went out, the halfling Darren, who should be far away in Aida at the moment, ran over in a panic with others. Master Dean, it's not good. It's not good. What's wrong? Darren? Lin frowned, already having a guess in his mind. It's intelligence from the kingdom of Hadrada. Just yesterday morning, those Imperial troops suddenly crossed the border. Darren gasped and handed over a sealed letter. This was much faster than he expected. Lin pondered and opened the envelope directly. After reading it, his expression suddenly became very solemn. 1 day ago, at the border of the kingdom of Hadera Tower, 2 huge airships were suspended in the sky at a height of 1,000 meters for routine patrol. As a glorious airship pilot, Hami has dreamed of flying freely in the sky like a bird since he was a child. However, as he has no magic talent, he knows very well that it is an unrealistic fantasy. A hoe and a piece of farmland are his foreseeable future. If he is lucky, he might be able to buy a camel beast, so that he can farm while farming. Save some effort. But since the new dean arrived in Ayada 2 years ago, everything has changed. Hami put down his hoe and joined the newly opened glass workshop, because he could earn half a year's salary there in 1 month. Then he heard that the dean planned to recruit some civilians and train them to become airship pilots. Hami couldn't believe his ears when he received the news. In his opinion, these airships, which were larger than a house but could rise into the sky, were the greatest magical creations of wizards. It is already a great gift to allow them to spend money to experience it. Can civilians like them, who don't know magic, also control such magical creations? However, he was confused. So Hami immediately quit his job in the workshop and joined the driver's training. In addition to figuring out how to control this behemoth and understanding a magical alchemical instrument that always points in the north and south directions, you also need to learn arithmetic and arcana knowledge. For example, how to estimate the distance between the airship and the target through appropriate reference objects and some simple formulas. And this is only the most basic investigation subject. Poor Hami has been hoeing for most of his life, so he is naturally very confused when it comes to learning. According to some rumors, even some wizards find this thing called Mathematical Olympia difficult. These efforts obviously brought him extremely generous rewards. The monthly reward he received increased from 10 silver coins to 20. He didn't need to work in the factory day and night, which made him always happy. Dreams come true in another way. So when he heard that Dean Lin was going to select some airship pilots to carry out dangerous missions, Hami chose to participate without hesitation. Part of it is to repay the Dean's kindness, and the other part is because during the mission, the remuneration is doubled. If they are accidentally sacrificed, their family will receive a pension of 10 magic gold coins, and they will also receive the most in the future. With good care, you can even go to civilian schools for free. Hami and the other pilots undoubtedly carried out the mission with a certain death mentality. However, after wandering around the border of the kingdom for more than a month, their tense minds gradually relaxed, and they even felt that the wizard was right. Not too exaggerated. They were at an altitude of thousands of meters at the moment. They only needed to see the Empire's cross-border troops from a distance, use telescopes to spy on the information, and then return to Ayada to report. That's it. There was no danger. However, in the past month, patrolling back and forth in the same area made Hami feel bored. Although he liked the feeling of flying in the sky, he was always in the same place and became a little bored after flying for a long time. Hami imagined in his mind that it would be great if he could fly to the other side of the world and take a look. Wait! Hami! What do you see over there? The deputy next to him suddenly shouted loudly, as if he had discovered something. Hami immediately turned his head and looked over. In the high sky in the distance, there seemed to be a golden cloud floating towards them. Why does it look so strange? Hami used the telescope set up on the airship to observe, and then his pupils tightened. These were not clouds, but a large group of monsters with eagle-like heads and fire lion-like back bodies. The bright golden eagle feathers were reflected in the sunlight. Under the illumination, a gilded golden halo appeared, which looked like a moving cloud from a distance. Those are the Griffins. The Imperial Order of Griffins. Chapter 327: The Damaged Airship and the Air Battle at the Border. There is no such thing as a Griffin in the land of wizards. But before leaving, the wizards told them about the intelligence of several special regiments in the Empire. And the Griffin Knights were one of them. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Hami shouted loudly. And the deputy immediately turned the direction of the airship, fled towards the kingdom, and immediately pressed the optical invisibility button. A spherical shield immediately appeared around the airship, and the huge airship quickly disappeared in a burst of distorted light. The Griffins following behind them all let out bursts of sharp howls. But they did not run around in a daze, as Hami expected, because they lost their target. Instead, they speeded up again and formed a very orderly circle. Surrounded, it was more than twice as fast as before. "Damn it! These guys are so difficult to deal with. You can't even fool them with invisibility," Hami cursed secretly. He knew only a little about Griffins, but he didn't know that this magical creature had an extremely high sense of smell, and could even smell the blood of its prey from several kilometers away. The mere visual disappearance would not cause much hindrance to them. What's more, it's still invisible in person. However, this cannot be blamed on Hami and others for not being cautious enough. Although the polarizing magic blessed on the airship is easy to use, if you want to hide such a behemoth, it consumes a lot of magic power. It can only be used at critical times, considering that they may need to stay in the outside world for 2 or 3 months this time. The pilots, like them, usually save as much as they can on magic crystals. They cannot have the luxury of always turning on the invisible magic to perform tasks. Quick! 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 Hami and others raced against time and quickly pulled the joystick to the maximum. After the huge airship completed the difficult change, a large amount of magic power was converted into hydrogen, and the internal combustion engine ran at full power. The rest of the crew held their muskets tightly, but they were too far away and did not fire rashly. The speed of the airship is getting faster and faster. The Griffin Knights, who had already closed the distance very close to each other, and even formed a vague encirclement, were surprised to find that this huge thing, like a ship in the sky, actually exploded with a force that surpassed the Griffin speed. As the captain of the Griffin Knights, Devi also did not expect this. In his opinion, such a huge alchemy instrument should logically run slowly. But the speed of the airship was unexpectedly fast. If this continues, they will only be able to watch each other slip away under their eyes. Devi's eyes were very cold and stern. Judging from this short contact, he had already listed this strange alchemical creation as a major threat that must be understood. Devi knew very well how useful a manned, invisible, and extremely fast-flying object could be in war. You must leave the other party behind, and it's best to intercept this alchemical creation as completely as possible. Thinking of this, Devi immediately lowered his head and communicated with the Griffin beneath him, and roughly estimated the direction and distance between the two parties. The distance to the northeast was about 600 meters. This is a height that is difficult for bows and arrows to reach. But Devi is full of confidence because before becoming a Griffin Knight, he is also a priest. Fortunately, we ran fast, seeing the airship rushing out of the enemy's encirclement at a very fast speed. Hami and others breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts were filled with the joy of surviving the disaster, even though they have long been prepared to sacrifice. If they can run away, no one will think that they lived too long. As long as they run farther, and the other party loses their bearings, they will be completely safe. Several crew members present also relaxed. The deputy, who was always paying attention to the enemy's movements, felt a warning sign in his heart. And then he pounced on Hami without hesitation and pinned him down in the cabin. Almost in the next second, a violent shock wave flew over from a distance and hit the cockpit of the airship. The huge airship shook violently, shattering the baffle on one side, except for Hami and the deputy, who were pushed down in advance. The rest of the pilots were thrown out by the impact and hit the bulkhead next to them heavily. However, before they could recover, the second wave of offensive came again. Praise to Ella, holy light impact! Devi and several Griffin Knights, who were also priests, shouted loudly again, and strong light waves came in an instant, hitting everywhere in the cockpit. Although special materials are used to make airships, and each airship has alchemy arrays such as toughness, solidification, lightness, and windproof, it cannot withstand the continuous attacks of gods. Technological bombardment. If Devi and others had not wanted to intercept this strange alchemical creation completely, the airship would have been knocked down long ago. But even so, under the second wave of offensive, the airship was seriously damaged, and its speed was getting slower and slower. Damn! It's probably the propeller outside that's broken. Hami's eyes turned red. Having studied the structure of airships, he naturally knew what this meant. The lack of power meant that they had lost hope of escaping. Everyone! Since these bastards won't give us a way to survive, then we have no choice but to fight with them. Hami turned his head and looked at everyone present, shouting at the top of his lungs. Fight with them! If you kill one, you won't lose. But if you kill two, you will gain? The pilots, gunners, and observers present all shouted in unison, with a look of determination on their faces. The lives of civilians like them are very low, and no one cares about their life or death at all on weekdays. But it is different in Aida, and they can be exchanged for 10 magic gold coins. This is enough. If you can kill a few more enemies, it will be a huge profit. After shouting, Hami and others no longer evaded, but picked up the muskets in their hands and shot at the Griffin Knights, who were approaching quickly. Continuous gunshots soon rang out thousands of meters in the air. Since the Griffin Knights were facing muskets for the first time, they were not very prepared for this strange weapon. Several Griffins were shot at once. However, their results were very pitiful. As the leader of the Warcraft group, the Griffin has a very tenacious vitality. Unless it is hit in the head head-on, or is hit by several muskets in succession, it is far from fatal. A very courageous Griffin Knight rushed over at the lead, relying on his exquisite flying skills and an elusive flight path. He was lucky enough to avoid the first round of shooting. Before the next round of ammunition was loaded, he had already flown to the airship. Chapter 328: The Cracked White Phosphorus Fire. Accept God's judgment. Sinner! The Griffin Knight raised the warhammer in his hand and shouted towards Hami and others. In just a few seconds, the distance between the two sides had shortened to about 20 meters, and Hami and others on the airship were still eagerly loading projectiles. Obviously, this powerful alchemical instrument cannot be fired continuously. He's got the top job today. A look of satisfaction appeared on the face of the Griffin Knight. But the next second, he saw Hami suddenly throw away the musket in his hand, take out a bottle of reagent shaking with a strange liquid from his pocket, and head towards. He smashed it directly over. While galloping, it was obviously too late to dodge. The Griffin under the Knight's feet let out a sharp howl. As its wings vibrated, a strong wind turned into a wind blade and cut open the reagent bottle flying in front of it. But this is exactly what Hami wants, because this tube of reagent is the latest creation of the Alchemy Research Institute, the magic potion Breath of Cold Wind. Of course, this is Lin's way of fitting the name of the wizards. In fact, it contains liquid nitrogen. As the costume was destroyed, the ultra-low temperature of nearly 200 degrees below zero immediately showed its amazing lethality. The white mist expanded rapidly and enveloped the Griffin Knight. Almost instantly, his head and hands were covered with blood. A thin layer of white frost immediately appeared on the armor. The Griffin under his feet was no exception. The powerful vitality and magic resistance made him struggle for a second longer. And then he hit the cockpit baffle with an astonishing momentum, and then turned into an ice sculpture, falling from 1,000 meters in the air. Several Griffin Knights, who also wanted to take credit, quickly changed directions when they saw the miserable condition of their companions, quickly climbed up, and began to destroy the conspicuous airbag above the airship. The airbag was made of very tough camel leather, but under the claws of the Griffin, it was no different from a thin piece of paper, and it was soon scratched and cracked. A large amount of hydrogen gas filled inside continues to spurt out. The reason why it is not helium, but the more dangerous hydrogen, is naturally to make it more convenient when it self-destructs. The resistance of Hami and others soon reached its limit. This airship is not equipped with anti-air firepower. After all, it is difficult for artillery to hit enemies moving at high speed in the air, and it is not even as effective as the muskets in their hands. After the Griffin Knights experienced the power of the muskets, they were not on the same plane as them at all, and they flew higher or lower to attack. Everyone, now is the last moment. They have not continued to use that powerful magical attack. There is only one possibility. That is, they want to capture us alive and intercept this airship, Hami said in a deep voice while looking at everyone present. Once they succeed, what awaits us will be endless torture and humiliation. There was silence in response to him. No one answered, but their eyes were extremely firm. Hami pressed a wooden button, and the bottom of the airship cabin was opened. Inside was a black sh, the size of a human head, filled with gunpowder and white phosphorus, and had a very powerful anti-ground weapon. Firepower. The airship has limited air-to-air capabilities, but it is very powerful against the ground. If the advanced troops crossing the border this time are an advanced force of less than 1,000 people, this airship can completely defeat them. But now it has become a means to kill each other. Everyone lit the torch silently, and they decided their own destiny with their own hands. At this time, Devi was wreaking havoc from the bottom of the airship with several Griffin Knights. But the sense of danger brought about by fighting on the battlefield for a long time vaguely raised warning signs in his mind. Devi trusted his own perception, and immediately then he directed the Griffins at his feet to stay away from here, and shouted loudly, "Spread out! Everyone spread out!" The rest of his colleagues executed his order very faithfully. But unfortunately it was a step too late. As the 5 torches were thrown down, a violent roar resounded in the sky 1,000 meters high. Hundreds of explosive rounds exploded at the same time. The huge airship disintegrated from the inside in an instant, and finally detonated the hydrogen-filled air bag above. The surging fire wave instantly swept in a dozen nearby Griffin Knights. The tragic wails continued one after another, and it seemed as if there was rain of fire in the sky. The Griffin Knights who died directly in the first wave of explosions were even considered lucky. But the Griffin Knights, who were only affected by the fire wave, is the real despair. Devi was one of them. With his extraordinary sixth sense, he successfully escaped from the core area of the explosion. But his body was still ignited by the wave of fire. It was an indescribable burning sensation. Devi tried hard to slap the white phosphorus fire on his body, but it was in vain, and even his hands burned. The Griffin under his feet was like crazy, shaking crazily and doing various stunts in the air until its whole body was ignited and rushed downwards like a fireball. Since the Holy See has decided to take back the kingdom in a big way, it is naturally impossible for the Holy See to send only some air troops. And even the most elite God's punishment army has been sent. After Devi fell to the ground with the Griffin at his feet, the surrounding bishops immediately gathered around and used hydrotherapy techniques to mobilize the water molecules in the air in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the situation did not improve at all. Devi was still there, roaring in pain. The flames seemed to penetrate into his flesh and blood, starting to burn from the inside. Just when all the bishops looked horrified and at a loss, a voice rang in everyone's ears. "Stop! This is the fire of H.L. summoned by the wizard, and it cannot be eliminated by ordinary means." The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a red and gold robe and an iron mask. "Lord Edwell." Everyone present quickly bowed their heads and saluted, and then asked respectfully, "Then how do we deal with it?" Adwell looked directly at Devi and suddenly spoke. "Hold your breath." Devi had been tortured by the terrifying white phosphorus fire and was about to lose his mind. But after hearing Edwell's words, he still gritted his teeth and held his breath. "Tear off the air first. This is the first condition for burning." Adwell raised his hand, and a burst of soft light enveloped Devi, and the terrifying white phosphorus fire was immediately suppressed. "Then remove the injured flesh and blood and block it from absorbing nutrients. Finally, treat it." As Edwell spoke, the soft white light suddenly turned into a murderous weapon. A layer of skin and flesh was cut off from Devi's whole body, and even the bones could be vaguely seen. His eyes were so wide open that he almost fainted. Fortunately, the pain only lasted a few seconds, and the lost flesh and blood it soon grew back under the influence of divine magic. Chapter 329 Lin In. It's time for white phosphorus fire to be eliminated. The entire treatment process ended in just 3 minutes. When Devi got up again, his injuries had been completely healed. Adwell had personally experienced this strange eternal fire outside the seaport town, and the intelligence passed from the kingdom also emphasized that the other party used this thing to destroy tens of thousands of elite troops from the kingdom. Since he is leading the army in person this time, he will naturally not be unprepared. "Thank you, Lord Adwell," Devi said gratefully, looking even more ashamed. He took the initiative to lead the team just to seize the huge alchemical creation so that he could find a way to crack it. In this way, some casualties can be reduced in the ensuing war. Whoever expected that the other party would eventually self-destruct would also suffer the death of more than a dozen Griffin Knights. Devi regretted very much. If he had not wanted to capture the enemy alive, they could have used divine magic to directly destroy the alchemical creation. As punishment for the failure of this mission, whenever the Griffin Knights are dispatched in the future, you must rush to the front to meet the enemy until I give the order to retreat. The enemy is defeated or dies. Edwell's indifferent words rang in Devi's ears. The death of more than 10 Griffin Knights was the result of destroying an airship. This was obviously something Edwell could not accept. A Griffin Knight can usually only be selected from the elite troops of the Empire, or even the God's Punishment Army, coupled with a tacit cultivation and combat training. It takes several years to take shape. This does not include raising and training a lion since childhood. The cost of the eagle. It can be said that a team of Griffin Knights, just trained and formed, is enough to bankrupt a wealthy duchy. But now they die here. If it weren't for the impending war, and every bit of strength is particularly precious, Devi's fate should have been escorted back to the Inquisition for arbitration. I swear in the name of God! From today on, I will take the lead and fight until death. Devi swore excitedly. Adwell nodded. And at the same moment, the rest of the Griffin Knights also flew over, and the bodies of their companions were brought back. The death conditions of these people are more horrifying than the last. Some died from the explosion, and their bodies were mutilated, while others had pits and pits corroded by white phosphorus, and the flames even continued to burn. Those Griffin Knights, who were still alive, also suffered a lot in order to bring the bodies of their companions back. Due to the lack of intelligence, many of them were stained with this terrifying flame. Before Adwell could take action, the other bishops followed the same pattern and began to treat the injuries of these people. This strange fire is very strange and difficult to extinguish. But once you know how to deal with it, even a bishop can handle it. After Adwell just gave a few instructions, he walked to the two bodies covered with hoarfrost, stretched out his hand and felt it. Although there was no real touch, the ultra-low temperature of more than 100 degrees below zero still made people feel. There was a faint feeling of condensation in his palms. What a terrible cold snap. Adwell's expression became a little solemn. It was another difficult magic. What worried him even more was that according to Devi's report, the people driving the huge alchemical creation were just ordinary people who didn't know magic. But with the help of alchemy, the creation with magic caused a lot of casualties to the Empire's elite Griffin Knights. While pondering, Adwell suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look in the direction of the sky in the distance. According to this, at a high altitude 4 kilometers away, another airship was heading in the direction of Ieta at an extremely fast speed. As the captain, Alex was observing the enemy situation with a telescope. When he saw Adwell, when he turned his head to look over here, he was immediately startled. He can actually detect it from such a distance. Alex couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and his legs felt a little weak. The airships patrolling an area are usually in groups of 2, 3 to 5 kilometers apart. Firstly, they have to look after each other to avoid accidents along the way. Secondly, they also prevent someone from using powerful magic to directly shoot down the airship and then disappear silently, entering the territory of the kingdom silently. Originally, when Alex saw that Hami's airship was under attack, he wanted to rush to the rescue. But who could have imagined that in just a few minutes, they witnessed the airship being surrounded by Griffin Knights and finally self-destructing. A scene that turned into a ball of fire. Alex immediately realized that everything was too late, and immediately gave up the plan to support him, turned the direction of the airship and fled. The most important thing now is to bring the information here completely back. Greenreal City, Tower of the Sun, and the territory of the sky. More than 100 congressmen gathered in the conference room, one after another passing on the information sent from Ieta. It seems that the war is coming much sooner than we expected, Raphael murmured after reading the letter in his hand, then turned to look at Lin and sighed. You have a good group of pilots, Master Lin. The rest of the council members also nodded. 5 civilians, who did not know magic, sacrificed their lives to replace more than a dozen Griffin Knights. In a sense, their deaths were valuable. The price of a latest airship is only 2,000 magic gold coins, and the cost will be even lower. Lin felt sorry for Hami and others. In his opinion, 5 skilled pilots were far more valuable than killing a few Griffin Knights. Nowadays, Ieta's workshop is producing airships very quickly, but the manpower of pilots is very short, and it is not easy to train them. I just read the intelligence that the Holy See seems to have found a way to crack the fire of H.L., a congressman said hesitantly. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Lin In. Due to the propaganda of the parliament and the various gossips circulating in the market, they were very familiar with the legendary deeds of the magic star in front of them. And naturally they also knew that the other party could create an immortal fire of H.L. When Lin was still a 3-ring wizard, he used it to destroy half of the town. It was also used when he defeated the kingdom's elite legion not long ago. These 2 records of destroying legions are undoubtedly very hardcore. So this strange flame has almost become the symbol of this magic star. It is rumored that this thing was summoned by Lin In from the endless purgatory. This kind of flame will burn and devour people's skin and flesh. As long as it is contaminated with a little flame, it will be impossible to escape the fate of death. This time, The sacrifices of Hami and others were able to achieve such a good record. And the white phosphorus blooming bomb developed by Lin and also played an important role. Of course, Raphael didn't believe there was any so-called fire. But he didn't expect the Holy See to find a solution so quickly. Chapter 330. Why don't you try my laser anti-aircraft gun? Under the gaze of everyone, Lin looked normal and spoke casually. Any magic can be broken. And my white phosphorus fire is no exception. It is precisely because of this that after entering the wizard's land, he has been very careful to retain information about white phosphorus. This thing is just for bullying the uneducated bishops in the Sika's empire. If it dares to be used on a large scale in the land of wizards, wizards will soon be able to copy it. After all, phosphorus is not difficult to make. In order to achieve large-scale production, he also handed over this technology to several trustworthy wizards in the Alchemy Research Institute. In fact, after breaking through the Great Wizard, the importance of white phosphorus to Lin has been greatly reduced. Because this thing is still almost useless in the battle of the Great Wizard level. If nothing else, a vacuum field can greatly reduce its power, even though it is a large-scale creation of white phosphorus fire, which is only equivalent to the power of 4th and 5th ring magic. The characteristics of white phosphorus also determine that its upper limit will not be too high. But it doesn't matter. Among the many horrific weapons recorded in G now, white phosphorus bombs can only be described as mediocre, mainly because it was more convenient to make. It was listed as his first choice. It just so happens that I have conceived a new, more powerful fire magic these days, and it's time for it to be eliminated, Lin said with emotion. White phosphorus fire once served as his trump card and solved a lot of troubles for him. But now it can't keep up with his growth. As a great wizard, he can easily do many things that he could not do before, such as creating some combination elements with more complex chemical properties. For other wizards, creating a powerful new magic is by no means an easy task, and it is common to spend years or even decades. But for Lin, he found a powerful new magic from the brain's inventory. Looking for information can always bring you some inspiration. Raphael and others' expressions twitched. They thought it was outrageous enough that there was fire magic that was more powerful than the fire of H.L. Lin did not mean to explain more, but raised his hand and knocked on the conference table, drawing everyone's attention away from the white phosphorus fire. They had more important business to deal with. According to the information detected by those pilots using telescopes, the Imperial troops crossing the border this time should exceed 30,000 people. In addition to the Griffin Knights, there is also a special team of about 5,000 people, all of whom are wearing bright silver armor. It doesn't look simple. And their leader is a man wearing an iron mask and a red and gold robe. His face is invisible and his age is unclear, Lin said in a deep voice. Although the two had looked at each other across the sea in Harbor Town, Lin did not have such good eyesight at that time. So he only knew that someone summoned the phantom of the goddess and stopped the spread of the white phosphorus fire. But he did not know who it was. The leader should be Edwell, a cardinal of the Holy See. It is rumored that he is very valued in the church and may even become the next presiding judge, Harov explained. He often stays in the wizarding land and has never gone out. But this does not mean that the parliament does not have spies in the empire. The basic information is still clear. Last year, Greenreal City was almost destroyed by those crazy doomsday cultists. Harov learned from the experience and increased his investment in the intelligence system. But now it seems to have little effect, because his spies told him 3 days ago that the Empire's army should still be gathering in the east. As a result, the other party has turned around and entered the kingdom. If it weren't for the airship arranged by Lin, we are monitoring the border. But I'm afraid they are still in the dark. Harov paused and then continued. As for those silver-armored troops, they should be the Holy See's divine punishment army. Lin frowned. Of course, he had heard of this most elite legion of the Holy See. It was rumored that all members of this legion had been blessed by the gods. They were extremely brave in battle, and were the best among the best. This is probably just a vanguard force, Aurora reminded. They took over the entire kingdom. And the battle in the royal capital also exposed part of the strength of the secret magic society. No matter how powerful the Holy See was, it was impossible to send only such a small number of people, even if they were elites. The successive bad news made the congressman present look sad. Fortunately, the gods' punishment army on the ground, no matter how elite it is, has the capital to fight with its more advanced musketeers. But the Griffin Knights in the sky are a big problem that is difficult to solve. As long as they exist, the airships will not be able to launch bombings, and their magic will be difficult to hit the lions, who are extremely fast and responsive in the sky. The Eagle Legion. It's impossible to have the airship explode every time. Right? The intelligence said very clearly that this time the Griffin Knights wanted to seize control of the airship. Only by capturing the pilot alive would they have such a good chance. Otherwise, they could directly destroy it using magic from a long distance. Perhaps we can consider letting some shaping wizards transform into flying monsters to protect these airships, a great wizard suggested. Are you crazy to let them fight griffins in the sky? Sanchez angrily scolded the other party for this unrealistic idea, which was simply a joke on the life of the Shaper. Once the magical transformation is completed, the wizard will lose part of his ability to cast spells. It will be difficult to defeat a powerful monster like a griffin one-on-one in the sky, let alone those Griffin Knights, who can cooperate with the cast of divine magic. Do you think you have a better way to deal with it? The great wizard asked with a sneer. Although his idea is bound to cause a lot of losses, it is still a solution. Sanchez choked in thought for a while before considering the suggestion that they could not let the airship take off and give up air supremacy. If those Griffin Knights dared to attack close to the ground, they would use muskets and magic to fight back. Why not give laser a try? Lennon suddenly said, while everyone was discussing. The appearance of these Griffin Knights was somewhat beyond his expectation. It was obviously too late to develop newer aircraft now, so it would be better to try the laser anti-aircraft cannon. Laser? Aurora looked at Lynn in surprise, and then reacted. You mean that new beam magic? Herav and others suddenly realized that this was indeed a good idea. Aren't those Griffin Knights running very fast and nimble? But no matter how fast it is, can it still be as fast as light? That is a laser that is nearly 300,000 kilometers per second and can circle the continent 7.5 times. Chapter 331. Even with the help of the Secret Magic Society, it may not be possible to defeat such a monster. Lennon's words opened the door to a new world for everyone present. They had already experienced the power of laser magic in the experiment of measuring the speed of light a few days ago. It can only be described as terrifying, especially the moment when the beam of light was emitted. No one can escape it all. However, there are also disadvantages. That is, the farther the distance, the weaker the intensity. The effective killing distance is about 300 to 400 meters. If you want to deal with griffins that can fly thousands of meters high, you must make further improvements to increase the power of this thing. Just fine. A group of members of the House of Representatives discussed the improvement plan of this beam magic with great interest, because understanding of optics is still in its infancy. These improvements only start with making more powerful light sources and how to focus them on a point. Instead, Raphael suggested that they could directly equip the airship with some light magic wizards and launch attacks from the air, thus significantly shortening the distance. Lin En did not participate in the discussion, but he already had a corresponding plan in mind. He said that laser magic is not just about gathering light. In layman's terms, laser is called atomic stimulated radiation of light. It is the energy released in the form of photons when the electrons in the atoms absorb energy and jump from a low energy level to a high energy level, and then fall back from the high energy level to the low energy level. Known as the most accurate ruler and the fastest knife, the Federation's laser weapon technology has also been very perfect. All he needs to do is convert the relevant theories into magic, and he should be able to do it in a few days. Also not participating in the discussion was Sanchez, who had little research on optics. Instead, he was very interested in another thing. Master Lin En, I heard that the Cardinal of the Kingdom summoned that one during the Arcane Society's battle to capture the royal capital. Is this the projection of the false god? Not bad. Lin nodded. I wonder which legend of the Arcane Society took action? Herav asked curiously. He knew very well that even if it was just a projection of Ella, it still had power beyond that of the Great Wizard, which was not something that Lin and others could deal with. The wizards present were all curious about this. Although the Magic Daily described the final result of the battle, it did not mention much about the entire process. Lin shook his head and said calmly, in fact, the general plan to build the Magic Kingdom this time was agreed upon by Anthony and I. Not many scholars participated, and it was not an internal order from the Arcane Society. In other words, there is no help from the legendary wizard? Herav was very surprised. How on earth they defeated the projection of the false god? When Lin En saw everyone asking about it, he had no intention of hiding it. He briefly told the story of the battle in the royal capital. In the end, in order to destroy the support of the projection, he gathered the power of hundreds of official wizards and the sixth ring great wizard Anthony. Everyone used thunder magic to charge the special electromagnetic rail gun, and then launched a legendary blow. Of course, after that shot, the electromagnetic railgun that was damaged due to overload was sent for repair. You are so brave, Aurora exclaimed in wonder. When she heard Lin and talk about the Magic Kingdom plan before, she thought it was made by the leaders of the Arcane Society. After all, from within the Empire, where the Holy See is the most powerful place, a kingdom was forcibly split off. Such a large-scale act is really shocking. The most important thing is that Lin and others really did it. Magic creator, Vittorio is very interested in this electromagnetic weapon. He used it once when facing August a year ago, and the power is still fresh in his memory. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, didn't it? Lin said non-committally. Now that I think about it, that battle was indeed very thrilling. Although he had used the safest method and used the blessings of celestial phenomena and geographical location to directly kill Ansik, he did not expect that the other party still had the intention of placing his soul on others' ability. And even with the help of the prayers of tens of thousands of devout believers, the projection of the goddess was summoned. It was not until afterwards that he learned from Hatter that the instrument used by Anjuk to summon the shadow of God was a sacred object that had been stored in the church for believers to worship. Fortunately, I had prepared the electromagnetic railgun as my trump card in advance. Otherwise, I would have been really stuck. Now the Holy See's attention has been attracted as they expected. Since you have faced her projection, and even fought with it, can you roughly determine her current state? Aurora asked solemnly. This is also the biggest variable in this war, and what they are most worried about. After winning the War of Faith, Ella did something crazier than all previous psychic wizards. She created the Holy See, proclaimed herself the true God, and forged the creation legends in the Bible. After hundreds of years of domestication, she turned the entire empire into a pasture of faith. No one knows how far her power has grown. Aurora couldn't guess whether the other party had found a way to get rid of the soul pollution. As for the Holy See's so-called divine descending technique, according to her guess, it is probably a more powerful form of projection magic, using sacred objects of faith as anchors to allow one's will to descend. It's hard to say, but I think she must have been affected a lot. Lin pondered for a long time. He had seen the projection of God twice, and was deeply impressed by him. These incarnations exuded a sense of holiness and compassion. Lin did not dare to make an easy decision as to whether the other party had been completely corrupted by faith. But it was certain that the incarnation they faced did lack some of the agility they should have, which was also an important reason why the electromagnetic gun was able to hit. Lin stated all the details of his deductions and observations. Several legendary speakers were obviously relieved. What they were most worried about was that Ella had found a way to get rid of soul pollution. Although hundreds of years of accumulation and tens of millions of believers in the Empire can provide unimaginable magical blessings to the opponent, the most important thing for a wizard is the accumulation of knowledge. This is the essence of the wizard's power. Aurora couldn't imagine how terrifying an opponent who had lived for 800 or 900 years, harvested the souls of countless people, and turned them into food, and had rationality would be. That was definitely an enemy that no one wanted to face, not to mention relying on the power of the Parliament. Even with the help of the Arcane Society, they may not be able to defeat such a monster. Chapter 332: The Frightened Hatter and the Rebellious Nobles of the Kingdom. This is the best news we have ever received, Herav said in a relaxed tone. If Ella's magic level was still at the level it was hundreds of years ago, then the two of them would be able to defeat each other together. Don't take it lightly, Herav, Vittorio warned. Ella, regardless of how powerful I am, the Holy See alone is not that easy to deal with. After hundreds of years of development, it has become a behemoth. On the surface alone, they have to face at least 5 legendary-level enemies. Lenin also nodded. The previous projection of God showed some kind of time power that seemed to be able to distort space and even slow down, which made him extremely concerned. This is just an incarnation. I don't know how powerful Ella's true form will be when used. The discussion on war matters lasted all morning, and the Parliament's response was extremely fast, and the war instructions were quickly conveyed. More than 200 airships completed their assembly in the evening and sailed into the distance. The 4 armored ships docked at the port of Yetta also whistled and sailed away under the attention of the townspeople. A war is about to begin, Mary muttered to herself as she looked at the airships and the huge armored fleet that covered the sky, feeling somewhat worried in her heart. War is an unfamiliar word to the townspeople of Yetta, which has long enjoyed peace. But in the past, sailors from the Sika's empire would describe to them the tragic scenes of lords attacking each other in the tavern. Mary could only hope silently in her heart that they could win this war. But it was a different scene on the airship and armored ship. The musketeers who had been sent to the kingdom to perform tasks were bragging about how they easily defeated the iron cans that charged in armor. without even suffering any casualties throughout the process. A lucky musketeer became a lord with a large territory just because he killed a certain prince. The rest of the people who made military exploits in the war to capture the royal capital also received large rewards. Old York was no exception. Due to his heroic performance in the battle, he followed Rettel and others to seize the city gate. His rank was upgraded from an ordinary private to a non-commissioned officer who could lead a small team. And he also received 10 gold medals, the reward of magic gold coins. For Old York, who was a hunter 2 years ago, 10 magic gold coins were undoubtedly a huge sum of money. He had never seen what the gold coins looked like before. But now he saw them. Not only did they sparkle, but they also had words engraved on them. Incredibly beautiful patterns. These gold coins can be exchanged for piles of wheat, which can provide him with food rations for most of his life. However, Old York is no longer satisfied with having a full meal. He now has a higher pursuit. In addition to becoming a more senior lieutenant, he also wants to buy a beautiful alchemy internal combustion car, and even send his children to a civilian school. In the future, he might be able to join the Alchemy Research Institute and become an assistant to the wizards. This was something that Old York couldn't even think about in the past. But now it has become something that seems to be within easy reach. In addition, Aida has recently opened many factories and produced many novel gadgets, which made Old York extremely excited. For example, a thing called an electric lamp can make the night as bright as the day, but it is much easier to use than candles. It has now become a new fashion in Ida. All this needs to be captured on the battlefield. He is still very confident in his marksmanship. He can definitely hit wherever he points within 70 meters. You have to be accurate this time. Don't let those bastards get you ahead of you again. Old York clenched the new musket in his hand and muttered to himself. When the whole city was searching for the eldest prince, Old York was very lucky to bump into him. In the end, he was robbed by a stupid young man whose marksmanship was much worse than his own. Otherwise, he would have obtained a large fiefdom and become a lord. People are themselves. The next day, at noon, in the main hall of the royal palace in the royal capital of Hadra Towers, a group of nobles from the kingdom gathered here, but each one of them was as silent as a wooden man. The new King Hatter was furious and kept shouting curses. These bastards! Damn! They all deserve to die! Hatter had received news of the entry of the Imperial Army 3 days ago. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. In order to deal with this war, the kingdom's army had already been assembled. However, the development of things far exceeded his expectations. The border lords in the entire eastern part of the kingdom turned against each other one after another, and had no intention of resisting at all. So in just 3 days, they had already entered the hinterland of the kingdom, and quickly took over control of several cities. Not only that, the lords on the northern border of the kingdom were also ready to take action. And several border earls blatantly refused the kingdom's call for recruitment. How did this prevent Hatter from feeling angry? And even a faint fear appeared in his heart? Those nobles who said they were loyal to them suddenly changed their minds. This also resulted in the 50,000 troops that were originally expected to be assembled to fight against the Empire. In the end, only about 30,000 troops were gathered together, and most of them were serf soldiers recruited temporarily and lacking training. Amidst Hatter's hysterical roars, nobles loyal to the king such as Gad all looked worried. But many people were looking at the joke. They sneered at the so-called War of Independence. Once the Holy See's army arrived, all resistance would be in vain. It was only that Hatter placed them under house arrest in the royal capital, so they had to obey the order. The next moment, the closed door of the hall was opened, and at the same time, there was a sound that was familiar and scary to everyone present. Please relax. Your Majesty, Hatter. They are just some lords who cannot see the situation clearly. As long as they defeat the Holy See's legions, they can be slowly liquidated later. Your Excellency Lin In, Master Anthony, you are finally here. Hatter looked at the gate and said in surprise. In the main hall, the nobles who had their own thoughts shuddered when they saw Lenin's figure, and quickly put away their little thoughts. Just over a month ago, they witnessed with their own eyes how the other party raised his hand to activate the celestial phenomena, and wiped out thousands of the kingdom's imperial guards with one blow. The other party even killed the incarnation of the king's guards in the royal capital in the presence of tens of thousands of townspeople. Of gods, the seemingly young wizard in front of them has become the most powerful and terrifying wizard in their hearts. Chapter 333: The Military Parade That Shocked the Kingdom. Your Majesty, Hatter, we are late. Please forgive me. Lin In nodded slightly, giving the new king enough face. Hatter, like a desperate traveler grabbing a life-saving straw, hurriedly spoke. Your Excellency Lin, now the Holy See's army has entered the kingdom. We must organize manpower to drive them out of the mirror as soon as possible. Please be patient. Your Majesty. Lin En calmly comforted the impatient Hatter. It has to be said that compared to his father, King Basil, the second prince's self-cultivation and magnanimity are far behind. As for the nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom who defected, Lin was not surprised at all. After all, the power of the Holy See has been operating in the kingdom for a long time, and they just occupied the royal capital by taking advantage of the situation, which was not enough to convince the public. He had expected such a situation to happen. Lin En looked around at the nobles with different thoughts on the field and spoke slowly. The reinforcements from the Wizarding Land have probably arrived. If you are interested, you might as well go and have a look. Then I would like to see it, Marquis Mortain said mockingly. A few years ago, he had the honor to see the God's Punishment Army, who had returned from conquering strange demons in the Holy City. He could only describe it as incomparable. It is said that these members of the God's Punishment Army are all selected from the elite of the army, and even witch hunters. All of them are knights who have received the gift of God. It is no exaggeration to say that only 3,000 to 4,000 people can sweep through them. The whole kingdom, coupled with those Griffin Knights who are rich in wealth and have priests per capita. What kind of army can compete with the church? Under the leadership of Lin En, King Hatter, and a group of nobles walked out of the palace hall. As soon as he went out, Mortain already noticed something was wrong, because there was no warm sunshine outside, but instead it was dark. It's dark. Is it already night? Gad, who had been promoted to duke, said at a loss, while a noble next to him looked at the sky in horror. Look to the sky! Everyone present raised their heads one after another, and then they saw the extremely shocking scene. Hundreds of airships were suspended in the sky 100 meters high. Each one was as huge as a house, and they were connected together to cover the sky, casting down the shadows spread to the entire palace, creating a strange scene that seemed like night was approaching even though it was afternoon. Although Lin En had already used airships in the war that destroyed the kingdom's elite, this was the first time that this thing had actually appeared in front of everyone. The shock brought by such a huge flying object is self-evident. Even Mortain, who had a mocking expression before, was shocked and speechless at this moment. Come on! They will land in the square! Lin Shout woke up the stunned nobles from their dreams. When they arrived at the square, these airships had parked neatly in the huge square. The army from the land of mysterious wizards was completely different from what they knew in the past. The composition of this army was extremely strange. No one held a sword or a gun, and no one used a crossbow. Rows and rows of musketeers in formal uniform stepped off the airship under the gaze of everyone, their bright bayonets shining brightly in the scorching sun. Mortain and the others frowned. Since the battle of the royal capital for more than a month, they had collected a lot of information. Naturally, they could recognize that these people were holding a type of weapon called a musket. Exotic weapons. The power is enough to penetrate iron armor 100 steps away, and the sound is like thunder when fired. Before, Mortain had always thought that the 3,000 musketeers who captured the royal capital were the limit of what these devil believers could produce. After all, this kind of alchemy equipment should be difficult to make. Unexpectedly, there were so many of them, enough to equip an army of 10,000 people. What concerned him even more was the weird-looking iron bumps that were transported from the airship. Such a heavy thing can move forward freely without horses or camels. Mortain has no idea where the power of this thing comes from. He can only guess that it is the evil magic of those wizards. Regarding this first battle with the Holy See, both Lin En and the council took it extremely seriously. They could only win, but not lose. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Lin brought almost everything he could. Artillery, alchemical armored vehicles, electromagnetic railguns, and the few ironclad ships sailing on the sea. However, due to the limited carrying capacity of the airship, this is only the first wave of supporting troops, totaling about 12,000 people. Even such a small military parade was shocking enough to Mortain and others. Your Excellency Lin, I wonder what the purpose of these strange steel boxes is, King Hatter asked curiously. All he could think of was to run these iron boxes across the battlefield. But he knew it wasn't that simple just by thinking about it with his knees being pointed at the ferocious muzzles of the cannons. They even felt inexplicably facing death. You will naturally find out in a few days. Lin En smiled, not intending to reveal anything. The great nobles of these kingdoms were half coerced by them to stay in the royal capital, and Hatter was able to bring most of the kingdom under control in a short period of time. Who knows if anyone can bypass their surveillance and report to the Holy See privately, reveal information about them, The reason why this kind of military parade is held blatantly is just to stabilize the situation and prevent some people from getting cautious and causing chaos within the kingdom, and causing internal and external difficulties. Naturally, those newer weapons cannot easily reveal information. Now it seems that the effect is probably pretty good. Linen's eyes swept over the frightened faces of the nobles, and then looked further away at the onlookers. Linen's intentional concealment made Hadar, the king, somewhat dissatisfied. However, he knew better that the kingdom of Hadrada now had to rely on these wizards to fight against the Holy See. He could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart. Go down. After the short military parade, Lin handed over the blueprint of the laser transmitter that he had prepared to Anthony, asking the master of electromagnetics to conduct research. It would be best to manufacture it as soon as possible to catch up with the upcoming war. As for Lin himself, he returned to the mansion Hadar arranged for him, preparing to develop new fire magic. This time he did not appear in the kingdom of Hadrada in the form of a magic projection, but came in person. In order to support this war, the parliament sent thousands of wizards to the royal capital. There were several great wizards. Even the legendary speakers would take action when necessary. As the maker of the plan, he was obviously the most powerful wizard. The hub between the Earth and the Arcane Society is naturally no exception. Chapter 334 Lin, the real eternal fire. The flames of L-chlorine trifluoride. Lin entered the depths of the mansion alone, after ordering Alok and others, as well as the servants and guards in a manner not to disturb him. He muttered silently in his mind. 071. Shows my current status. Pack target, Lin. Physical activity, high. Magic scale, 485. Mental power rating, Great Wizard, 4th ring. Spell slots, White Phosphorus Touch of Fire. Liquid Nitrogen Ice Field. Secondary Magic Protection. Mage Shield. Magic Barrier. Secondary Deflection Field. 4 rings, Space Vibration Wave. Iron Sandstorm. Electromagnetic Gun, 3 times the speed of sound. Deflection Field. Advanced Projection. Vacuum Field. Slow Barrier. Magic Field users, 43 people. After being promoted to the Grand Wizard, Linen found that his magic power had increased to about 5 times its original value. His computing power had also increased simultaneously, and his control over the elements had improved to a higher level. But compared to other great wizards, he doesn't have many 4-ring magics. Only 7 in total. Among them, vacuum magic and slow enchantment can be regarded as an application of their own fields, and they are methods that most great wizards can use. Among the other magics, Space Vibration Wave has a very high magic cost, and can be regarded as a short to medium range armor breaking and highly destructive magic. The electromagnetic gun is used by Lin to make up for the shortcomings of long distance combat. It is powerful and fast, but it only takes a second or 2 to prepare. In a battle at the level of a great wizard, he still lacks a large range of magic that can be released quickly to suppress the opponent. Although the 4th ring spell, Iron Sandstorm, is very good, and it is very powerful after adding thunder magic. It is also among the top among the 4-ring spells. But it obviously cannot satisfy Lin In. You must know that before he became the Great Wizard, this position had always been ruled by White Phosphorus Fire. For low-level wizards and bishops, who cannot create a vacuum field, White Phosphorus Fire can only be described as a nightmare. What Lin In plans to prepare this time is something that can replace White Phosphorus. The name of a compound that would scare even the most notorious terrorists into armies, and scare the worst terrorists. Chlorine trifluoride. If there is anything that can deserve the name of fire, and white phosphorus can barely get a hook, then chlorine trifluoride is well deserved. This toxic, highly corrosive inorganic compound has a boiling point of 11.3 degrees Celsius and a melting point of -76.3 degrees Celsius. It is a colorless gas at room temperature and turns into a green liquid when cooled. It is mainly used as aviation rocket fuel and nuclear fuel processing and post-processing. It is not flammable by itself, but will react violently with substances. To a certain extent, chlorine trifluoride is an upgraded version of white phosphorus. It has many of the properties of white phosphorus, and is more powerful and terrifying. At least white phosphorus fires can be suppressed by water. They will not be able to burn at low temperatures, and will not rekindle until the temperature rises. They will also be buried by incombustible materials such as sand and soil. It's just that these methods used to deal with white phosphorus flames are useless in the face of chlorine trifluoride, because this thing can even burn metal, solid concrete, and sand. That's right. It does burn, rather than corroding slowly like white phosphorus. When chlorine trifluoride encounters water, It will immediately produce an ultra-high temperature explosion. It can only be described as unreasonable, because fluorine and chlorine are both extremely electronegative elements. Once they are combined, they will rob nearby electrons crazily. And we all know that elements are composed of atomic nuclei and electrons. So in theory, any substance can be turned into a nutrient for chlorine trifluoride. This is the true eternal flame in H.L. fire. Once this thing catches fire in the laboratory, the only hope is to run upwind as soon as you find it, because there is no effective way to put it out. The reason why Lin didn't get this thing out before was because chlorine trifluoride is extremely unstable, and it is really possible to lose control and burn yourself to death when using magic as its core. This is also the reason why chlorine trifluoride is extremely powerful, but has not been made into a weapon to dominate the battlefield. There are many people who have tried to do this in history, but there is no doubt that they have suffered a big loss in the transportation process. This thing, even if it is placed in a specially treated metal container, it is not 100% safe. But now that Lin En has been promoted to a great wizard, and his control over magic and elements has been greatly improved, he dares to try to control this extremely dangerous compound. Lin En retrieved all the information about chlorine trifluoride in his mind, and the chemical equation for preparing it can be seen from the name. Cl2 plus 3F2 equals 2 ClF3. After carefully reviewing the red annotation several times, Lin closed his eyes and began to synthesize complex elements. The magic power in the surrounding area surges rapidly, creating a vacuum area to prevent chlorine trifluoride from getting out of control. This is probably the only way to control it, to prevent chlorine trifluoride from coming into contact with other substances. Of course, you don't need oxygen to ignite this thing. It can burn if it comes into contact with an object in a vacuum state, because it essentially robs electrons. In the divided vacuum area, Lin opened the two jars, and the fluorine and chlorine elements were stored inside. The two quickly floated out and were suspended in the field under the control of mental power. Lin En was extremely careful and forcibly bound all the elements into a palm-sized space, allowing them to contact and collide with each other. With the power of the Great Wizard, it is far from being able to control a certain element with incomparable precision, such as making them completely stop and achieve magic similar to stopping time within a certain range. The wizard can only give the elements direction guidance through mental power, such as left or right, or use magic to force them to slow down as much as possible and maintain a lazy state. Whether it is forcibly creating a vacuum field, or controlling elements to contact and collide with each other in specific proportions, the consumption of magic and mental power is not a small amount. If Lin was still a three-ring wizard, he would be faced with the embarrassing situation of drying up his mental power in just a few seconds. Fortunately, now that he has completed his promotion, this level of consumption is still within an acceptable range. Even so, Lin En struggled all afternoon, and after several attempts, he finally synthesized what he wanted. A strange element appeared in Lin En's palm. The four elements inside were tightly stuck together, forming a T shape with one short key and two long keys. This is chlorine trifluoride, which is known as one of the most dangerous compounds. Chapter 335, Defeated Lin? This dangerous and terrifying compound was suspended in the palm of his hand. A smile appeared on Lin's slightly tired face, and then he cast magic, advanced material deconstruction. The magic power was like a shark that smelled the smell of blood. Under the control of mental power, it surged up crazily and enveloped the chlorine trifluoride. It won't even react, Lin En murmured secretly. But think about it. This is normal. Magic power has no electrons, so of course, it will not be robbed. While thinking about it, magic power had already poured into the chlorine trifluoride, imprinting its structure and characteristics. And then the copying began. Lin simultaneously released the vacuum field. After coming into contact with other substances, chlorine trifluoride immediately revealed its horror, and the hot and slightly weird flames quickly ignited. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen and various rare elements in the air were quickly involved in the fire of H.L. under Lin's perception. Chlorine trifluoride seemed to have no scruples, and could never be obtained. The glutton with satisfaction crazily devours all the elements close to him, and turns them into his own nourishment. In just a few seconds, the spark that was originally only the size of a finger quickly expanded to the size of a fist, accompanied by a large amount of poisonous gas. This is also the second characteristic of chlorine trifluoride. When it reacts with other substances, it will produce highly toxic gases, which is somewhat similar to white phosphorus. Just call it eternal flame. Lin En touched his chin. This thing needs a name after all. Calling it chlorine trifluoride is a bit too straightforward, and it is basically equivalent to self-reporting. After confirming that the properties of chlorine trifluoride were indeed the same as what was recorded in his mind, Lin En began to try ways to use it. Since these chlorine trifluorides are all simulated by magic, they can be controlled as freely as other magics. But the difficulty will be slightly higher. After all, the electrons plundered by chlorine trifluoride are real and require additional consumption. Mental control. As for whether it can counter magic and divine spells as he imagined, it is unknown. This is a question that urgently needs verification. After dinner, Lin summoned Anthony, who was researching laser transmitters, and proposed a point-to-point magic battle to test the power of the new magic. Anthony also agreed with great interest. The location was chosen on the open training ground in this manner. After receiving the news, Alok and others dropped what they were doing. They were all very interested in the Dean's new magic. Even Raphael and the others were no exception. What do you think Master Lin's chances of winning are? Sanchez quietly asked several colleagues beside him. Less than 10%. Dennis thought for a moment and responded thoughtfully. You must know that Anthony is a six-ring great wizard, only one step away from the legendary realm. And he has also developed unique electromagnetic magic. And Lin just completed his promotion some time ago. For rings versus six rings, this gap cannot be bridged with one or two novel magics. In fact, if Anthony's opponent hadn't been this magic star, he might not even have had this 10% chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Raphael shook his head, not agreeing with Dennis's inference. Don't forget, Master Lin almost killed August. He once fought side by side with Lin when dealing with doomsday cultists. Lin, who was only a three-ring wizard at the time, developed a powerful space magic and assisted him in the magic field to defeat the Holy See who had sneaked in. In response, he almost killed August, who might have entered the legend, with an electromagnetic cannon. But if I remember correctly, Lady Aurora should have been secretly helping her that time. Right, a great wizard reminded. In his opinion, this magic star was just lucky enough to get his achievements in vain. No matter who it is, as long as the legendary speakers help, it will not be difficult to resolve the riots in Greenreal City. Compared with Sanchez and others who were standing in the outside world to judge the outcome based on the strength of both sides, Anthony, who was among them, looked extremely solemn. He knew that the person standing opposite him was not an ordinary four-ring wizard, but a former legend. Even if his power had not been restored now, he was by no means so easy to deal with. Anthony vaguely felt that the blood that had been immersed in his body for a long time began to boil. He was no match for the legendary wizard in his heyday. But now, he could take this opportunity to experience the power of the legend. Can we start? Master Lin En, Anthony asked. In front of outsiders, he did not call Lin his teacher rashly. After all, he had not cracked the complicated Maxwell equations and truly gained the other party's recognition. Of course, Lin said casually, not knowing that Anthony, who was stuck in his own thoughts, had already started to take it seriously. This is the first time he has fought against a real great wizard since he broke through the realm. Although he has fought against Helram and August in the past, he either used tricks to trick the opponent or relied on the help of others. This time, he actually relied on his own strength to fight against a six-ring wizard. The moment Lin nodded in response, Anthony raised his hand, and as his lips moved slightly, a flash of blue-purple lightning appeared on his fingertips. Thunder Blitz. This is just a four-ring magic, but its advantage is that it can be cast very quickly, almost as soon as the fingertips are raised. The flashing lightning is like a ferocious thunder snake, galloping towards Lin En. However, the flashing lightning was firmly bound 3 meters away from the body, and Lin En was not harmed at all. This is of course a Faraday cage. When fighting Anthony, who is proficient in thunder magic, Lin will not be unprepared. Anthony's expression remained unchanged, and with a thought in his mind, mixed in the flickering electric light, those undetectable metal elements instantly became murder weapons, gathered together, and quickly extended outwards. The whole process took only an instant. Lin, who was standing in front of him, was nailed to the spot by several huge and sharp copper nails that came out of the lightning. Master Dean! Seeing Lin's body being pierced by copper nails, Alok shouted in panic, and Pierce and others were no exception, with horrified expressions on their faces. They had no idea that it was just a magic experiment, and Anthony would suddenly kill him in front of everyone. Chapter 336: The Eternal Flame That Devours All Things. The great wizards were not as surprised as Alok and the others. They could see that the copper nails that came out had all avoided the vital points, and they just looked scary. The lethality of high-level magic is usually astonishing. In a battle at the level of a great wizard, it is no longer easy to be able to hold back to this extent. After all, no one knows what kind of techniques the other party has, and whether they can defend against them. Is this thunder magic? It's really extraordinary. Sanchez couldn't help but frown. The thunder blitz Anthony just performed was so fast that even he might not be able to react. It's just that Raphael didn't expect that the battle would end so quickly. It lasted about a second. The winner was determined directly. He had thought that he would at least fight for a while and enjoy a wonderful battle. The gap in strength is still too big after all. Do you think this is the end? This is clearly just the beginning. Dennis on the side reminded him angrily. After Dennis' reminder, everyone present noticed that Lin's face was as usual after being penetrated by the copper nail. There was no trace of pain on his face, and no blood flowed out of the penetrated part. Instead, it burned. That's right, burning in the literal sense. Hot flames burst out from the outside of the body. Lin's clothes, skin, and flesh were all dismembered and turned into fuel for the flames. Not only that, the flames also expanded rapidly and enveloped everything around them. Whether it was the yellow-orange copper nails, or maybe lightning, Anthony's pupils shrank because he felt that his control magic had been taken away. Not only that, these fires were actually devouring lightning. Breath of fire! Before Anthony could think clearly, Lin's voice came from behind the flames. From the moment the battle started, he used polarizing magic, and what was left in place was just a ball of magic projection. The scorching eternal flame devoured everything in its path, turning into rolling waves of fire as it continued to expand, rushing towards Anthony. Vacuum field. Anthony's expression was solemn, and the realm around him rapidly expanded in all directions, stripping away all the elements, and the magic power in his body quickly transformed into a water barrier, blocking it in front of him. As long as there is no air, the flame will naturally go out. And water is the nemesis of fire. This is undoubtedly common sense in common sense. And Raphael and others who are watching also feel the same way. But at this moment, this common sense is invalid. After entering the vacuum realm, the eternal flame was still burning. Not only that, at the moment it hit the water curtain, the eternal flame not only was not extinguished, but instead swallowed up the water curtain. It burst out with heat and explosions like the sun. Anthony's face changed drastically, and he retreated again and again. As his mind turned, the magic power was spontaneously converted into various elements. But whether it was a protective shield made of metal elements, a wall of sand, or an electromagnetic barrier, they all lost their effectiveness. The only difference between them is that they turn into nutrients earlier or later and are swallowed up by the flames. In an instant, Anthony was enveloped in the sea of fire, and only the last barrier made of snake scales remained around him. He could feel that the power of the barrier was being continuously weakened, while the power of the flames was rapidly increasing. Under such a cycle, his strongest protection would be broken in half a minute at most. As expected of the legend he once was, he actually mastered such terrifying fire magic. Anthony sighed secretly in his heart, forcing himself into danger so easily. But Anthony has no intention of admitting defeat, because there is another way to win, and that is to directly attack the caster. However, he has tried 17 elements, and no matter which one he uses, he cannot escape the erosion of the flames. The rest may not be an exception, but there is a more special element that should be effective. That is light. This thought flashed through Anthony's mind, and the next moment a pure white beam of light rushed out of the rolling waves of fire and pierced Lin's body again. Obviously this is another magic projection. Ever since he learned advanced projection technique, Lin has been working hard on it. Of course, he is extremely proficient in mastering it. Wrapped in the eternal flame, Anthony couldn't carefully sense where Lin's true body was, but he didn't need to do so, because nothing could go faster than light. Under the laser sweep, the iron railings and wooden stakes placed on the training ground were instantly cut off. The cuts were extremely smooth, and even left a deep scratch on the wall far away. Stop! Stop everyone! Raphael shouted in horror. Anthony swept across with a laser. They didn't know what happened to Lin. Raphael was not worried about his own safety. They were outside the battlefield, and could still resist the weakened laser. But formal wizards, like Alok, may only have half of their bodies left. Amid Raphael's exclamation, the dazzling laser quickly stopped. Lin also knew that this training ground could not withstand their torment, so he cast a spell to extinguish the burning flames. The eternal flame covering Anthony's body was quickly suppressed. But to Lin's expectation, there were still many flames attached to various parts of the training ground, showing signs of being out of control. Lin couldn't help but frown. Unlike white phosphorus, chlorine trifluoride itself cannot burn. It forms a combustion phenomenon by robbing electrons from other elements. That is, flame is its derivative. During the previous experiment, he only created an eternal flame the size of a fist, and he could control it freely with his mental power. Now he has lost control after devouring a huge amount of nutrients. Lin En thought for a while, and could only use the purest magic power to forcefully peel off the areas eroded by the flames. Let them float in the vacuum field, and slowly burn out. I have been secretly alert in my heart, and I must be more careful when using this kind of magic in the future. The power of this thing is indeed terrifying. It can even suppress six-ring wizards like Anthony. But if you are not careful, it may backfire on you. It is a double-edged sword. At least his current mental power is not enough to completely control this dangerous element. After the surrounding flames were peeled off and extinguished, Anthony secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he almost thought that he was going to be buried in the sea of fire. Raphael and others walked onto the bumpy training ground together, and Sanchez couldn't wait to ask, "Master Lin En, was it really fire magic you just used? Or was it just a visual deception spell? I just saw it seeming to be burning in a vacuum." Chapter 337, Impossible. My 3 laws of fire can never be wrong. There are not a few people who have the same idea as Sanchez. After all, they have just watched the whole game and personally witnessed all kinds of incredible and even counterintuitive things. So they can't help but wonder if this is some kind of powerful visual illusion. After all, fire cannot burn thunder and lightning, let alone turn water curtains into fuel. "Of course it's a flame," Lin said without hesitation. "So is there really a HL?" Raphael asked in disbelief. He immediately thought of the rumors in the wizard's land. The magic star controlled a kind of flame from the deepest part of HL, which could burn and devour everything. Raphael had always sneered at this statement before, but now he was a little skeptical because he could not find a second adjective besides fire. "Hell is just a figment of the Vatican. I didn't expect you to believe this," Lin En said in a funny tone. After a pause, he continued, "Of course it's not what you think. I call it the eternal flame. A flame created by magic. But this is not magic at all. It completely violates my 3 laws of fire. This kind of flame can never exist." A great wizard couldn't help but retorted loudly. Lin gave him a strange look, and Raphael quickly introduced him. "This is Master Adela, who has extremely high attainments in elemental science." "Is that Master Adela who proposed the theory of fire element?" Lin En suddenly realized that he had met the other party several times at the previous gathering of great wizards, but there was no in-depth communication. "Yes, it's me." Adela nodded arrogantly. He has studied the fire element for decades and summed up many characteristics and laws about fire. These include the 3 laws of fire: temperature, the speed of movement of elements, combustibles, and sufficient oxygen. No fire can exist independently of these elements. The fire element exists in every combustible substance, but it is smaller than normal elements, so wizards cannot perceive it through mental power. It will only appear under the stimulation of high temperature and oxygen. Adela was quite proud to tell Lin about his fire element theory. This was a conclusion he came to after rigorous research and countless experiments. Therefore, in the argument about what flame was 20 years ago, he defeated the phlogiston theory and the fire magic theory in one fell swoop, and won a silver moon medal. The flames that Lin En summoned just now completely violate these 3 laws. For example, burning in a vacuum violates the fact that the flame requires sufficient oxygen to exist. Metal and sand are not combustibles. But there is a strange burning phenomenon. So this must be fake. It must be a visual illusion. After listening to Adela's analysis and the so-called fire element theory, Lin En felt dumbfounded for a while. This so-called 3 laws of flame is somewhat similar to the 3 elements of combustion in the previous life. However, being able to study it to this point is already considered very powerful. Discussions on the nature of flames in previous lives have continued for thousands of years, and it was not until modern times that a conclusion was reached. Lin En didn't explain much, just stretched out his hand, and a ball of hot flames quickly ignited. This is the eternal flame. All the wizards present couldn't help but feel palpitations, but they still took a few steps closer and looked at the flame, which was only the size of a fist. With great curiosity, Anthony's expression was solemn. He had just personally experienced the feeling of powerlessness in the face of this strange flame. It seemed that everything was the most delicious nourishment for it. Adela even reached out and wanted to verify the authenticity of some things in person, but was stopped by Lin En. If he was burned by this thing, he had no good solution. The only solution was to peel off the contact flesh. If it took a little longer, it's all light when cutting hands. Even if you don't die, you still have to peel off your skin. Although she couldn't actually touch it in the end, Adela clearly felt the huge heat. With such a close distance, He did not believe that the other party could hide his magic perception. So he cut off a section of the iron railing and placed it on the immortal flame. The slender iron railings burned in full view of everyone. It's not like melting after encountering high temperature, but actually burning. And the flames are spreading along the slender railings. Adela did not give up and used Mage's hand to capture a solid stone. Result: even the stone started to burn. Finally, there was the vacuum experiment. And everyone saw a strange sight: stones burning in vacuum. If something looks like fire and acts like fire, then no matter how strange it is, there is no doubt that it is still fire. This is impossible. Stone can never be used as fuel. This shouldn't be right. And why can it burn without oxygen? Adela muttered to herself, puzzled and almost going crazy. Raphael and others looked at Adela with pity. They all knew that the other party had devoted most of his life to the research of the fire element. Now he suddenly discovered that the theories he studied were all wrong. This blow was enough to make people collapse. Lin suddenly spoke at this moment. Actually, your 3 laws of fire are very good. There is no big problem. Adela paused, shocked and confused, almost thinking that she had heard wrongly. But before he could ask, Lin continued to explain. But I need to correct a few points. For example, oxygen is indeed a sufficient condition for the combustion reaction, but it is not a necessary condition. To be precise, as long as there is an oxidant, it is enough. Hearing this, everyone present frowned. Sufficient conditions and necessary conditions, these 2 novel words seem a bit unfamiliar to a few people. But they can still understand it. But they don't understand the oxidant. An oxidizing agent is a substance that obtains electrons during a redox reaction. For example, chlorine trifluoride is a very strong oxidizing agent and fluorinating agent, which directly replaces the role of oxygen. This means that it can react with matter, fuel, in a vacuum as long as it contacts it. One of the reasons why it can burn. However, there are not many elements that can act as oxidants, and most of them are compounds. In view of the limited knowledge level of Raphael and others, Lin did not have a long explanation. Otherwise he would have to first explain what the redox reaction is, and then start talking about the internal structure of atoms. So after thinking for a moment, Lin spoke as briefly as possible. In layman's terms, certain elements can replace oxygen as the conditions for igniting flames, so they can continue to burn even in an oxygen-free environment. Chapter 338: The Insidious Cardinal Edwell. I know. Just like the sun. The sun can also burn in a vacuum, Lydia hurriedly said. Lin once mentioned this strange phenomenon when giving them an astronomy class, but did not explain the reason. Lin shook his head funny. The light of the sun is not produced by combustion, but from nuclear fusion inside the sun. Light and heat are just appearances. However, the example given by Lydia was very easy to understand, and Adela understood immediately. It was not that oxygen was not needed for combustion, but that other elements could be used instead. So that's it. In fact, he had done similar experiments before, but the dozens of elements used in the experiment could not replace the role of oxygen. So he came to the conclusion that oxygen is necessary for combustion. But why can stones and metals also be used as fuel? Lin didn't mean to continue explaining. After extinguishing the eternal flame in his palm, he turned to look at Anthony and said with a smile, Master Anthony, I didn't expect you to move so fast. You have perfected the laser magic in just a few hours. He remembered that he had only handed the relevant drawings to Anthony in the morning. It could be said that the development of the 2 magics started almost simultaneously. It's just a prototype, and it's far from perfect, Anthony said with emotion. This kind of laser magic is called the excited state of elements by Lin. It has a total of 5 energy levels. He can only create lasers at the 3rd energy level for the time being. In addition, there is a second way to enhance the power of laser, which is to compress the diameter. The smaller the diameter of the laser, the stronger its destructive power. After he compressed the laser from 5 mm to 0.5 mm, its power also increased several times. The destructive power is approximately equivalent to the level of 5-ring magic. It can continue to be compressed with almost no end. In Anthony's view, this is a magic with no upper limit. As long as it is compressed to a sufficiently subtle level, it will definitely reach the level of legendary magic. I just don't know which legend wrote this elemental excited state theory, Anthony asked curiously. The person who proposed this theory can only be described as profound in his understanding of elements. I developed this based on Glenn's light-gathering magic and the elemental structure theory within the Arcane Society, Lin explained casually. When he was measuring elements before, he said personally that the research on light, Arcane Society, was still in its infancy, and it was hard to slap himself in the face now. So Lin En had no choice but to take the credit on himself. Raphael and others no longer knew what to say. During the period after the seminar, this magic star not only created the terrifying fire magic, but also had the time to study and transform lasers. Magic. The gap between people is simply greater than that between humans and dogs. Speaking of which, who won this battle? Sanchez suddenly asked in a confused manner. For the practical Sanchez, discussing these magic theories is far less important than arguing about winning or losing. The situation on the field just now was very dangerous. It was just when the winner was about to be decided. But it was a pity that Raphael stopped him. Sanchez's words undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. Lin's flame magic was terrifying. But Anthony's laser magic swept across, and there was no possibility of evasion. Of course I lost, Anthony responded with a normal expression. He can't block the eternal flame. But Lin may not be able to block his laser magic. After all, the principle of this magic is what Lin told him. And there is no way to counter it. Anthony is very open-minded. Facing a former legend, it is normal to lose. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would lose so quickly. Anthony admitted so readily, which surprised Raphael and others. Then they all looked at Lin. The victory of the 4th ring wizard over the 6th ring was still an almost overwhelming victory. If he told it, not many people would be willing to do so. Believe. Since there is no result, let's treat it as a tie. Lin didn't mean to take advantage of Anthony. He didn't care about the outcome. He could figure out that the properties of chlorine trifluoride were the same as he thought. Lin, I'm already very satisfied. The battle between wizards does not last until the last moment. And it is difficult to determine the winner or lose. After all, no one knows what kind of weird spells the other party can come up with. Regarding the victory or defeat of this battle, it was revealed in such an understatement, which made Sanchez, who was originally very interested, feel bored and had to change the topic to the next war. Due to the obstruction of the Griffin Knights, the reconnaissance role of the airship has been greatly reduced in the past few days. The pilots only dared to observe with telescopes from a distance of at least 3 kilometers. Even so, he was almost beaten down. The insidious Edwell was really good at playing tricks. He even hid some of the Griffin Knights in the woods and made the army move slowly. When the airship approached for reconnaissance, they would suddenly burst out of the woods. If the pilot hadn't reacted immediately and the 2 airships were running fast, they would have almost been killed. Because of this, few pilots are willing to get close to investigate. So now they can only barely know the movements of this legion, and cannot give more information. Although laser magic has been developed now, it will take a lot of time to actually deploy them on a large scale. Lin proposed that this magic can be taught to some trustworthy official wizards, and used as humanoid laser transmitters. It is crucial to seize air superiority, which can greatly reduce casualties. Then it's better for us to take matters into our own hands, and get rid of these annoying griffins until they dare not take off, Adela said fiercely. No, the effect is too bad. Lin shook his head. Although these great wizards can fly, they are far less agile than the Griffin Knights in the air. Even if they attack suddenly, they can only kill dozens of griffins at most, and cannot stop other Griffin Knights at all. You must know that the number of cardinals in the Holy See is likely to be more than them. This group of people has no intention of taking action yet, and may block it at any time. If they waste their magic power and leak information about key magic, they will be counterattacked in the subsequent battle. It will be difficult to make it. Either don't take action, or if you take action, the entire Griffin Knights must be wiped out. Otherwise, if these people successfully withdraw and go back to think about it for a while, they may be able to come up with a way to break the laser magic. Then they will face endless harassment. Magic and divine arts have the same origin. This is not impossible. Chapter 339, This is the destroyer of Harbor Town. The culprit behind the destruction of the church. On a hot summer day, the kingdom of Hadrada was in the wilderness a few kilometers away from the royal capital. A large black shadow is spreading from the other side of the horizon towards the royal capital. Brown flags are flying in the air, accompanied by bursts of drums and the sound of horse hooves, which is very orderly. It came really fast. Raphael and others stood on the tower, staring at the army that was approaching from a distance. It was so dark that they couldn't see the edge at a glance. A rough estimate is that there are at least 80,000 people. They were roughly divided into 3 groups. The legions on both sides were large in number, but the array was slightly scattered, and even the weapons and armor of the soldiers were incomplete. Hebrew, Austin, Barrow, these traitors to the kingdom, Hattar said through gritted teeth. But he recognized these people from the towering flags and the ancestral emblems on the flags. The Duke's army on the border of the kingdom. Lin, on the other hand, used his far-sighted magic and looked at the silver-armored legion guarding the center. All of them were tall, marching solemnly, with pairs of cold and ruthless eyes staring ahead, which was intimidating. This is the famous God's punishment army. In just 10 days, the Holy See's legion has already reached the gates of the royal capital. In fact, according to the intelligence they obtained, there were not many unimaginable nobles who tried to resist along the way. But this was all in vain. The solid city walls could block the ground troops, but they could not block the Griffin Knights descending from the sky. Even without the bishops taking action, the entire city would fall within an hour. "Do you need us to go out of the city to fight, Master Lin?" Rydell asked with a solemn expression. Old York and others on the side looked expectant and eager to try. Although the Holy See's army was far more numerous than them, they were not afraid. Back then, Duke Rickman led several times the army, but he was beaten to pieces by the muskets in their hands. So in Old York's view, these were not 80,000 enemy troops, but heads that needed to be fought for. "No, it's not the time yet." Lin shook his head. According to the current production speed of laser transmitters, it will take about 2 or 3 days to install them on the airship. Without air supremacy, if you rush out of the city to fight, there may be a lot of casualties. After all, their opponents this time were not just feudal soldiers with swords in their hands, but also possessed powerful magical power. "What do you think, Your Majesty Hattar?" Lin turned his head and looked at the king beside him. Hattar was extremely anxious, now that a large area of territory in the eastern part of the kingdom had been lost. He could not wait to command these wizards to rush out and defeat these damn Holy See legions, regain the lost territory, and execute the rebellious nobles. But Hattar held it back in the end. He understood that Lin would say this, which meant that he was not completely sure. So he could only grit his teeth and say, "Then let's do this. Defend instead of attack." At the same moment, the Holy See's army stopped in the wilderness outside the royal capital. A middle-aged man wearing silver armor with a holy emblem painted on his chest has been focusing on the city wall. His outstanding eyesight can still clearly see his target among the crowd even though he is several kilometers away. He is very interested. He spoke. "Is that the great wizard Lin who is wanted for 300,000 imperial gold coins? He is much younger than I thought." "Don't be careless. Arno, this is not an easy target to deal with." Edwell, wearing an iron mask, spoke solemnly, and then told the other party the information about Lin. The great wizard was wanted for 50,000 imperial gold coins before for burning the harbor town. He wrote it himself. Now he planned the rebellion in the kingdom. Naturally, the reward has been increased step by step, and now it has accumulated to 30 huge. This is an extremely exaggerated amount of money. Even a poor person can buy a powerful duke with this money. In the Sinner's chapter of the Bible, there are more descriptions of the other party, including destroying the kingdom church, killing cardinals, and more. Blasphemy. It can only be described as heinous. Of all the wanted criminals who have appeared in the pages of the Bible in the past, no one can compare with him. He possesses a strange kind of fire that can devour human flesh and blood and is difficult to extinguish using normal methods, Adwell reminded. However, as long as the elements in the air are isolated, it can block its combustion. In addition, non-burnable sand and gravel can also bury it. Temperature is also a key factor. Adwell spoke in great detail. He had previously sent people to find the wreckage of the airship and conducted analysis of the characteristics of this flame. The bishops tried to use various methods, and finally used buried in sand. "In that case, I will accept the 300,000 bounty." Arno's lips cracked into a smile, and Edwell's words were firmly recorded in his heart. "If you have the ability, his ice magic is not weak either." Edwell's face with the iron mask showed no expression. After reminding him again, he turned to look at the dukes of the kingdom. "Hebrew, Austin, Barrow, let you lead the kingdom's army as the vanguard. But, Lord Edwell, those wizards will perform all kinds of weird witchcraft. We alone may not even be able to get close to the city wall," Duke Barrow said with a slight trembling. The nobles of the kingdom who were watching were also hesitant to speak, although they chose to surrender without hesitation when the Holy See army came to kill them. This did not mean how pious they were. Judging from the information obtained, the troops trained by these wizards will use a strange witchcraft weapon that is very powerful. An entire group of well-trained cavalry were easily defeated during the charge. Even if they could capture the royal capital, they would probably suffer heavy casualties. This is your only chance to prove your loyalty to the Lord with facts and repent of your crimes. Edwell's words were full of irrefutable meaning. Edwell has no good impression of such nobles, who act according to the changing circumstances. After the group of wizards killed King Basil and launched a rebellion, only a few nobles who were loyal to the church chose to resist, while more people wavered and even got together with the wizards to persecute local priests and bishops. These are undoubtedly sinners. So Edwell brought in all the nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom, whether they were barons, viscounts or dukes, and only then could he gather so many troops. Chapter 340, the troops approaching the city, and the hard-to-defeat muskets. Under Edwell's pressure, Hebrews and Barrow looked at each other, feeling extremely regretful. If all their armies were dead, even the name of a duke would not be able to cope with the attacks of the other nobles. If they had known this, they might as well have followed Hatter's orders and entered the capital. But it was obviously too late to regret now. No matter how unwilling Hebrews and Barrow were, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Edwell's indifferent voice rang in everyone's ears. Among all of you, whoever can capture the royal capital, or who has made the most outstanding achievements, will be the next king of Hadrada. Edwell's words were like throwing a huge boulder into a calm lake, and all the nobles present turned red-eyed. Hebrews and Barrow are no exception. This is an opportunity to rule an entire kingdom. It may also be the only chance. As the nobles of the kingdom, they can attack each other and plunder territory, and they can also use various dark methods. But there is one line that cannot be touched, and that is to replace the king, unless approved by the Holy See. Wear the crown with God's testimony and gift. More than 100 years ago, the late king of the Basil family won the throne with this method. In other words, after becoming a king, as long as he does not rebel against the Holy See, he can pass on the throne forever under the protection of God. Now King Basil is dead, and the eldest prince also died tragically in the royal capital. Coupled with Edwell's guarantee, the replacement of the new king has become possible. Thinking of this, the nobles of the kingdom were very excited. With the support of the Holy See, even a small baron would have a chance to rise to heaven and become a king. Hebrews immediately took action, rode his horse, and rushed in front of the soldiers, speaking impassionedly. People of God, those evil God believers are in this royal capital in front of you. They are trying to open the door to H.L., destroy the entire kingdom, and let devils, disasters, and plagues run rampant in the world. We will never tolerate such things happening. These evil perpetrators and cultists must pay the bloody price for their evil deeds. As long as you kill an enemy in front of you, you can get an Empire gold coin. Kill a wizard and be awarded the title of knight. And the first one to climb the city wall will be rewarded with thousands of gold coins and be awarded the title of earl. The words of Hebrews resounded like a bell in the wilderness. Encouraged by the huge reward, the enthusiasm of tens of thousands of troops was mobilized in an instant. God is with me! Hebrews shouted loudly. God is with me! The morale of tens of thousands of troops was high, and they roared in unison. The loud shouts echoed in the sky like thunder. Then dozens of nobles led their own private soldiers to attack the royal capital in a mighty manner. The sound of drums became louder and louder, and at the same time, there were also the pious hymns of priests and bishops. Great Lord of the stars, Goddess of the moon, Creator of all things in the world, please send your grace and give us light, hope, and strength. Amidst the ethereal hymns, the brilliance of divine magic appeared on the bodies of tens of thousands of noble soldiers, and their hearts were filled with infinite courage and strength at this moment. Here they come! They come! The power of tens of thousands of people charging in groups made Old York and others who had been prepared for a long time feel nervous. However, they still set up their muskets immediately and waited quietly for the enemy. Reach shooting distance. Of course, the best output environment for muskets is when both sides are on the same plane and shoot in rows. However, you can also get a wider field of view from a high position. What's more, they have too many enemies this time, so there is no need to worry about whether they can hit the target or not. The problem. The 10,000 musketeers guarding the city wall were divided into several arrays and fired separately according to orders, forming an uninterrupted fire network. With the first round of gunfire, the charging soldiers fell down in rows. At first glance, it was estimated that there were thousands of them. The scene looked extremely spectacular. But just 1 second later, because nearly 70% of the people came back again, he climbed up, shouted, "For the gods!" with red eyes, and continued to rush towards the city wall. The wizards, who were watching the battle on the city wall, had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Lin Ying could also see that these people were blessed with magical protection. The last time he faced the kingdom's army, he had seen something similar. But the opponents at that time were only a few bishops and dozens of priests. The strength of the magic released was limited, and could only brainwash people and increase their courage. But this time it was different. It actually blessed tens of thousands of people with a real magical shield. The strength should be about the same as a ring of protective magic. It could not withstand musket attacks, but it could significantly weaken them. If it hits a harder part of the armor, it may even be impossible to break through the defense, and will only be knocked down by the impact. If the guards were using crossbows instead of muskets at this moment, it would be difficult to even break through the defenses. Fortunately, these shields are disposable. Most of the soldiers that Raphael saw getting up again fell to the ground after being shot in the second round, and did not get up again. Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief. But this is equivalent to one extra life for one person. Thinking of this, Raphael turned his head and glanced at Lin, truly admiring the magic star's foresight. When discussing how to conduct this war a few days ago, they all proposed to take the initiative and rely on the advantages of equipment to directly defeat the Holy See's legion in the wilderness, and even fight all the way to the Empire. After all, the previous two victories came too easily. The musketeers destroyed several times their opponents with very low casualties. It can be said that their enemies couldn't even mount an effective resistance. So isn't that a push all the way? Only Lin En insisted on defending the city, and tried his best to avoid fighting in the plains before finding out the details of the enemy. This is good for the musketeers, but it is also very suitable for large-scale corps operations and cavalry charges. Now it seems that with such a large-scale protective magic, the muskets cannot exert their power 100%. If they fight in the wilderness, the array will most likely be defeated directly. At this time, all the musketeers also discovered that their enemy this time was unusual. He could actually receive a musket without losing his life, and he could still carry the city ladder vigorously and continue to approach. They all immediately put it away. The arrogant mentality before Old York was placed in the third wave of firing cues. During the first 2 rounds of shooting, he held the telescope he had obtained in exchange for his military exploits and carefully observed the enemy's movements. It was soon discovered that the soldiers who died in the first round of gunfire were all hit in weak parts of the armor, or were very unlucky enough to be directly hit with their faces. Therefore, it is not that the muskets in their hands cannot break through defenses. It is just that they have been weakened by magical protection and armor, so the projectiles cannot cause fatal damage. Chapter 341: The Fierce Battle to Defend the Royal Capital. Third cue. Shoot! A high-pitched shout resounded from the city wall. Old York quickly pulled the bolt of the gun and placed the adjusted telescope on the butt of the gun, specifically targeting nobles wearing gorgeous costumes. During the previous 2 rounds of shooting, he had already found the target, and it was the one wearing the sexiest bag. Charge! Charge! Under the city wall of the royal capital, Grand Duke Barrow shouted loudly. Although the roar of intensive shooting and artillery continued to sound on the battlefield, he did not have a trace of fear in his heart. He believed that God was she protects herself, and believes that the armor she bought at a high price has the best protection. Vaguely, Barrow seemed to have seen the moment when he rushed into the city, killed the false King Hatter, and took the crown. An indescribable excitement filled his brain. But the next moment, his mind froze. A round lead bullet broke through the air, penetrated the magical barrier in an instant, and shot straight through the gap in the armor. In Barrow's eyes, the power of divine magic was fading, and his consciousness was quickly peeling off. The moment Barrow lost consciousness, he suddenly realized that the so-called king's position was simply an illusory temptation, and they were just cannon fodder used to consume the enemy. That's all. Perfect! Old York, who had collected ahead on the city wall, applauded his outstanding marksmanship. The unlucky guy just now had such gorgeous armor. He should be a great noble after all. Right? That's a lot of gold coins in hand. After Old York happily changed the projectiles, he continued to pick up the telescope and find the next target. There were not a few musketeers who had the same small thoughts as him. They were all dominated by magic and desire. The nobles on the battlefield soon died tragically on the spot in the continuous gunshots. Although not everyone was a sharpshooter, and many of the nobles were wearing the most sophisticated armor. They were all pointed at more than a dozen muskets and beaten into pieces after 1 round of shooting. The increasing number of casualties also allowed the passionate Hebrews and others to gradually break free from the influence of divine magic. After all, they are not poor people who are easy to fool. Even if they have the temptation to rule a kingdom, they cannot resist the fear of death, and their charging pace becomes slower and slower, or they simply shrink back and direct the army to fight. The casualties among the soldiers were even more severe. In less than an hour, more than 4,000 people died under the city wall, and the red blood stained the vast land outside the city. The sound of fighting and shooting continued to resound on the battlefield, sometimes accompanied by intermittent rain of arrows, which would soon be interrupted by artillery bombardments, leaving only a few arrows, which did not pose much of a threat. These sacrifices are not without value. They have crossed the line of death, rushed to the bottom of the city wall, and the ladder to the city has been set up. The battering ram, which was also protected, also arrived at the city gate under the cover of the human wall, but it was hit by several LS and was beaten crookedly. The heavy iron hammer hit the city gate one after another, making an unbearable muffled sound. However, except for the slight shaking of the city gate, it still stands, because behind it is a cement wall half a meter thick, which was made by Lin En and others using magic. It is very strong, let alone the battering ram. It's a bit difficult to break it with divine magic. When more and more soldiers gathered under the city gate, the wizard standing on the city wall finally took action. Using fire, frost, lightning, and falling rocks, continuous magic fell down, turning the entire battlefield into HL. After this round of magic bombing, there were thousands more casualties, and all the siege ladders and battering rams that had been built so hard were reduced to ashes. After Eric and others cleared away the soldiers near the city wall, they stopped casting spells and left it to the musketeers to continue the attack. The magic power of a wizard is not unlimited. Normally, if you release 5 or 6 magics of the same level, you will be in a dilemma of lack of mental power. You must know that those magicians have not directly entered the battlefield, and they cannot invest too much power. The huge casualties did not deter the remaining soldiers. They continued to move forward, as if they did not see the tragic wails of their companions beside them, and continued to build the siege ladder while shouting, "For God!" The deeper the belief in this auxiliary magic, the greater the impact. And these poor people at the bottom have nothing, and they can only rely on prayer to resist the suffering of life. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin En and others on the city wall seemed to be the culprits of all evils, the people who caused them suffering. They were so crazy that old York hesitated when he fired. These people were simply the devils in HL. Even with a broken leg, they crawled all the way to the bottom of the city wall and scratched the solid wall with their fingernails. "It's so tragic," Raphael sighed unbearably. This was the first time he had experienced such a large-scale war, but he had no intention of taking action. He just watched quietly. This small scene was far from what they needed. When it comes to action, Lin frowned slightly, feeling very strange. He didn't quite understand what Edwell was up to. Could he just let these people come here and die? According to the art of war, without multiple times the number of troops and more advanced weapons and tactics, there is no difference between storming a city and killing people. Even if all these tens of thousands of people died, it would be impossible to shake the city at all. Edwell could never be a reckless man who only knew how to attack by force. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to lead troops to conquer the kingdom and command the 2 elite troops of the God's Punishment Army and the Griffin Knights. "Could it be that they want to use the lives of these poor people to consume our ammunition?" Sanchez guessed. Hearing this, Raphael and others also became a little worried. The 10,000 musketeers guarding the city wall consumed tens of thousands of projectiles after several rounds of shooting, and the consumption per hour starts at 100,000. They didn't know much about the production process of lead bullets, but they also noticed that they were round and had the same specifications. Even if the process was not complicated, it would still take a lot of time. "Ha, that's just wishful thinking. You probably don't know how these projectiles are made," Dennis said with a sneer. "No matter how simple it is, how many times can one person rub it in a day?" A great wizard said, very funny. "The projectiles can't just fall from the sky." Right. He could probably guess some of the production methods. It was nothing more than melting the lead ore at high temperatures, and then finding a way to make them into balls of the same size. "No, they really just fell from the sky," Dennis said with a strange expression. Chapter 342 Waste of Natural Resources. "Is this how you use oil?" Dennis's straightforward words shocked the wizards present, almost thinking that the other party was joking. How could the musket pellets fall from the sky? Even if you were joking, this is a bit outrageous. However, they soon heard Lin on the side nodding. "The production of lead bullets does not require much manpower, and there is no problem if they fall from the sky." They made lead bullets using the high tower method that was popular in the 18th century. All it takes is a building tens of meters high, a magic furnace on the top, and a large pool for catching lead bullets below. When you need to make lead bullets, Burn a furnace of lead water at the top of the tower, and then pour the molten lead directly from a high place. The molten lead will be in a weightless state in midair, and will spontaneously explode under the action of surface tension. It is spherical in shape and rapidly cools and solidifies into a spherical lead bullet during the fall. In other words, the production of lead bullets uses the gravity of the planet as the hammer, and the liquid itself is shaped by tension. The whole process does not require manpower. As long as there are enough lead or pipes, it can be manufactured in batches at an extremely fast speed. And the kingdom of Hadrada lacks everything except all kinds of ores. In order to cope with this war, he directly built more than 10 high tower factories in the royal capital, and stored more than 10 tons of lead ore. Among other things, he had enough bullet barrels for muskets. This is also the advantage of being backed by a city, so you don't need to worry about supplies. After Lin's explanation, Sanchez and others were still confused. Although this method was very simple, the related principles were not so easy to figure out. There is nothing wrong with objects falling naturally under the action of gravity. But considering air resistance, they should be elliptical or olive-shaped. Why do they fall into the water in the shape of a ball? They had never observed this carefully before. Raphael even extracted water vapor from the air on the spot, and conducted a free-fall experiment on the city wall. Hadera Tower, outside the royal capital, Adwell, who had been paying attention to the enemy's movements, immediately noticed the strange movements of the great wizards, and immediately became vigilant. Are they making water flow? No. Water droplets? Arno also had a confused expression. With his vision blessed by divine magic, he could see the general movements of everyone on the city wall from a distance of 2 kilometers. Maybe it's some kind of magic kick, a cardinal said speculatively. It may also be a curse-type witchcraft. All the bishops have also become vigilant. In the past, when they led people to arrest wizards, their biggest headache was being tricked by various weird spells. Adwell thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out what these people were doing. Out of caution, he raised his hand and cast a 6-ring magic spell, Heaven's Asylum. An invisible barrier rose quietly, enveloping everyone present. The whole world seemed to be becoming illusory, as if they were separated from the world by a thin film. Looking from the inside out, it seemed as if they were across the lake, those fish and shrimps swimming in the lake. However, the imaginary attack did not come. The group of great wizards just created drops of water, and then stared at them falling to the ground, as if they were playing a ridiculous and childish game. Of course, this is impossible. Now that we are in the middle of a war, the other party will never do something meaningless. It must have some deep meaning. These witchcraft weapons are really good. While he was still thinking about Edwell, Arno focused on the battlefield. The entire situation can only be described as one-sided. The total number of aristocratic private soldiers who attacked the capital was 50,000. Now they have sacrificed nearly 10,000 people, and still have not achieved any results. They are like straw in a wheat field. Rows of people fell while waving. Arno had to put away his previous contempt for these wizards. They had also collected information about firearms. But now it seemed that they were much more powerful than expected. Even if these noble soldiers had the dual protection of armor and divine magic, they could not completely block it. Those artillery pieces are even more powerful. If hit from the front, no matter how thick the armor is, they will be crushed directly into pulp. No wonder they could easily capture the royal capital and eliminate the kingdom's church. When the capital is conquered, remember to leave a few alive. If you find out how to make it, it will be much easier to deal with those strange monsters in the future, Arno suddenly said with a smile. These are all creations of witchcraft and devil's knowledge. We must destroy them all. A cardinal next to him retorted with great dissatisfaction. Watching and learning taboo knowledge rashly may cause unpredictable consequences. In the past, there were senior officials within the Holy See who believed that some of the inventions and creations of wizards were very interesting and could be used. As a result, some priests and even bishops with weak willpower, after looking at the confiscated witchcraft notes, were actually possessed by the devil's knowledge, bewitched and rebel against God's grace. After that, in the operation to capture the wizard, the pages, notes, and spellcasting materials collected must be burned immediately, or taken to the forbidden library and sealed. Evil gods and demons are very likely to have cast magic in those forbidden witchcraft knowledge, and anyone who reads it will definitely fall into the abyss. Aren't we going to take action yet, Lord Edwell? Arno didn't bother to argue with these people. He turned to look at Edwell and asked, if this continues, it is very likely that all 50,000 people will die here, and their deaths will be worthless. Adwell did not reply, but asked rhetorically, how are you preparing the kerosene? This thing has already arrived. A rich smile appeared on Arnold's face. With a wave of his hand, more than 100 guards in silver armor transferred barrels of metal barrels filled with thick black liquid. Moved here. This kerosene was discovered by a fisherman a few months ago. After an earthquake, a crack suddenly opened in the ground, and billowing black oil came out. As a result, someone ignited it, and the fire actually started. The half moon is immortal. The local fishermen thought they had opened the door to H.L., so they notified the church. In the end, a cardinal took action and calmed down the fire. After testing, it was found that this thing had nothing to do with the so-called devil, and there was no trace of magic. It was used as a sharp weapon in the war against cultists and strange demons, and achieved good results. But the range of the trebuchet should not be enough to throw the kerosene, a bishop said with a frown. The artillery made by the wizards had a much longer range than the trebuchet, and it was easy to be hit. If it doesn't work on the ground, then it will work from the sky. Arno grinned. He already understood what Edwell meant. Chapter 343 Petroleum, the blood of industry, and the source of power. From heaven? The bishop's present also woke up after being stunned for a short time. Those wizards' airships did not take off. Obviously because they were afraid of the power of the Griffin Knights, which meant that they could imitate their opponents and use the Griffin Knights' speed and height advantages to launch attacks from the air. Debbie, you will lead the team this time, Edwell continued to ask. I understand, Sir Edwell. I will never come back until I complete my mission. Debbie put his right hand on his chest and swore categorically. Then he led a group of Griffin Knights, wearing special cloths. The wrapped kerosene rose into the sky. I will also go to meet these devil's believers and try their abilities. Arno couldn't help but ask Edwell to fight, and also took a piece of kerosene to replace one of the griffins. Knights on a mission. Hundreds of Griffin Knights rose into the sky, their golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight, like pieces of golden clouds. Pay attention. Those griffins are in the air, Lennon warned with a slightly louder tone on top of the tower. In fact, there is no need to remind. Such a big movement cannot be concealed at all. Raphael and others who were thinking about why the liquid always appeared round in midair were also forced to interrupt their thinking and got ready. When these elite troops start taking action, it means that the Holy See is serious about taking action. In just 1 minute, the Griffin Knights had already rushed to the sky above the royal capital, maintaining an altitude of about 1,000 meters, constantly circling, and falling down and swooping for a distance from time to time, passing about 300 to 400 meters above their heads. It can be said to be full of provocation, and it also successfully interfered with the performance of the musketeers, because no one knows when these Griffin Knights hanging in the sky will launch an attack. Pyroblast! Several wizards, who couldn't stand the provocation, cast spells together after the Griffin Knights dived again. Several fireballs soared into the sky and flew towards several Griffin Knights high in the sky. They used the arcane mathematical formula to calculate the enemy's flight position in advance, which was a 100% certainty. However, their plan failed. The Griffin just flapped its wings fiercely and turned suddenly in midair, easily avoiding the fire and explosion. Then, instead of making any attempt to escape from the air, it lowered its altitude again. It flew through the air overhead, making the wizards so angry that they all cast spells to fight back. Magic barrage, ice storm, multi-pyroblast. Dozens of magics flew into the sky at once, but they wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to forcibly knock down these flexible griffins. Unfortunately, Debbie, who had expected it, the moment he felt the strong magic wave, commanded everyone to fly high into the sky again, and all the magic failed again. Raphael quickly stopped him. Stop it all! Don't waste your magic power and fall into the enemy's trick. Damn it! If they could use that magic, how dare these Griffin Knights be so arrogant? Nancy muttered to herself angrily. She and Glenn both learned Lynn and Anthony's improved laser magic, but Lynn don't let them use it easily. Just say that the time has not come yet. Be patient. They don't have the guts to come over. If they get too close, they will be beaten down by us. Just treat them as if they don't exist. Raphael shook his head and said. The wizards on the tower were very unhappy, but could do nothing. Their magic could not span such a long distance and cause enough damage to the high-speed moving griffins. The opponent is too flexible and cannot hit at all. Debbie led the Griffin Knights and frequently provoked the wizards on the city wall in the air. After roughly assessing the safety range, most of the griffins dispersed. Arno did not leave, but fought with a small number of remaining Griffin Knights. He aimed at the artillery placed on the city wall, commanded the griffins under him to dive at an altitude of about 500 meters, and then fiercely, He threw the burning oil cloth in his hand towards his target. Wait! What is that? Glenn, who had sharp eyes, kept staring at the sky and immediately noticed something was wrong. Fire! It's fire! A wizard shouted loudly. Is it some kind of magic? Dennis frowned as he looked at the fireballs falling from the sky. I don't know, but it must be related to those Griffin Knights. Sanchez shook his head, his expression extremely solemn, because the same scene appeared in every corner of the capital, as if there was rain of fire in the sky. Magic barrier! On the city tower, hundreds of official wizards cast spells together, and a circular magic barrier immediately enveloped their heads. The cloth wrapped in oil quickly disintegrated under the erosion of the flames, and hit the barrier, making a series of explosive roars. Part of the unburned black liquid stuck to the magic barrier above his head. At the same time, a pungent smell also reached everyone's noses. Toxic gas? Wizards who have studied poisonous gas magic noticed it when this substance invaded the barrier, and immediately closed their breaths vigilantly. Lennon quickly recognized these dark liquids that had not yet been fully burned, with an expression of shock and surprise. Wait! This can't be! Oil? Oil? What is that? Dennis and others were confused, and it was another word they had never heard of. A very critical liquid fuel. Len answered. What is oil? It is the blood of industry, the source of power, and one of the most important cornerstones of modernization. In addition to being used as fuel, it can also be made into plastics, asphalt, synthetic rubber, etc. Although magic-powered internal combustion engines are currently running in the wizard's land, which converts hydrogen into magic and causes gas explosions to provide power. The efficiency is much higher than liquid fuel, but the cost is a big problem. For example, a crystalline magic stone with a standard diameter, worth 3 magic gold coins, can only provide flight fuel for an airship for 5 days. If it weren't for the war, the Parliament would support it regardless of the cost, and even use the magic stone reserves accumulated in the past, so that it would dare to continue to supply hundreds of airships. Once the process of magic is extended to the entire Hadrada kingdom, it will definitely not be dominated by magic stones. Oil is a good substitute. He had asked the kingdom's spies to pay attention to it before. However, oil exploration is not an easy task, and no news has been reported yet. Lennon did not expect that traces of oil would be found during this war, and that it would be used directly as kerosene. This was simply a waste of natural resources. Chapter 344 The Thunder Net covering the sky over the royal capital. Just as Lennon was explaining what oil was, similar magical barriers rose up over the towering towers, sealed factories, and the royal capital, blocking the falling fire rain, in order to avoid being attacked by some rebels during a fierce battle, burning down the granary and their firearms warehouse, or even triggering a large-scale explosion. Lin naturally asked the alchemists to set up magic protection in key places, and also arranged a lot of manpower is dedicated to guarding these places. This is also the reason why there are only 10,000 musketeers and a few hundred official wizards on the city wall, because everyone else has gone to help defend. After seeing that the fire oil attack had little effect, some of the Griffin Knights lowered their height and scratched with their sharp claws to destroy the magic barrier. The sharp claws of the Griffins were still very effective in breaking the magic, and soon they were on the magic barrier. Scratching made numerous scratches. The other part turned their targets to the surrounding houses. The hot kerosene hit the roofs and streets, and the fire soon started burning in the city. Damn it! Seeing the flames spreading throughout various areas of the royal capital, Hatter was extremely anxious and quickly urged Lin In and others to send people to rescue them. He didn't care much about the life and death of those poor people, but his palace also received special attention. There were at least 30 Griffin Knights wandering over the palace, and the protective barrier previously deployed could not last long. Although the musketeers were also shooting in the air, they had little effect, and so far they had not been able to kill any Griffin Knights. Raphael was also in trouble for a while. Those Griffin Knights were scattered throughout the royal capital. Once too many people were assigned to rescue, the elite Vatican legions waiting for work outside the city would not hesitate to launch a general attack. The opponent was waiting for "I'm afraid this is the opportunity." The sound of drums that had subsided on the battlefield began to sound again. The God's Punishment Army, which had been standing still, began to slowly approach, putting pressure on the people on the city wall. There were still dozens of Griffin Knights in the sky. They hovered above their heads, swooping down from time to attack the barrier above their heads, or dropping the kerosene from a distance, turning around and running away. Some of the wizards of the Shaping School were so angry that they wanted to transform into flying monsters and fight hand-to-hand with these Griffin Knights in the air. But they were quickly stopped by Raphael and others. There were too many of them, and they rashly engage in aerial combat, and they will simply be mobbed to death. Do you want to use that now? Anthony asked cautiously. It's not that time yet. Lin shook his head. Of course he knew that Anthony was talking about their new laser magic. But so far only 11 people have learned it. By surprise, they may be able to kill some of the Griffins. Night. But in this way, the opponent will definitely be on guard next time. But this chaotic scene must end. Lennon looked up at the sky. A large amount of data flashed through his mind. The position and movements of each Griffin Knight were constructed into a three-dimensional model, under the analysis of the intelligent brain. Their movement trajectories, and possible the direction of escape is clearly visible. Magic barrage. As his thoughts flashed, hundreds of magic missiles, with a diameter of 30 centimeters appeared in the void. Lennon's sudden attack gave the anxious wizards a glimmer of hope. The famous magic star had never let them down in the past. The Griffin Knights flying in the sky also noticed the fluctuations of magic below, and raised their altitude one after another. Come on! Let me see what you can do! Arnaud showed a ferocious smile on his face. He had always paid close attention to the blasphemer Edwell mentioned. So when he saw Lin in after doing it, I couldn't help but get excited. In an instant, those magic missiles roared towards the Griffins in the sky at a high speed of 200 meters per second, drawing strange arcs in midair. As a high-level monster, the Griffin has extremely strong magic resistance and danger perception. In cooperation with the Knights, it is like a flexible fish, swimming in the gaps between magic missiles. Arnaud was not a professional Griffin Knight. After dodging a few magic missiles, he used a magical shield to block all remaining attacks. It's nothing more than that! Arnaud's tense mind suddenly relaxed. The quantity and speed of this kind of magic are indeed very difficult to deal with. There are not a few Griffin Knights who were hit by missiles like him. But the power is too weak. There is no way to break through their magical protection. Arnaud laughed and wanted to fly down and challenge the wizards again. But the moment he touched the reins, his whole hand was electrocuted. The golden hair of the Griffin beneath him stood up faintly, and it made bursts of uneasy chirps. It seems like a failure. Seeing that Lin couldn't even shoot down a Griffin Knight, Sanchez sighed and shook his head. Isn't it funny to use such an apprentice-level magic missile? Anthony, who was proficient in thunder magic, sensed something different. You come together. Anthony, there are a lot of them, and the power of magic will be dispersed. Lin raised his hand as he spoke, and a trace of lightning flashed on his fingertips. Anthony also cooperated with the spell without hesitation, and a burst of lightning flashed around him. Thunder Prison, Lightning Storm, Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Judgment. Two powerful thunder magics flew into the sky almost at the same time. Although lightning is very fast, it needs to rely on a medium to propagate, and the conductivity of the air is very poor. This is why Anthony did not use lightning magic for air defense. But now it's different. Lin used hundreds of magic missiles to forcibly create a large-scale electromagnetic field. The Griffins sensed danger in the sky and flapped their wings in fear, trying to fly out of the area. However, the speed and flexibility they were proud of were not worth mentioning in the face of the spread of lightning. Accompanied by two violent thunders, it only took a short second for a huge thunder net to cover the surrounding airspace. The blue-purple thunder light occupied the entire field of vision, and the magical barrier on the body was instantly broken. Violent current poured straight into the body, and the Knights inside the electromagnetic field were directly electrocuted into charcoal. Even those Griffins, with extremely strong magic resistance, cannot escape the fate of being roasted directly. The Griffin Knights on the periphery, who were not completely affected, were also hit by the scattered arcs of electricity, and their bodies fell stiffly from the sky. Amidst a burst of screams and wailing, a rain of Griffins began to fall from the sky. Many people were unlucky enough to fall into the house, where they had just dropped the kerosene, and were turned into a ball of rotten flesh by the paralysis of lightning and the cooking of the fire. Chapter 345. The Horrified Griffin Knights. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Get out of the way! The roar of thunder resounded over the entire capital, and the spreading lightning network was clearly visible inside and outside the capital. In an instant, hundreds of Griffin Knights were swept into it, and arcs of electricity, as thick as an arm, continued to spread around. Spread? The Griffin Knights hovering around the capital were suddenly frightened and flew thousands of meters into the air, not daring to stay low in the air for a moment, looking at the thunder field covering their heads. The substantial sense of oppression made the hairs of the wizards present stand on end. They also didn't expect that Master Lin actually had such a skill. Sanchez, who was fast talking before, was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak at this moment. 1 second he said that the opponent's magic would not have much effect, but the next second Lin's lightning net knocked down all these Griffin Knights. It is indeed a magic star. Sanchez couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lin's understanding of magic and creativity of spells were beyond his own, and his ability to adapt to the situation was simply outstanding. No wonder Lin didn't seem worried at all when faced with the harassment from these Griffin Knights. Go and arrest people. There must be some left alive. Put out the fire as well. They won't dare to come down again in a short time. Lennon put down his hand and ordered casually. After receiving the order, Glenn and others nodded, and 50 official wizards were separated on the spot, leading a team of more than 1,000 musketeers to extinguish the fire and capture prisoners. The threat from the air disappeared temporarily, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master Dean, since this thunder magic is so powerful, why didn't you take advantage of the time when those Griffin Knights were gathered together to defeat them all? Alok asked regretfully. The power of thunder and lightning will be dispersed. These Griffin Knights are not easy to deal with. They have high magic resistance. Even 3-ring magic requires a frontal hit to pose a fatal threat. Lin explained simply. Another factor he didn't explain was that the spell cast just now seemed simple. But in fact, to build an electromagnetic field large enough to include all enemies in the air, corresponding data was needed to support it. The Griffin Knights were provoking frequently in the sky just now, testing their spellcasting range, and at the same time exposing their own flight and evasion data, all of which were recorded in the Enal's database. What Lin was waiting for was the moment when these Griffin Knights thought they were in a safe area and gradually relaxed their vigilance, and then hit them hard in one fell swoop. However, despite the fruitful results this time, Lin did not underestimate the elite forces of the Holy See. On the contrary, he raised their threat rating by a notch. According to the data given by Now, these Griffins can fly at a speed of nearly 80 kilometers per hour when carrying people and carrying a lot of oil. They can even go faster when accelerating and diving. It reaches more than 130 kilometers per hour. And the standard speed of the third-generation airship is 150 kilometers per hour. The difference between the two is not big, and almost all of the knights on their backs can use simple magic. And with the help of extremely fast and flexible griffins, they even have the ability to kill official wizards one-on-one. Each Griffin Knight is extremely powerful when taken alone, let alone a group attacking from the air. If it weren't for the fear of the magic of wizards like them, these 800 Griffin Knights would be enough to burn down the entire royal capital and kill all the defenders here. Only the Holy See is so generous as to train such powerful magical beasts as griffins on a large scale for use in war. He has already seen the Griffin Knights, one of the 2 elites, and they are indeed impressive. But he just doesn't know what those gods' punishment army will look like. Thinking of this, Lin looked at the silver-armored guards in formation in the distance, and spoke in a deep voice. Prepare the electromagnetic cannon. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. Let these people also experience the power of magic. On the other side of the battlefield, Edwell, who was preparing to launch a general attack by taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Griffin Knights, did not expect that the situation on the battlefield would turn 180 degrees in an instant. The Griffin Knights, who were showing off their power and gaining the upper hand, were actually shot down by lightning from the sky in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so fast that it was over before they could stop it. Another unrecorded magic. There was no expression on Edwell's iron-masked face, but his tone was extremely cold. It seems that the wizards huddled in the wizarding land and developed many novelties. As things retreat, today's offensive ends here. Edwell gave the order without hesitation. But Lord Edwell, Commander Arno was also shot down by lightning, and he is still in the royal capital. The adjutant of the gods' punishment army spoke eagerly, with a look of reluctance on his face. Although before launching the attack, he had never thought that he could capture this fortified city dominated by devil believers in one day. This battle was only based on testing, but the losses could only be described as tragic. More than 20,000 of the 50,000 noble coalition troops have died. The most important thing is that hundreds of Griffin Knights have died as a result. His heart is bleeding. The result of such heavy losses was only to set a fire in the royal capital and burn down some private houses. In his opinion, after several rounds of consumption, those wizards also spent a lot of magic power. Now is the time to launch a full-scale attack. Now! Convey my order and retreat, Edwell said in a more serious tone. As for Arno, that thunder magic alone can't kill him. Edwell said with confidence that the spell released by Lin was indeed very powerful. But the power was dispersed throughout the airspace and within the bodies of hundreds of Griffin Knights. It was impossible to kill Arno, who was a cardinal. Absolutely impossible. Even, it's hard to get seriously injured. Since Arnaud didn't make much noise in the city, it proved that the other party had his own plan. Adwell's order made many cardinals very dissatisfied. This was the first time they had suffered such a big loss when facing the followers of the evil god. And now they had to retreat in despair. So much so that some people suspected that Adwell wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate dissidents. After all, Arnaud is famously unruly. And he has acted privately without orders not once or twice. But before the words of rebuttal were spoken, a powerful wave of magic power came from the walls of the royal capital. What do they want to do at such a long distance? All the bishops were a little puzzled. The distance from here to the city gate was about 1.5 kilometers. Judging from the test just now, this should be beyond the range of the artillery. Chapter 346. This place is the realm of God. Before the bishops could figure it out, a strong thunder light lit up on the city wall of the royal capital. Even under the scorching sun at noon, it looked extremely shining. After about 3 seconds of gathering momentum, the 7 electromagnetic cannons installed on the city gate let out bursts of violent roars, and an extremely powerful aura burst out from the barrels of the cannons. Like thunder flashing, 7 special projectiles, driven by Ampere's force, turned into brilliant streams of light and flew towards them. Although this time there was no lightning magic blessing from hundreds of official wizards, the speed was far less than the time when the projection of God was broken. But in the eyes of Adwell and others, it was incredibly fast. In just over a second, they had already crossed a distance of 1.5 kilometers. Some of the bishops had not even reacted. The projectile that was wrapped in lightning and was as big as a human head, he had already rushed in front of him. However, the next moment, the electromagnetic gun, with astonishing power, exploded with a bang. The flying fragments seemed to fall into the quagmire. The speed suddenly changed from extremely fast to extremely slow. It lost power before it really reached everyone. Fell to the ground. That was the protective magic that Adwell had deployed in advance to guard against the wizard's plot, Heaven's Asylum. This place is the realm of God. And no matter how powerful the spell is, it will be weakened layer by layer. However, they are not the only ones targeted by the electromagnetic cannon. The God's Punishment Army, who are outside the range of divine protection, are not so lucky. What came into view was a scene of beauty and death intertwined. Several gorgeous streams of light flashed past from the dense array. The terrifying speed and high temperature penetrated the bodies of more than a dozen silver-armored soldiers in an instant. And half of the people in the front row of the body disappeared without a trace. And several people in the back row were also beaten into a ball of rotten flesh. Waves of shrill screams resounded on the battlefield. Blood spattered everywhere. Corpses flew everywhere. Blood foam, broken flesh, and a strong smell of blood continued to spread to the surroundings. "Form up a shield formation and retreat," the adjutant shouted in horror. He no longer had the desire to attack by force, and hurriedly issued Adwell's order. The power of the electromagnetic gun is undoubtedly terrifying. You must know that every member of the God's Punishment Army is selected from witch hunters or knights. But their proud strength and physical fitness are of no use in the face of projectiles with 3 times the speed of sound. And their armor and body are completely useless, easily penetrated like paper. Fortunately, they are elites who have experienced hundreds of battles and have firm beliefs. So even in the face of such a terrifying scene, there was no confusion or retreat. The God's Punishment Army in the front row raised their hands and dispersed the solid. The giant shield glowed with divine magic, and there was no fear on his face. The second round of electromagnetic gun blasted over quickly. Although the giant shield blessed with divine magic failed to block it, it also reduced the power of the projectile by most of it. After piercing the bodies of 2 or 3 people, it lost power and exploded. Then came the third and fourth rounds. The roar of the electromagnetic gun resounded throughout the battlefield, and the firing frequency was even faster than that of the artillery. The next projectile was loaded in just 20 seconds. "These bastards! When we capture the royal capital, I will hang them all on the city tower." Seeing the brilliant streams of light flying into the dense array, bringing up streams of blood, a cardinal suddenly his eyes were red. The muscles on his face were twisted, and he was gritting his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do. With such a long distance, they could only be beaten passively, and there was no way to hit the enemies on the wall. With good luck in the sky, Debbie escaped from the thunder net, and immediately wanted to lead the team down to provide cover for the Legion's evacuation. But the frightened Griffins didn't think so. After seeing the flashing thunder, they immediately had a stress reaction, and they all screamed and did not dare to lower their altitude. Under the iron mask of Adwell, his face became extremely ugly. In the realm of heaven, the brilliance of divine magic surged. and a golden divine light rose into the sky with terrifying power, centered on Adwell, crossing the battlefield extremely fast. The noble legions who had regained their senses and were escaping in a hurry were quickly trapped. The golden divine light blocked everyone's vision and headed straight towards the royal capital. Lin En and others did not dare to be careless at all, and used their strongest protective magic to resist this massive attack. However, nothing happened. The golden divine light quickly dissipated when it came into contact with the magic barrier. It turns out it's just something to fool people. Raphael smiled disdainfully. Just now, he thought it was some powerful legendary magic that could launch an attack across such a long distance. If they had this ability, they would have used it to attack the city long ago. Why would they wait until now? Sanchez said with a smile, and then shook his head. They were actually fooled. They ran really fast, taking advantage of the period when the divine magic obscured the vision. The Holy See's elite legion had already evacuated to a distance of 2 kilometers. After several rounds of S.H. Ling, the 7 electromagnetic rail guns also stopped one after another. Firstly, if the distance is too far, the projectiles will dissolve in the air. Secondly, such high-intensity bombardment can easily cause the electromagnetic railgun to enter an overload state. What a pity. It would be great if there were more of these things, Dennis said with regret. Both the electromagnetic gun itself and the projectiles are unique. It requires a wizard who is proficient in thunder magic and alchemy to create it. It is not suitable for mass production yet. Otherwise, if there are 200 electromagnetic guns, it will definitely be possible just now. If the main force of the Holy See is directly defeated, then this war will be over. Watching the enemies surrounding the city recede like a tide, Lin En had no intention of giving an order to pursue them. They seemed to have won a great victory. But the God's Punishment Army did not even lose their formation when they withdrew. And they still remained strong. Combat power. In addition, the group of Griffin Knights set fire to the city, causing many casualties. The Musketeers, who had been fighting for nearly 2 hours, also needed a good rest. At the same time, in the royal capital, Glenn and others were leading people to capture the Griffin Knights that fell from the sky, falling from a height of hundreds of meters. Even a priest with a physique would be smashed into a pulp. However, there are lucky ones everywhere. With the help of griffins as cushions, they still found 5 survivors. The unlucky Arno was also among them. He himself was not seriously injured. When he sensed the danger, he immediately used magic to block the thunder and lightning net that appeared in the sky. But the griffin underneath him, he was paralyzed, and he was forcefully brought down to the royal capital, not far from the city wall. After assessing the possibility of breaking out of the royal capital under the siege of a group of great wizards, Arno decisively gave up the idea of breaking out and pretended to be unconscious. He was beaten by the wizards and musketeers who arrived. Caught. Chapter 347. A new type of musket that can change the direction of the war. Master Glenn, there is another one here. It looks like he is alive. Ham, who was responsible for leading the search team, shouted in surprise after discovering Arno, who was unconscious on the street. There are many Griffin Knights shot down by the thunder web, but very few survive. Everyone caught alive is a rare achievement. After all, if some key information could be extracted from the mouths of these people, it might be able to change the situation of this war. After receiving the notice, Glenn rushed over immediately. After looking at the collapsed eaves and the griffin next to it that was smashed into a ball of flesh, he immediately guessed how the other party survived. And then, he took a bottle of magic potion, opened Arno's mouth, and drank it directly. To drink or not to drink, that is a choice. Arno hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did nothing and allowed the medicine to be poured into his body. If the other party wants to kill him, he can just do it directly. There is no need to do anything extra. Arno guessed that these people should want to arrest them for interrogation. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Arno was thinking about countermeasures in his mind, but his thoughts immediately became groggy, and he couldn't muster any strength. This special potion can make a person's body muscles relax, fall into a long-term coma, and completely lose the ability to resist. However, Glenn obviously did not expect that a cardinal would mix among the Griffin Knights and be captured so easily by them, so he only used a normal dose. Arno still maintained a certain degree of consciousness and was not completely unconscious. Several musketeers came forward with special ropes and tied him tightly. They were provoked by the Griffin Knights before, but were unable to fight back. Everyone was holding back their anger. Now that they had the opportunity to retaliate, they naturally used dirty tricks. One of them even kicked him hard several times. Arno endured the humiliation and was extremely annoyed. A few lowly poor people dared to treat him like this. He secretly remembered the voices of everyone in his heart. When they captured this royal capital, they must let these people go. Taste the tortures of the Inquisition. Okay, everyone. Stop. Don't kill people. Glenn noticed everyone's actions and quickly stopped them, and asked Ham to send them to the interrogation room. As the Holy See army retreated, news of the victory in the first battle quickly spread throughout the royal capital. Cheers spread from the top of the city to the end of the alley. This was undoubtedly a resounding victory. They only consumed some ammunition and repelled the menacing crusade. There were more than 20,000 corpses piled under the city wall. It would have been perfect if those damn Griffin Knights hadn't burned down dozens of houses and caused more than 100 casualties due to their ability to fly. Faced with such a great victory, Lynn certainly would not be stingy with rewards. All the musketeers who participated in the battle received a magic gold coin as a reward. Their military exploits will be recorded, and additional rewards will be given after the war is over. Of course, this money comes from Parliament and the royal family. Those griffins that were thrown to death were not wasted. Some were used for magic research, and the other part were distributed as meat to Old York and others who had made great achievements in battle. For commoners like Old York, tasting the meat of a high-level monster may not be possible once in their lifetime. Not to mention that it is roasted using lightning magic. The musketeers who were lucky enough to be given meat felt like they had never eaten anything so strong in their lives. After appeasing the heroes of the war, Lynn once again increased the intensity of patrol guards. Everyone knew that this war was far from over. Today's battle looks fierce, but after all, it is still based on tentative attacks. Because the people who can really decide the outcome of the war, the bishops and priests of the Holy See, have not really taken action yet. And the other side has not invested much elite power. So after Lin En arranged these trivial matters, he immediately rushed to the Alchemy Research Institute established in the royal capital. As soon as he entered the door, a violent explosion came from inside. But neither Lin nor the guards who arrived were surprised. Sure enough, just 2 or 3 minutes later, several wizards from the Alchemy Research Institute walked out of a laboratory full of fire, each one looking disgraced. Lydia, who had joined the institute and became a glorious alchemist, hurriedly asked after seeing Lin En. "Dean Lin En? How was the war this time? Did we win?" Lydia was very interested in this first battle with the Holy See, but she was busy improving her muskets, so she did not join the frontline battle. "Killing at least 20,000 people with less than 200 casualties should be considered a great victory," Lin En said with a smile. "Only in the city defense battle, relying on the range of muskets and artillery, can such an exaggerated victory be achieved. Battle damage. This also proves that his previous move of giving up taking the initiative to attack and choosing to defend the city was extremely correct. After all, they knew nothing about the enemy before, so it was better to be cautious. For this exaggerated battle loss ratio, everyone present was not surprised at all. The muskets, artillery and electromagnetic weapons they made according to the drawings given by Lin En were undoubtedly battlefield killers. "It seems that the crusade sent by the Holy See is nothing more than that," a witch said with a sneer. After the news of the war spread throughout the land of wizards, many people were not optimistic that they would be able to defend the kingdom against the massive invasion of the Holy See. So much so that some people believed that the end of the wizards was coming. Even the Parliament was facing a formidable enemy, and was even ready to retreat to the wizarding land to defend itself. However, it now seems that the Holy See's massive attack is vulnerable to a single blow. It is no different from the rabble in the kingdom. It is not that they were beaten with their heads covered under their new weapons. No, the main force of the Holy See this time is just a tentative attack. The losses are limited, and the dead are basically cannon fodder. The next battle will not be that simple." Lin En shook his head. "This time, they exposed the weapons and intelligence. It's a bit much. The Holy See will definitely take measures to deal with it next time it attacks again." Thinking of this, Lin looked at Wilson, the alchemist responsible for gunpowder research and development, and asked expectantly, "By the way, where are the smokeless gunpowder and fixed-load ammunition I asked you to study? Do you have a clue? This has been completed a long time ago." The wizard named Wilson straightened his expression, and then asked someone to bring over a special musket. "In addition, we have already made the sample of the percussion gun you requested." Chapter 348. Gatlin was a doctor who saved lives until he invented the machine gun. Lin En took over the long-barreled musket, and after checking it, he said happily, "Very good. Very good. Your progress is faster than we thought." This first battle with the Holy See made Lin realize the powerlessness of the flintlock in the face of an extraordinary army. Just a large-scale auxiliary magic was enough to greatly reduce the power of the musket. If you can't rely on armor breaking to instantly kill approaching enemies, then the poor rate of fire of the flintlock gun will become a big problem. We can't expect them to use bayonets to fight hand-to-hand with the God's Punishment Army, which is a ferocious beast per capita. Right? The percussion gun is a great improvement compared to the flintlock gun. Unlike the latter, which uses flint to ignite the gunpowder, the structure of the percussion gun is very close to that of modern guns. It also uses the hammer to strike the firing pin to fire the primer. And then the primer ignites the propellant to eject the projectile. The most important thing is that this thing is a breech-loading gun. That is, the bullets are loaded from the rear of the barrel. There is no need to clean the rifling frequently. It takes a minute to stuff the lead projectiles into the barrel, which greatly increases the rate of fire and accuracy. If the firing rate of a flintlock gun, muzzle-loading gun, is 1 round per minute, then even the first-generation percussion gun, breech-loading gun, can fire more than 10 bullets per minute, and is not prone to misfire and moisture. The emergence of fixed-load ammunition also means that the development of another killer weapon can be put on the agenda, that is, the machine gun. This is what truly dominates the battlefield. In the 19th century, machine guns exerted extremely amazing power after being brought to the battlefield. For example, in a war at the end of the 19th century, 50 British troops relied on 5 Maxim machine guns to defeat dozens of charges by 5,000 Metabelis, killing more than 3,000 people on the spot. It can be said that it completely changed the status quo of future wars, ended the history of relying on human sea tactics and cavalry to dominate the battlefield, and pushed the war into an even more tragic abyss. Lenin didn't want to take out this big killer weapon so quickly before, but judging from the current situation, flintlock guns and percussion guns alone are not enough for them to obtain enough results on a battlefield full of magic and magic advantage. "I need a piece of paper and a pen," Lin said suddenly. The alchemists present were immediately startled, and without any hesitation, they immediately dug out their pens and papers, because the magic star was also here a few days ago, casually drawing drawings of a percussion gun and fixed ammunition. Lin pondered for a moment, then took the quill and drew on the page with reference to Ginalis information. Lydia and others stared intently, for fear of missing any details. They soon discovered that the musket painted by Lin looked a little strange this time. The main body was a thick and round barrel with a long chain-like thing in the middle. The lower part was not a gun, but a tripod. Looked somewhat similar to artillery. "Dean Lin, what is this? Another new type of musket? Or an improved artillery?" Lydia asked curiously. "I call it a machine gun. It is a relatively special type of automatic musket. It is characterized by the ability to shoot automatically and continuously at a very fast rate of fire," Lin explained. Automated musket? Wilson and others looked at the drawings in front of them, thinking about the role of each component and the meaning of this automation. Lin didn't mean to show off, and he immediately explained the working principle of the machine gun to everyone. To put it bluntly, it is a barrel-retractable automatic device. The barrel floats in the machine gun. When the bullet is fired, the machine gun and the barrel are buckled together, using the energy of the gunpowder gas as power to open the chamber through the corresponding parts. The bolt continues to recoil, ejecting the empty cartridge case and throwing it out of the gun, and then drives the ammunition supply mechanism to compress the recoil spring. Under the action of the spring force, the bolt is pushed into place and fired again. This saves the time of loading ammunition and makes it possible for the bullet to be fired automatically. Lydia, Wilson and other alchemists who had participated in the development and manufacturing of percussion guns quickly understood the entire operation process and couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite design of this new musket. They had previously discussed how to increase the rate of fire of the percussion gun, but they basically focused on simplifying the loading and shooting process. Lin's method was to let the power generated by one shot of the gun drive the second shot, thereby constructing a cycle that does not require human control at all. "What is its rate of fire?" Wilson asked eagerly. "About 1,000 rounds per minute." Lin thought for a while and said. What he took out was an improved version of the famous Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, combined with the automation concept of the subsequent Maxim machine gun. However, considering the weak industrial foundation of the Alchemy Research Institute, the rate of fire is not very fast, only a mere 1,000 rounds per minute. In fact, it makes no difference whether it is faster or slower, because fixed-load bullets are no better than lead bullets and require manual production. And the process is more complicated. Their ammunition supply is definitely insufficient, and they can only be shot in a few seconds or 10 seconds per minute. 1,000 rounds? Wilson almost thought he heard wrongly. Could it be 1,000 rounds per hour? You must know that the rate of fire of the percussion gun is already very fast in their opinion. A skilled gunner can complete loading and fire every 5 to 6 seconds. Compared with a flintlock gun, the rate of fire is increased by 10 times. And this machine gun can only be described as outrageous. With 1,000 rounds per minute, which means it can fire 15 bullets per second, which is 150 times the rate of fire of a flintlock gun. What kind of monster is this? Wilson thought about the scene where 50 machine guns appeared on the battlefield and fired a barrage. In just 10 seconds, thousands of enemies fell in rows. I couldn't help but shiver all over. Master Dean, which master made this weapon called a machine gun? A wizard couldn't help but ask. They wanted to know who made such a crazy battlefield weapon. The person who invented this thing is called Gadlin, Lynn said. Before he joined the Arcane Society, he was a doctor who saved lives and healed the wounded on the battlefield. He witnessed the cruelty of war and the endless grief and death after the war. His original intention of inventing this thing was to reduce casualties and quickly end a war. Achieve true peace. After hearing this, the expressions of all the alchemists became extremely strange. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they held it back. Kindness. This is very reasonable. As long as all the enemies are dead, there will naturally be peace. Directly and fundamentally solve the problem of war. Chapter 349. Our troops did not die. They just returned to the embrace of the Lord ahead of schedule. I have a good relationship with Master Gadlin and have had several conversations. So I have some understanding of the structure of the machine gun and its operating principles. Lynn continued to explain. It's a pity that this weapon is too dangerous. If it spreads, it may make the war more cruel. Therefore, after it was developed, it was sealed by the Arcane Society. This old wizard also died in depression because of this. It was not reactivated until recently, when it was necessary to deal with the Holy Sea's war. Hearing this, Wilson felt somewhat regretful that such a genius who developed a weapon of war should have died like this. He suddenly felt that this must be the most correct decision the Arcane Society had ever made. He simply could not imagine what the war would look like after this thing spread. Even if they, official wizards, were pointed at by a machine gun on the battlefield, they might be beaten into pieces. Wilson even doubted whether the dean would have been involved in the research and development of such a weapon of war. Otherwise, how could he know so much about it in detail and draw the drawings directly? If you can build 5 qualified machine guns within a week, then after this war, I will commend your achievements to the congressman, and everyone who participated in the development of new muskets will receive a Morning Star Medal. Lin N encouraged. Said. Most of the alchemists present were involved in the production and improvement of flintlock guns, percussion guns, and electromagnetic guns. It would be unreasonable not to give some rewards. Hearing this, Wilson and others were very excited. The Morning Star Medal is undoubtedly what most official wizards dream of in their lives, and it is a great honor. As for the more advanced Silver Moon and Sun Crown medals, they are usually prepared for great wizards and legendary wizards. The only exception in the past hundreds of years is Lin. They do not dare to expect to be compared with this magic star. Lydia was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. So she would soon become the first halfling witch in history to receive the Medal of the Morning Star, with the glory they were about to receive as an incentive. The exhaustion caused by staying up late was instantly wiped away. After drinking another bottle of energy potion, the alchemists began to think about how to make this thing come out. Even though they have complete blueprints, the degree of automation of machine guns is not comparable to that of flintlock guns and percussion guns. There are many technical hurdles that need to be overcome, and 1 week is very tight. Seeing the enthusiasm of Wilson and others that was about to overflow, Lin nodded with satisfaction. Once they had anti-aircraft laser weapons and several machine guns as their trump cards. They didn't have to stick to the defense and could switch from defense to offense. Lin is very interested in the oil used by the Griffin Knights to set fires. In short, he has to decide on this oil-producing land. At night, Hadrada, Kingdom, outside the royal capital, amidst a burst of prayers and hymns, the ground shook violently, and earth walls more than 2 meters high rose up from the ground to build a temporary camp. Several cardinals then worked together to create a magical barrier, creating a magical barrier that spread for several kilometers. Due to the huge range of the magic, the protective power is very dispersed. Even a ring of magic can be easily broken. However, this thing is not designed to resist damage. The magic, detection of evil, and life perception are applied to it. The former can detect fluctuations in magic power, and the latter can make some living creatures invisible. The purpose is to prevent those cunning wizards from sneaking in through deformation, invisibility, and other means. Once the magical barrier is attacked, the bishops and priests guarding nearby will arrive immediately. The radiance of divine magic shed by the barrier gave some comfort to the coalition soldiers, who had just experienced a tragic war. However, as soon as they closed their eyes, they would recall the roar of muskets and artillery, and the city wall soaked in blood has become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. People of God, the devil is walking in the world, and their evil minions occupy the kingdom, trying to turn the world into purgatory. There is no need to be afraid, and there is no need to panic. All of these are God's tests, and those who have sacrificed to fight for God, those who have just returned to the embrace of the Lord ahead of schedule, will enjoy endless peace and joy in the kingdom of God. A pastor with a compassionate face loudly preached the faith of the Lord under the gaze of a group of anxious soldiers. A dozen pastors around him chanted prayers loudly to comfort the irritated coalition soldiers. Compared with these cannon fodder, the Golden Griffins enjoy better treatment. The bishops personally take action and use divine magic to eliminate their fear of thunder magic. The only ones who were not affected were the God's Punishment Army wearing silver armor. Every member of the God's Punishment Army is an elite who fought in the blood sea of the mountain of corpses. He has witnessed his companions die tragically under the fangs of strange demons and giant beasts. It is commonplace to crusade and capture those dangerous wizards. So although the siege at noon was extremely brutal, it was not enough to shake their minds and beliefs. At this moment, in the center of the camp, under the guard of a group of silver-armored guards, a pure white tent was temporarily set up. Adwire is listening to reports of casualties from this war, many more than previously expected in the worst-case scenario. The total number of deaths reached more than 23,500, and 117 Griffin Knights and 200 God's Punishment Army died in the thunder web and the extremely fast missiles that can emit thunder. Under the alchemical instrument, listening to this piece of bad news, all the cardinals looked gloomy. The result of the first battle can only be described as humiliation. Even in the war against the evil god in the past, I have never experienced such a disastrous defeat. Poulsen could not imagine what kind of uproar this news would cause if it were spread back to the holy city. This is really an insult to the majesty of God. In his opinion, there were such heavy casualties, but no results achieved. It was entirely due to Adwell's incompetent command. We shouldn't have retreated in a hurry just now. Although the weapons of those wizards are powerful, they can never be maintained forever. The casualties of 20,000 people may have pushed these evil god believers to the limit. It's like a wall of insects, and ants. The gnawing dam will collapse with just a slight push, Poulsen said decisively. He did not know how muskets and cannons worked. But no power is infinite and eternal except the great Lord. Strong power often means terrible consumption. If at the most intense moment of the war, Edwell had forced the Griffin Knights to cooperate with them in the attack at all costs, perhaps they would have been celebrating their victory in the royal city at this moment. Chapter 350 Edwell, in fact, our strategic purpose has been achieved. I think that powerful thunder weapon should be their last trump card, Poulsen said with great confidence. Many of the bishops present also nodded in unison, convinced of the speculation that the followers of the evil god were already extremely weak. After all, it makes no sense that they had to pay such heavy casualties. But the opponent was still in full condition. It was possible that they were just a little bit behind and retreated before the wizards could hold on. But how much does it cost to attack like this? A cardinal frowned dissatisfied and retorted. If they forcefully attack the city regardless of casualties, even if they succeed in capturing the royal capital in the end, the losses will never be acceptable to them. The coalition of kingdom nobles is dead. But if the God's Punishment Army and the Griffin Knights suffer too many losses, each of them will go to trial. For a time, in the pure white tent, dozens of bishops expressed their opinions and their faces turned red. The quarrels among the people made Edwell, who was sitting in the main seat, look increasingly unhappy. And an unspeakable sense of oppression began to appear in the entire camp. The bishops present seemed to have their mouths and noses forcibly choked by some force. And the quarrels in the camp subsided almost instantly. Even Poulsen, who was also a cardinal, felt extremely uncomfortable, as if something was suppressing his body. And speaking seemed to be an extremely luxurious thing. Poulsen turned his head with difficulty and looked at Edwell, who was sitting in the seat, with a look of horror on his face. His mind immediately recalled the rumors he had heard within the Holy See. There are rumors that Edwell has received the gift of the Lord and has already taken that step. He is the unofficial next supreme judge. The purpose of this conquest of the kingdom was to build momentum for Edwell and allow him to obtain achievements that would convince the public Poulsen had scoffed at this rumor before. After all, whether in terms of qualifications or piety to the Lord, Edwell was not ranked among the top cardinals. So how could he win the favor of the Lord? But now it seems that this statement is not groundless. Only after the camp completely calmed down did Edwell speak. Everyone, the enemy we face this time is not the loose and incompetent followers of the evil god in the past, but the wizard council who comes from the land of demons, hides behind the scenes and controls everything, has accumulated power for hundreds of years, and even attempts to fight against the Holy See and the Empire. Of course, that is just the wishful thinking of ignorant people. But no one knows how many weird and powerful witchcraft they have researched and developed over the years, and how many souls of innocent people they have devoured. You should have seen the new weapons developed by wizards. Edwell looked around at everyone present and continued to ask. Just looking at weapons that can emit lightning. How many of you can resist it? The bishops were immediately asked. They all had a deep memory of the terrifying speed of the electromagnetic rail gun. Poulsen was somewhat unconvinced. If he had been pointed at himself before, he could have avoided the attack before it came. But after thinking about it carefully, Poulsen still didn't argue rashly. He was sure to avoid it because the distance was far enough. If he was closer, within 500 meters, and hit several rounds together, he would probably be in danger. So this attempt is not fruitless. At least we have some understanding of the new weapons mastered by the followers of the evil god, Edwell said in a deep voice. In a sense, they had already achieved the strategic purpose of the first battle. They had verified all the new weapons of the wizards mentioned in the kingdom's secret report. As for the huge alchemy creations that can fly high into the sky, they are already under the pressure brought by the Griffin Knights, and dare not take off casually. The only thing that was beyond his expectation was the unknown lightning net that could cover a large area of airspace, which directly severely damaged the Griffin Knights, and made them lose the possibility of quickly capturing the royal capital. After Edwell thought for a moment, he suddenly looked to the side. Vade! How far have you completed the task I gave you earlier? Wade immediately knelt down on one knee, took out a blueprint, and spoke respectfully. Reporting to Sir Edwell, we have already found out the defense situation in the royal capital. With a thought in Edwell's mind, the drawing in Vader's hand automatically floated and appeared in front of everyone. Drawn above is a map of the entire royal capital. They had already seen this map several times when they came, but the wizards had occupied it for more than 2 months, so they had not known the internal changes before. Vader undoubtedly recorded all these changes. For example, when encountering an attack, there were a total of 37 places in the capital protected by magic barriers. Locations that may be granaries and weapons depots are circled with red lines. One of the places was even more heavily guarded than a royal palace, with thousands of musketeers and more than a dozen wizards guarding it. So much so that the group of Griffin Knights who conducted the test was almost beaten down. This may be the gathering place for wizards, a bishop guessed. The only places that can be more tightly defended than the palace are the places where the great wizards live. No, it's impossible. Poulsen shook his head. This place occupies a large area and was the training ground for the kingdom's knights. There is no way that the great wizards would condescend to live in such a thing. In all likelihood, it is the manufacturing site of those witchcraft weapons. What also surprised Poulsen was that the places protected by the magic barrier even included several churches in the royal capital. It seems that although those evil god believers have occupied the royal capital, they are also afraid of the majesty of God and dare not destroy the residence dedicated to the Lord at will. Poulsen was thinking like this, and had no idea that the reason why these churches had not been demolished was because the tops of the churches were high enough and suitable for use as lead bullet manufacturing factories. In fact, the interiors had been greatly changed, and even the statue of Ella had been demolished, melted. Otherwise he would be furious and rush into the capital to kill this damned blasphemer. Very good! After reading the map, a smile appeared on Edwell's face, and then someone brought a noble from the kingdom up. He was an old nobleman, about 50 years old, with a thin face and wrinkles on his face. After seeing Edwell, he couldn't wait to admire him. Sir Susie, I think the secret passage leading to the royal capital has not been destroyed by those evil god believers. Right? Edwell asked confidently. Chapter 351. Avoid the enemy's strengths and attack their weaknesses. I have verified it, Lord Edwell, and the secret passage is still passable, the old Susie said excitedly. When the royal capital is captured, I will explain your achievements to the Pope. Edwell nodded, and then explained to the confused bishops. Few people know that in order to avoid losing the battle for the throne and ending up dead, the eldest prince, Harold, dug a secret passage underground in the royal capital. The entrance is in a deep well in the slums of the royal capital, and the exit is in the dense forest at the west gate. Only the eldest prince and a few trusted cronies knew about this matter. It's a pity that the evil god believers captured the royal capital too suddenly. On his way to the secret passage, the eldest prince was intercepted by 2 teams of musketeers, and even his bodyguards were killed in the random gunfire. Only Susie was ordered to guard the exit and escaped. After hearing this, all the bishops present realized that Adwell had already planned a countermeasure. Today's noon offensive seemed fierce, but in fact it was just to test the difficult methods of those evil god believers. Paulson, you will lead a group of secret guards to sneak into the capital and wait for my instructions. Adwell gave instructions again. Yes, I will obey the Lord's will, Paulson responded respectfully, all his previous doubts about Adwell's command being unfavorable. The secret guard is a special force carefully cultivated by the Holy See. They are not as famous as the God's Punishment Army and the Griffin Knights, but their abilities are equally outstanding, and they are the best killers and spies. There are always voices within the Holy See that the existence of secret guards has tarnished the sanctity of the Lord. But Paulson is not one of those old-school diehards. If you want to deal with those insidious and cunning evil god believers who master weird witchcraft, sometimes you have to use some shady methods. Light means, the strongest fortresses are often breached from within. After agreeing on a plan to capture the royal capital by cooperating internally and externally, the bishops discussed how to deal with the endless new weapons of the wizards to reduce casualties as much as possible. Although these weapons are powerful, they require some time to operate and prepare. I have observed that the shooting interval of a musket that can be held in the hand is about 1 minute, but they will shoot in multiple sections, creating a continuous offensive, and the interval between more powerful artillery is about half a minute. A cardinal analyzed with a solemn expression. Such a long intermission is undoubtedly a huge flaw. If there is no barrier from the city wall, they only need to use divine magic to protect thousands of cavalry and charge through, and they can easily win. In addition, judging from the style of the weapons, these musketeers should not have strong melee capabilities. Some bishops even arrogantly believe that only 800 God's Punishment Army could kill all the tens of thousands of musketeers on the city wall. They have a wide field of vision during the day and can fully utilize the power of these weapons. We may be able to fight at night, no matter how powerful these new weapons are. It is useless if they cannot aim accurately, a cardinal suggested. This is undoubtedly another advantage for them, whether it is the God's Punishment Army or the Griffin Knights. With the assistance of their own magical skills, they can see in the dark and display combat abilities that are no less than normal. But the same cannot be said for their enemies. A very good plan, Adwell said appreciatively. It is not practical to find a way to crack it in such a short period of time, but they can completely avoid the enemy's strengths and attack their weaknesses. Then, let's set the time in 5 days, Adwell said decisively. 5 days? Paulson thought for a while. That should be the time when reinforcements arrived. In the next few days, tens of thousands of troops from the Holy See surrounded the city, except for the Griffin Knights, who flew over the royal capital from time to carry out routine harassment. There was no movement. While Lin En was busy developing new firearms, he did not neglect the detection of intelligence. He arranged for a whole group of musketeers to use binoculars to watch every move of these people, and let some psychic wizards control some inconspicuous weapons. The little animals see if they can sneak into the opponent's camp to get some information. However, their enemies obviously have extremely rich experience. The entire camp is wrapped in a magical barrier, whether it is a bird or an animal. As long as it is contaminated with magic, it will be recognized when passing through. Even a few burrowing rats controlled by Lin En personally were dug out of the ground. Their perception ability was terrifying. In the end, they had to do the next best thing and conduct exploration from a distance to assist the musketeers in their exploration work. Aren't divine arts and magic the same thing? Why can they easily tell the difference between the two? Lin En was puzzled. After learning about the birth of the Holy See, this doubt has been lingering in his mind. Lingering in it. I don't know much about this. I'm afraid only the speaker knows the inside story. Raphael shook his head hesitantly, then lowered his head to check the 2 pieces of information in his hand. Whether it is the musketeers observing through telescopes, or the psychic wizards controlling living creatures, the reports reported are very consistent. In the past few days, the Holy See's Crusade army has been cutting down trees in the dense forest outside the city and making new siege equipment. They are so busy that they probably have no intention of attacking in the short term. So we can take a good rest for a while. Raphael slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they did severely damage the crusade in the last battle and established a certain deterrent, so that they did not dare to acting rashly. Of course, it is also possible that Edwell thought they were a tough guy, so he planned to wait for reinforcements to arrive. It's better not to let down your guard. Lynn didn't agree with Raphael's judgment. Sometimes, the calmer things are, the more undercurrents they have. By the way, can we, like them, create a magic barrier that covers the whole city? Lynn suddenly asked. This is undoubtedly a good way to prevent being attacked and can save them a lot of trouble. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Raphael shrugged helplessly. The area of the royal capital was too large. Dozens of times larger than the camp set up by the Holy See's Crusade army. The consumption of magic power would definitely be astronomical. Figures, even if they, the great wizards, join forces, they probably won't be able to sustain it for long. Using magic stone reserves to hold on is not an option. Wizards are not like those priests and bishops who can get help from the false god by shouting a few words of appreciation at the top of their lungs. Chapter 352. All these tribulations are God's tests. Due to the limited supply of magic stones, they could only protect key locations first, such as granaries, weapons depots, or alchemy research institutes. Under Dennis's explanation, Lynn had no choice but to give up this wonderful idea and continue to ask with regret. Then the believers in the royal capital and the nobles under house arrest haven't had any unusual movements recently. Right. Compared with external threats, he was more worried about the internal chaos in the royal capital. When the time comes, internal and external difficulties would be really troublesome. We have been sending people to monitor those nobles, and the people in the royal capital are quite peaceful. Except for the training team who caught a few poor people who gathered to pray. There has been no movement among the others. The person who replied was Rettel, who was currently in charge of patrolling and defending the royal capital. However, this job is not easy, because not long after they occupied the royal capital, the resistance of some believers is still high. Since the royal family is still there, they cannot win the recognition of the poor by infecting land and hanging those evil nobles. The only good thing is that when they captured the royal capital, the cardinal had helped them catch the fanatics, and now they were all taken to the mines for rehabilitation. The rest are ordinary believers. Although they believe in the false god, Ella, they are not so fanatical that they would sacrifice their lives for it. Concepts cannot be changed in a short time. Lennon nodded and had a rough estimate of the situation inside the royal capital. After thinking for a while, he made some suggestions. You can try to start with the errors and omissions in the Bible. Pick some that are easy to argue against, and do some novel experiments. The more eye-catching, the better. You can also give this knowledge to children first, and their ability to accept it will always be better. The higher ones are slowly affecting those who are adults. Hearing this, Redton's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran to make arrangements. Lennon didn't pay attention to Rettel's fiery temper, and took another map over, thinking about whether there were any omissions in the royal capital's defense. I think your arrangement is perfect. Raphael shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, Len was a little too careful. He has also seen the defense map of the royal capital. It is simply one post for 5 steps, and 1 sentry for 10 steps. Many emergency measures have also been arranged to ensure that if there is chaos in any area, there will be more than 1,000 musketeers, and at least 5 people. 10 wizards arrived on the scene within a minute to put down the rebellion. It's enough to deal with the riots of those believers. But what if the Holy See's Crusade suddenly appears in the city? These forces alone are far from enough, and the losses will be unpredictable, Lennon said worriedly. But didn't you ask King Hatter before? When the royal capital was designed and repaired, no secret passages were left behind, Raphael said hesitantly. What if they dig a tunnel directly? Lynn asked. How can this be? Raphael rolled his eyes. The Holy See's Crusade army was stationed at least 10 kilometers away from here. Even if they dig regardless of the cost, it will still take 10 days and a half to dig. Before then, their new weapons have been developed, and they can launch a counterattack. Lennon didn't think so. He had seen the time and space gate in the magic stone mine, and maybe those priests also mastered similar magic. In recent times, those Griffin Knights have frequently come to harass and explore at the risk of being beaten down, probably with deep intentions. Lennon touched his chin. It was a pity that these Griffins had a very sensitive sense of smell, and the production of the laser transmitter had not been completed. Otherwise, he could have sent an airship to cut off the opponent's food route. No matter how powerful people are, they still need to eat. Even great wizards like them are no exception. They may be able to cope with starvation for 3 to 5 days, but after a long time, it will have some effects. Kindness. Perhaps the false god, Ella, is an exception. When Lin En was thinking about whether God needed to eat, an apprentice knocked on the door and walked in. Speaking respectfully, Master Dean, Master Anthony is looking for you, as well as several alchemy masters from the Institute. This is a coincidence. It seems that our new weapon has been completed. Lin's frown finally relaxed. I have long been unhappy with the Holy Sea's crusade. Raphael also said happily. These days, they have been huddled in the city and passively being beaten, and the depression in their hearts is about to explode. The day passed in a blink of an eye, and the poor people in the royal capital had gradually adapted to the wartime life. When they raised their heads, they could still see the large group of Griffin Knights passing through the sky. The shadow of the rain of fire that fell from the sky 5 days ago still hangs over everyone's heart. But life continues no matter what, and they cannot stop their work even in the middle of a war. Griphook was an ordinary poor man in the royal capital. Before those damn wizards occupied the royal capital, he would go to the church at this time every week to listen to the teachings of the priests, repent of his sins, and give up everything except his livelihood. All meager savings were put into the church offering box. According to the priests, the sound you hear when you put a copper coin into the box is the sound of your soul being purified. Griphook believed this because he was too poor and had no wife or children. His only hope was to ascend to the kingdom of God after death and enjoy endless happiness and joy. There are endless steaks and endless wines, and beautiful elves serve as servants to serve you in your daily life. The kingdom of God has everything he yearns for. Griphook had always believed that his faith was extremely firm. Until 2 months ago, when the group of evil god believers invaded the capital and caused massacre and chaos. The call of the Lord suddenly rang in his mind. But Griphook was afraid and hesitated, and did not listen to the first call, because there were all vicious wizard minions outside. If he dared to go out, he would definitely be captured and sacrificed to the evil god, and his soul would fall into the endless abyss. Afterwards, I even heard that the incarnation of the Lord had arrived in the royal capital, but was scattered by several streams of light. Griphook was confused and scared. God is great, eternal, omniscient and omnipotent. Even if he is just an incarnation, there is no way he can be defeated by a group of followers of the evil god. This must be a lie. It must be an illusion created by those weird wizards. And it is blasphemy against God. Just when Griphook's mind was wavering, a cardinal suddenly appeared in his home, responding to the confusion in his mind. Everything he experienced was a test from God. It was precisely because the nobles and citizens of the kingdom of Hadrada had wavered in their faith in the Lord that this disaster was caused. Chapter 353. These wizards have been bewitched by the devil, and their minds have become extremely insane. Griphook carefully returned home, locked the weak door, and then walked into the empty inner room. He knelt on the ground and shouted with great respect, Lord Polson! After he finished speaking, a figure in a golden and red robe appeared in front of him, and a majestic aura enveloped the entire room, making people breathless. No one followed you today or noticed anything wrong, right? Polson asked solemnly. No. Although those wizard minions are very strict, they will never attack civilians without any reason, Griphook replied with fear. Polson's tense expression relaxed a little, and he continued to ask, Have you heard any useful information? It had been 5 days since he reached the royal capital through the secret passage, but he had been lurking and made no further moves. This is undoubtedly the right choice, because after investigation, Polson found that the guards in the royal capital were much tighter than previously expected. There were musketeers guarding each city area. The two teams looked after each other, making it difficult to defeat them individually. Take down these sentries. Under such circumstances, Polson did not even dare to use magic easily. Otherwise, he would probably be detected. Fortunately, they were lucky. They found a relatively devout believer not far from the ancient well-connected area. After some walking inspiration, he became their eyes and ears, responsible for inquiring about news from the outside world. Reporting to your lord. According to the information I gathered, those wizards' minions captured 5 downed Griffin Knights, and they are now being held in the prison set up in the XC area. Griphook lowered his head and said, It seems that Arno has indeed been caught. Polson thought to himself, even if the opponent's strength could not escape the thunder and lightning network spreading over the capital, he would never be killed on the spot. Since there was no one in the capital, if something goes wrong, you will most likely be caught. Polson recalled the map of the royal capital, and it was not that far from here to the prison where he was being held. Although he doesn't like the arrogant Arno very much, he is still a colleague. If he saves him, he will have a better chance of winning in the battle in the royal capital. Also, when I went to the market today, I heard those followers of the devil say that. Griphook hesitated and didn't know whether he should speak. What did they say? Poulsen frowned. They talk about the Bible. There are many fallacies in the Bible. Griphook stammered. For example, the geocentric theory in the Bible is actually wrong. In fact, the continent under their feet is rotating around the sun because of something called gravity. Another example is that the mainland is actually round, not flat, because standing on the sea and looking at a sentry tower in the distance, you always see the top of the tower first, and then the tower body. There is also a lunar eclipse phenomenon, where the planet rotates to the center of the sun and the moon. The lunar eclipse they see is the projection of the continent under their feet. Those wizards even said that they calculated the circumference of this continent, which is 43,200 kilometers. Griphook said with a slight trembling. That's ridiculous. Poulsen suddenly laughed out of anger. These believers of the evil god were simply whimsical. How could the continent under their feet be round? Then wouldn't they all fall down? And how was the circumference of 43,200 kilometers calculated? Was it measured with a ruler? Those wizards actually tried to confuse the believers of God with such ridiculous words. They simply didn't know what to say. After Griphook paused, he did not continue because the other party also conducted some strange experiments on the spot to prove these conclusions that seemed to be contrary to common sense. The children of the Orion family next door quietly told him that they understood and could even reproduce the experiments. The continent under their feet might really be round. But he himself was confused the whole time. It seems that these wizards have been bewitched by the devil, and their minds have become extremely insane, Poulsen said with a smile, and then asked about the most heavily guarded mansion. Poulsen had a hunch that this place was anything but ordinary. It was even more tightly guarded than the palace, and there must be some kind of ulterior secret inside. Griphook shook his head. There were people guarding that place all the time, and there was no way for him to get close. In that case, you should go and rest first. Poulsen did not mean to embarrass Griphook, and waved his hand to let him fall asleep. At the same time, black shadows emerged from the void into reality in this small room. The leading secret guard stretched out his hand and handed over a volume of secret orders. Poulsen took it solemnly, and immediately lit it and burned it after reading it. The time is tonight, at midnight. On the wall of the eastern section of the royal capital, Ham was holding a musket in his hand and stationed in front of the observation tower. Waves of sleepiness kept hitting his brain, making his brain a little confused. Although the shifts were changed every night, and even divided into 2 midnights, he was already over 50, and his energy was different from when he was younger. After a few hours, he couldn't hold it anymore. Get a little sleep. The enemy won't come to attack at night. Besides, there are other people helping to watch. One more person is not more, and one less person is not more. Such thoughts kept flashing through Ham's mind. But when he thought of his responsibilities, he became more energetic. As long as I hold on for a while, it will be time to change shifts in just a short while. Drowsily, Ham fell into a state of dreaming and waking. The ground seemed to be shaking violently, and it became more and more intense. Wake up! The enemy is attacking. At this moment, a loud roar came from another observation tower. Ham suddenly trembled, and subconsciously put the musket on the city wall. But it was dark in front of him, and he could only vaguely see the silhouette of the person reflected in the distance through the fierce bonfire on the observation deck. Fortunately, the wizard stationed on the city wall also reacted. Hundreds of dazzling fireballs flew into the sky, and the explosion of fire reflected everything in front of him. Ham and others couldn't help but take a breath. Tens of thousands of enemy troops arrayed in the distance had crossed the 2-kilometer cordon and entered their attack range. Standing at the forefront were priests and bishops in white robes with solemn expressions. There were thousands of them. They prayed in unison, and the loud hymns could be heard clearly even from 2 kilometers away. Damn it. They are about to launch a general attack. Sanchez, who is in charge of guarding, said with a solemn expression. You must know that in the battle a few days ago, these priests watched from a distance as the cannon fodder rushed towards them to die. But now they took action first. Sanchez immediately realized that this was no small matter. This is decisive battle. Chapter 354. The decisive battle is coming. This attack came very suddenly. According to the intelligence estimates they have received before, it would take at least half a month to recreate a batch of siege equipment. Even with the use of divine magic, under the cover of darkness, the Holy Sea's crusade arrived quietly less than 2 kilometers away from the city gate. The loud hymn suddenly stopped. A cardinal in the front row of the clergy opened his arms, and the light of divine magic immediately bloomed outside the city. Summon, guardian of the kingdom of God. In an instant, the mountains shook and the earth shook. 70 huge stone statues, 5 meters high and clad in armor, stood up from the ground. They held a solid giant shield in their hands to block them in front of them. A struggling cry came out from their hollow mouth. There was a roar. And then he took heavy steps and hit the city wall. "Send someone quickly to inform Dean Lin In." Sanchez did not dare to neglect it all. Shouted loudly. Then turned to look at the stunned people. And shouted loudly. "What are you waiting for? Prepare the electromagnetic guns for me." Under the control of several wizards, the 7 electromagnetic cannons placed on the city gate immediately emitted several deafening roars. 7 dazzling streams of light flew out, aiming directly at the huge stone statues. The powerful electromagnetic artillery SH-LS immediately collided with the thick earth shield, as if passing through a thin piece of paper. With a heart-wrenching explosion, the thick earth shield immediately collapsed, and the projectiles burned into red instantly hit the rear guardian of the kingdom of God, and then exploded suddenly, shattering the smaller half of the stone statue's body. However, almost at the next moment, 6 of the 7 broken stone statues began to repair themselves, and they did not stop running even with only half of their bodies left. "Attack the abdomen. That's the core." The sharp-eyed Yolanda immediately noticed the problem and reminded loudly that the destroyed stone statue was precisely penetrated by the electromagnetic gun through the center of the body and collapsed directly. "Come on." The gunners immediately adjusted the trajectory. But now it was late at night, and the field of vision became extremely poor. If they wanted to hit the running guardian of the kingdom of God under the cover of the giant shield, they had to accurately hit the core. An easy thing. After 5 rounds of electromagnetic cannons, only 10 guardians of the kingdom of God were killed, and the rest had already entered the range of the artillery. Continuous artillery sounds resounded continuously, and nearly 100 artillery fires continued to bombard these huge stone statues. However, the power was much weaker than the electromagnetic gun. Even if it hit the front, it could only slightly block the opponent's momentum. At least 3 to 5 SH-LS need to hit at the same time to knock down or scatter a guardian of the kingdom of God. Under the cover of the huge stone statue holding a large shield, tens of thousands of the Holy Seas Crusade also launched a charge. "Kill these blasphemers! For glory! For victory! God is with me!" War drums were like thunder, and crazy roars resounded throughout the battlefield. Under the light of the fire, tens of thousands of the Holy Seas Crusaders surged toward the front line like a black tide. The majestic city wall in front of them was like an island floating in the sea at this moment. It seems like it will be submerged in an instant. Ham and others on the city wall felt their scalps go numb for a while, and the muskets in their hands kept firing, loading, aiming, and firing again. However, due to the disadvantage of vision at night, most people could only shoot in the direction in which the enemy was charging, which was obviously unable to stop the Crusade army blessed with divine magic. Not long after, the coalition of more than 20,000 nobles, who rushed to the front row of the huge stone statue, and the rear were less than 200 meters away from the city gate. The situation has reached an extremely critical moment. At this moment, 200 official wizards suddenly stepped forward and cast spells together. The coalition soldiers who were about to rush to the city wall immediately felt that the solid ground beneath their feet collapsed immediately. Below them was a black abyss. Vaguely still you can see the sharp spikes at the bottom. The width is a full 20 meters, and the depth is more than 15 meters. This is exactly the 3-ring magic subterranean trap technique. However, this magic alone is obviously not enough to create pits surrounding the entire city wall. These traps have been dug long ago, and then the elemental wizards created a layer of earth and stone that is not thick as a cover. In the last battle, due to the limited intensity of the war, they had resisted using this trap just for this moment to come. The more than 2,000 coalition soldiers who rushed to the front all fell down, or died on the spot, or were pierced by sharp edges. Those huge guardians of the kingdom of God were no exception, and nearly half of them were trapped. I was stuck in a pit and couldn't climb out for a long time. The traps arranged in advance effectively blocked the offensive of the Crusade, and also gave the defenders on the city wall a chance to breathe. However, before Sanchez and others could breathe a sigh of relief, the trap caused by the ground trap technique was blocked. Cracked. A series of green branches emerged from the earth, exuding the brilliance of magic, intertwining with each other like vines, forming dozens of magic bridges that were strong enough to withstand bombardment in a short period of time. But it was the bishops who took action. Not only that, Countless flashing light spots lit up on the dark battlefield, and they gathered together to form a terrifying energy wave that rushed towards them. Under the extremely violent explosion and energy impact, they protected the defenders on the city wall. The army's magic barrier was broken immediately. Whether it is a large number of guardians of the kingdom of God, or a strong attack by the crusade, there is only one purpose, and that is to cover the bishops from entering the attack range of divine magic. Realizing this, Sanchez immediately understood that the most difficult moment had arrived. Fortunately, the time they bought was not meaningless. The guards on the city wall had been reinforced from the original 8,000 to 25,000, half of whom were musketeers. The other half are the royal guards. But even so, they need more support, because the Griffin Knights in the sky were already in place. The sky was filled with rain of fire again. At the same time as the frontal offensive began, Poulsen, who had already sneaked into the royal capital, also started taking action. A large number of secret guards took advantage of the chaos and darkness to begin to remove the guards on the street. And then, under Poulsen's order, they were divided into two parts. Some of them went to the prison to rescue the captured Arno, while the other part quietly went to the most heavily guarded alchemy research institute in the royal capital. Not only that, the elite of the Holy See and a large number of God's punishment army also arrived in the royal capital through the secret passage. And Edwell personally led the army, hoping to break through from the inside and determine the outcome in one battle. Chapter 355 Difficulties at Home and Abroad. The critical situation of the royal capital. The sound of artillery resounded throughout the royal capital, awakening the generals and citizens from their sleep. After 5 days, the fear of war once again filled everyone's hearts. Regarding the war outside the city, the people in the royal capital were divided into two situations. The more devout believers prayed from the bottom of their hearts that the messengers of the great Lord could drive away the evil and return the kingdom of Hadrada to the embrace of the Lord, while the remaining people fell into panic and confusion. At the same time, in a courtyard of the palace, Lin En and others, who were discussing a counterattack plan, also received an urgent notification from the attendants. The Holy See's crusade outside the city suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Looking at the elite posture, even the chaplains have already been dispatched. And Sanchez, who is stationed there, urgently requests them to send more manpower to support. Otherwise the city gate is likely to fall. They actually came so quickly. It seems like they were already waiting before we even took action, Raphael said with a sneer. But it's only been 5 days since Adwell dares to take action. He must have someone to rely on. Adela frowned and guessed with a worried look. The previous crusade was defeated and retreated, leaving more than 20,000 corpses behind. He thought that the opponent would need to rest for at least 10 days and a half before launching the second wave of offensive. But he did not expect that it would come so quickly. I received news before that a support regiment of about 40,000 people has arrived at the capital city and joined the crusade. I think they are probably planning to use the cover of night to launch a general attack. Lin En pondered. In this way, the advantages of the new weapons we have will be weakened. Everyone present immediately realized the problem. The range and power of muskets and artillery have always been the basis for their ability to easily defeat the Imperial army and achieve an excess casualty ratio. Now that their field of vision is restricted, the musketeers and artillery cannot effectively attack the enemy at long distances. And once they enter hand-to-hand combat, these temporary signs will appear. And the musketeers, who have only been trained for a few months, will never be able to match the elite of the Holy See, and may even be directly defeated. Thinking of this, Raphael spoke eagerly. That means the number of enemies outside the city may exceed 100,000. We must send people to reinforce Sanchez and the others immediately. Since Sanchez took the initiative to ask for support, it means that the situation is very urgent, and the plans they have made are far from enough to deal with the powerful offensive of the Holy See Crusade army. Lin nodded, looked around the conference hall, and then asked Anthony, Adela, and other 5 great wizards to lead 200 official wizards to the city gate immediately for support. In addition, 5,000 musketeers and 10,000 Praetorian guards were dispatched. Is this a little missing? I remember that there are at least 7,000 musketeers in the capital, Adela asked in confusion. There are about 30,000 musketeers they have trained, of which 18,000 are responsible for defending the city. They are rotated 3 times a day to ensure that all their combat effectiveness can be put into the battlefield when necessary. The remaining 5,000 people serve as a reserve force to support at any time, which is the manpower Lin En is currently dispatching. In addition, there are 7,000 people scattered throughout the capital, 4,000 people guarding the granaries, ammunition depots, and various key nodes. and 3,000 people can still be called upon. Even more extreme. It is possible to put those defensive personnel into the battlefield. The number of enemies may be beyond imagination. Now any force is very important. And these people can fully utilize it. No, we can no longer mobilize the troops guarding the royal capital. They need to be responsible for maintaining the stability of the city, Lenin said decisively. In addition, inform Alex and the others to let the airship take off. Get rid of those arson Griffin Knights. And then support the battle on the front line. This should be enough. Compared to Raphael and others, who had experienced such a large-scale war for the first time, Lin remained extremely calm in the face of such a crisis. Although the Holy See's crusade was coming fiercely, he knew that it would not be that easy to capture the royal city from the front. The city wall of the royal capital is a full 18 meters high, and it has been reinforced by magic, and there are hundreds of wizards to help defend it. No matter how much strength Edwell puts in, he will definitely hit his head and bleed. On the contrary, within the royal capital, a portion of fresh troops must be reserved no matter what. Otherwise, once internal chaos breaks out, it will easily cause a chain reaction and lead to a complete defeat. Okay, if you insist. Adela shook her head and said nothing more. She immediately stood up with Anthony and others, summoning a group of wizards to rush to support, not daring to delay for a moment. Raphael, who stayed behind, was a little worried about whether air combat in the dark would affect the performance of the airship. Although each airship had been equipped with a laser transmitter, how to aim was a problem. It doesn't matter. It's the same day and night for them, Lin said, but he didn't mean to explain in depth. Then he called Alok and asked him to turn on the power device in the Alchemy Research Institute. Of course, he had also considered the possibility of a night battle. So in the past 2 months since they captured the royal capital, it was not that they had done nothing. In fact, he had ordered people to build a power cycle that covered the whole city, and connected several of the crude electric lamps developed a few months ago were placed throughout the streets of the royal capital. However, since the power reserve is not sufficient, and has to be supplied to power-hungry power users such as electromagnetic guns, it has never been turned on. Now that Edwell plans to launch a decisive battle, there is no need to save power. Lennon carefully thought about whether there were any omissions, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, where are the speakers? It's been several days. Haven't they arrived yet? He remembered that before leaving the wizard's land, Herav had promised him that they would rush to Hadra Tower after they finished handling the affairs of the council. After all, after the Holy See learns that the fall of the kingdom is related to the wizarding land, it is very likely that it will dispatch legendary-level forces. Unless they, the great wizards, attack in groups, it will be difficult to compete with them. I heard that 2 speakers have left the wizarding land, but I don't know why they haven't arrived yet, Raphael said hesitantly. Stuck? Or is there something temporarily delayed? Lenin thought to himself. It would be impossible for the Holy See to send another army to attack the wizarding land at the same time. Right? Even so, they should have received some news. But since Herav and others haven't arrived yet, they have to rely on themselves tonight. Chapter 356 Glenn, let them see the speed of light. In the royal capital, the chaotic situation is spreading rapidly. The Griffin Knights who descended from the sky did not intend to set fire this time. Instead, relying on the cover of the night and the advantage of their vision, they swooped down directly and attacked with their claws or divine magic. Guard. And then flew into the sky freely before the counterattack came. Aim for me and shoot down those damn griffins. The sergeant leading a team of musketeers was furious. He could only passively direct the musketeers to aim at the sky and fire continuously. However, they could only use the light cast by the crescent moon to barely see clearly the terrifying beasts that suddenly fell from the sky. After a round of shooting, not even a single griffin feather was touched. Just as the musketeers began to reload ammunition, a sharp dagger came out of the darkness and instantly cut the sergeant's throat. Then the elite secret guards took advantage of the chaos caused by the Griffin Knights in the city and quickly eliminated the guards stationed in this area. However, they soon started fighting on the streets with the supporting troops who came over, and the 2 sides fought in one piece. Screams, roars, and wailings resounded in the dark night. With the harassment of the Griffin Knights and the cover of the night, the secret guards almost had the absolute upper hand. The musketeers could only kill a few enemies with the first round of concentrated fire, and then they could only wave their bayonets, fight bloody battles with the rushing guards. Corpses fell on the street one after another, and bright red blood slowly dripped down the blade, soon dyeing the ground red. The citizens of the royal capital could only huddle in their rooms, praying that the battle would not affect them. Haydn is one of them. However, unlike most believers who devoutly hope that God's messengers can defeat evil, Haydn does not want to return to the past life. Because since those wizards occupied the royal capital, they have established many new things called workshops, recruited a large number of workers, and were willing to provide extremely generous treatment. At first, everyone guessed that these so-called workshops must be a devil's lie and a complete scam. But Haydn, who had nothing, didn't care. He only knew that the kings had blocked the capital and prevented them from going out to hunt. And he would be hungry if he didn't have food. Starve. So Haydn entered the workshop with the mentality that he would die anyway. The result was different from what they all expected. It was not a place where wizards experimented with evil magic. Their job was to burn and process various ores. And the workshop did not only in addition to providing lunch. They will also be rewarded with 6 kingdom silver coins every month. When he actually got the money, Haydn was confused. In just 2 months, he had completely bid farewell to the hard days of eating one meal and not finishing another. And he couldn't help but begin to doubt the priests. The words spoken. Are those wizards really minions of the devil? Spreaders of plague and the embodiment of fear? You must know that after capturing the royal capital, these people did not rush into their houses and steal their belongings. Nor did they massacre the believers of the gods. In the battle 5 days ago, the messenger of God flying in the sky set fire to their house, and even burned to death several believers who cheered and went out to worship. On the contrary, the devil's minions were willing to help them repair it after the disaster. Houses. Thinking of this, Haydn began to pray to an unknown existence that the wizards could win this battle. Perhaps his prayers had an effect. Or perhaps other factors. The dim room outside suddenly lit up. And it was getting brighter and brighter. It was not a red and hot firelight, but a soft white light. It was like night turned into day in an instant. The changes in the outside world were even more obvious. The soft white light first appeared in one area, and then spread to the entire royal capital with the transmission of electricity. The secret guards who were originally hiding in darkness and shadow, relying on sneak attacks to quickly deal with various areas, were forced to stand on the bright side under the light brought by electricity. The musketeers who had been completely suppressed immediately cheered and started a real counterattack. They were not afraid of fighting with the enemy. What kind of magic is this? Vader, who was leading the Griffin Knights in the sky, immediately noticed something strange on the ground. The entire royal capital seemed to light up and turned into a huge luminous body. What kind of magic could cover such a huge area? Could it be that the legendary wizard took action? Wade's expression became a little solemn. Fortunately, he soon realized that these lights were emitted from the round bubbles hanging on the street. They should be some kind of strange witchcraft props. As long as they were used if it is destroyed, the spell will naturally stop. Realizing this, Vader immediately prepared to call the Griffin Knights to disperse and use magic to destroy these light sources. However, before they could make any move, they saw behemoths appearing in the sky above the royal capital. Under the moonlight, it looked extremely majestic under the light, and was galloping towards them. Ha ha! I didn't expect these cowards to have the guts to come out! Vader laughed and stopped his previous actions, then led the Griffin Knights towards the airship. It is obviously more important to deal with these threats in the sky. In short, these weird and huge alchemical creations must not be allowed to reach the frontline battlefield. In comparison, the troubles on the ground are nothing. The role of these secret guards is just to assist and create chaos. When the Knights of Divine Punishment led by Lord Edwell arrive, all the resistors are just a bunch of chickens. Just a dog. Everyone, keep a distance of 50 meters. No close combat is allowed. Use magical attacks for me, Vader shouted loudly, holding up the warhammer in his hand. This is the optimal distance he derived based on the lessons learned last time. 50 meters is neither too far nor too close. They can not only use divine magic to attack the airship, control the griffins under them to avoid the opponent's aim, but also prevent the enemy from taking any actions. The strategy of dying together. This time is his moment of revenge. In the airship at this moment, as the captain, Alex looked nervously at the approaching Griffin Knights. A few days ago, he had witnessed a friendly ship being destroyed in front of him. So naturally he knew very well what these Griffin Knights were doing. Bring threats. Master Glenn, why don't we take action now? Alex looked at the wizard beside him and asked eagerly. Don't be anxious. Let them get closer. According to Dean Lin's wishes, these Griffin Knights must be completely destroyed this time. Glenn shook his head, asking Alex to calm down, and then seemed as if thinking of something. He asked with a smile, by the way, have you ever seen the speed of light? Chapter 357. This is the power of laser magic. The destruction of the Griffin Knights. The speed of light? Alex shook his head blankly. He only knew that light is everywhere during the day and can shine on every corner of the world. Doesn't this thing arrive instantly and have speed? The speed of light is 299,500 kilometers per second, which is enough to circle the continent under our feet 8 times. Glenn explained while casting his eyes on the Griffin Knights galloping in the distance. Under the cover of high-speed flight and night, only figures could be seen looming in the darkness, making it difficult to aim. But Glenn was not worried and quickly activated the 3-ring magic heat sense. The whole world changed instantly in Glenn's eyes. The darkness around him remained the same, but the flying Griffin Knights were extremely eye-catching, turning into red light spots. This spell that can sense heat is the latest result of their research on light. It allows the caster to see something named infrared by the magic star. The identities of hunter and prey changed at this moment. Glenn raised his hands, and a hot ball of light immediately appeared around him. Then a round reflective layer emerged around the ball of light, blocking all light. Got up. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. And Vader, the leader, could even clearly see the uniformed figures on the airship. And at the same time, he could also feel the fluctuations of magic power. Is it a wizard? Wade thought secretly. But he didn't have the slightest fear. Their flexibility in the air cannot be compared to those of the Devil's believers. Although the opponent's magic is powerful, as long as they can't hit it, they will be living targets. A sneer appeared on Vader's lips. But the next moment a warning signal suddenly appeared in his heart. And then a powerful beam of light as thick as an index finger was shot out from the airship not far in front of him, at a speed far exceeding the limit of his reaction. In an instant, it penetrated the magical protection previously laid out and drew a gorgeous arc in midair. What a fast light! Vader only had time to flash this thought in his mind. And then his entire body was broken into 2 parts from the middle, together with the severed head of the Griffin beneath him. The same scene was staged in various places over the royal capital. 150 airships were deliberately arranged in a semicircular array. And then, there was a massacre. Strong lights lit up on each airship. Before the Griffin Knights noticed the danger, the dense beams of light had already reached them. The attack came so fast, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of Griffin Knights had their bodies cut off and fell from the sky, with expressions of confusion or joy on their faces. It was not until their companions were attacked that the remaining Griffin Knights reacted. But they were also in disarray for a while. Some Griffin Knights witnessed with their own eyes that their companions who were just fine just now had their heads dismembered after the laser flashed across them. They were immediately frightened and wanted to run away, but the beams quickly swept towards them. After accumulating momentum, the effective killing distance of laser magic is about 120 meters. At the center of the circle, Yali and others are like holding a 100-meter-long sword in their hands, which is weightless. According to the arc length calculation formula, you only need to move the laser by 1 degree to scan a large area. Not to mention that there is more than one airship in the sky. 150 laser beams are intertwined with each other to form an arc that covers the entire area. Beam grid. The previously arrogant air overlord was now a bird in a net, with nowhere to escape. Screams and roars came one after another. Under the baptism of the beam grid, the entire area turned into a Shura field. Countless Griffin Knights were chopped into pieces, and blood filled the sky. More and more Griffin Knights realized that escaping was in vain, and shouted, "For the glory of the Lord!" and "God is with me!" and then launched suicidal attacks crazily. Although the vast majority of the Griffin Knights master only the level of priests, and they will not be able to break through the magical protection on the airship for a while. There are simply too many of them. This time, in order to conquer the kingdom, Edwell brought a total of 800 Griffin Knights, even excluding the unlucky ones who died under the white phosphorus fire and the lightning net. All the members of the Griffin Knights are present, which means that each ship needs to face 5 opponents. Under the suicidal offensive of the Griffin Knights, more than 20 airships were hit by successive magical spells and crashed into the royal capital below. Just as the battle in the sky started, the battle in the royal capital also entered a fever pitch. "Don't panic! Hold on!" Old York shouted hoarsely, his face full of solemnity and panic. When he was dispatched to the slums of the royal capital to assist in defense, Old York was very regretful. Being safer in the rear also meant that he lost the opportunity to be promoted based on his military exploits. Unexpectedly, after the war started, the enemies appeared one by one from nowhere, and appeared directly in the royal capital. They could barely deal with the dark guards in black. After losing the protection of the shadows, They did not dare to take the lead easily in the face of several rounds of musket fire. But after those divine punishment knights, who could be called ferocious beasts in human form, arrived on the battlefield, the front line, that had finally been stabilized, was directly penetrated in just a few minutes. They have retreated again and again, and the number of fallen companions plus the Imperial Guards has exceeded 2,000. Under such adversity and heavy casualties, Old York could only keep comforting everyone. Support would arrive soon. They just needed to hold on. And hold on a little longer. Intense gunshots continued to ring out on the streets. And every second a musketeer, who had used up all his bullets, brandished his bayonet and charged, using his own life to slightly block the enemy's advance. Time passed by, and the people who persisted finally received the support they expected. It's just that the number of people is much smaller than Old York imagined. There are only more than 100 people, and the leaders are Alok and Lydia. Lord Alok, can't we mobilize more manpower in the royal capital? A look of disappointment appeared on Old York's face. But he also knew in his heart that there are battlefields everywhere now, and the wizards may not be able to do it for a while. I can't even get out of it. It's really just us. Alok nodded, and Lydia on the side added confidently. But that's enough. There are not many of them, but they are all equipped with the most advanced firing guns and 3 super killer weapons. They were originally intended to support the frontline battlefield. However, after learning that the situation here was urgent, Lydia immediately, so he rushed over with people. Chapter 358: The Roar of Heavy Machine Guns. This is not a battle. This is a massacre. Taking advantage of the fact that the front line of defense had not been completely broken, Lydia and Alok immediately ordered everyone to get busy, setting up 3 machine guns on both sides of the street. And the soldiers equipped with percussion guns were also lined up neatly. Became 2 columns. The enemy came much faster than they expected. Almost the next moment they lined up. Hundreds of God's Punishment Army wearing fine armor were already rushing towards them in the distance. Dozens of people in the front row held large weapons in their hands. The sword and giant shield formed a solid shield formation. Are they the God's Punishment Army? They don't seem to be anything special, Lydia muttered quietly. The corner of Old York's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he quickly reminded him. Lady Lydia, don't underestimate them. These people are very powerful. Even if they are attacked by several people at the same time, they can easily win. Moreover, the giant shield in their hands is blessed with divine magic, making it difficult for muskets to penetrate. Although most of the musketeers were on the battlefield for the first time, when training in the wizard's land, they faced some powerful monsters, and their bayonet skills were not weak after hard training. These God's Punishment Army can still kill them quickly like chopping melons and vegetables. Even if the number of guards in this area is much greater than that of the enemy, they will inevitably be defeated along the way. Then let me see it. Lydia straightened her face and raised her hand to make a gesture. The musketeers behind him immediately understood, placed a red bullet into the gun chamber, and then raised their guns to aim at the enemy who had entered the shooting range. Shoot! As the girl gave the order, 100 musketeers divided into 2 columns and launched a volley. Bursts of harsh gunfire sounded in the narrow street. The dense bullets collided with the heavy shield, and then exploded suddenly. This was the armor-piercing bullet developed by the Alchemy Research Institute. The effect was very significant, causing more than 20 casualties in an instant. The faces of Old York and others suddenly showed a look of surprise, because their biggest headache before was how to break open this turtle SHL. However, as the most elite legion of the Holy See, no soldiers of the Divine Punishment Army flinched because of the huge power of the new muskets. They simply ignored their fallen comrades and rushed in before the second row of musketeers fired, within a range of 70 meters. In previous battles, they already knew that this kind of witchcraft weapon would take at least a minute to reload its ammunition after attacking. In other words, if it survives this round of volleys, the enemy in front of them will become weak and weak, sheep left to their slaughter. However, the second salvo was accompanied by 3 machine guns set up on the street, covered by the smoke and fire caused by the explosion caused by the armor-piercing bomb. Bursts of roaring sounds, like a barrage of cannons, began to explode. Da-da-da-da. The bullets from the 3 machine guns poured out crazily, creating sharp sonic booms in the air, and fierce tongues of flame spit out. As soon as the soldiers of the God's Punishment Army rushed out of the smoke-covered streets, they were greeted by overwhelming fire. Whether it was the sophisticated armor they were wearing or the powerful physique they were proud of, they were faced with this dense barrage that could tear apart steel. They all looked extremely fragile. The dozens of God's Punishment Army members in the front row were surrounded by crimson blood mist, and they were beaten into pieces in an instant. The long and narrow streets are undoubtedly the best place to use the power of machine guns. There is no possibility of evasion. All they can do is charge. Charge. And charge again. As long as they can get in front of these people, they will win. It's a pity that they lost the bet. When the 3 machine guns went out, only broken bodies were left on the street. Watching this scene, Old York and others were stunned for a while. The massacre only lasted for just over a minute. It bothered them that hundreds of God's punishment army, which caused huge commotion in the capital, were completely wiped out. It seems we are more powerful, Lydia smiled proudly. But after taking a look at the depleted ammunition depot, her face suddenly fell. A total of 3,000 rounds of fixed-load ammunition, which dozens of wizard apprentices worked on for 3 whole days, were all finished like this. How could they support other battlefields? The power of the machine gun is great, but the consumption of bullets is also terrifying. Old York also recovered from the shock and hurriedly spoke. Lady Lydia, these enemies we killed were just a partial army that invaded the royal capital. I estimate that at least 2,000 God's punishment army reached the royal capital through secret passages. So many! Alok frowned. Even though they had just easily killed more than 400 soldiers of the God's punishment army, Eric was not like Lydia, who looked down upon these elite troops of the Holy See. From the fact that these people were able to defeat several times the royal capital guards, we could tell that the other party was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Without the assistance of the powerful firepower of machine guns, even including the new army equipped with percussion guns, it is not easy to deal with so many God's punishment army. Do you know where they went? Alok asked. Some people dispersed and caused chaos in the capital. As for the main force, judging from the direction, they should be heading towards the Alchemy Research Institute, Old York said with a solemn expression. Then there's no need to worry. Lydia breathed a sigh of relief. The Alchemy Research Institute's protection was very strong, and most of the new troops equipped with percussion guns were guarding there. But the development of the matter was obviously beyond Lydia's expectation. Because following the God's punishment army towards the Alchemy Research Institute, there were also 2 cardinals, Polson and Arnaud. It seems that this is the core of the entire royal capital's protective power. Polson stepped into the Alchemy Research Institute, which was filled with blood and shouts of killing, and used divine magic to investigate. As he had expected, all the magic power was gathered here. Got here. As long as this place is destroyed, the royal capital that is as bright as day will sink into darkness again, and the protective magic set up everywhere will instantly disintegrate. Arnaud, who had just been fished out of prison, had a ferocious expression on his face. During the past few days in the royal capital, he had been tortured by those damn psychic wizards, but he could only endure it and kept doing it forcefully. It was only when chaos broke out in the royal capital that I was able to escape from the prison, and my heart was already burning with anger. Let the glory of God wash away the sins here, Arnaud yelled ferociously, and a huge sacred power began to surge around him. A huge roar resounded through the sky, and crisscrossing deep grooves formed on the ground. Spreading upward, large swaths of buildings collapsed and shattered under the ravages of the divine power. Countless ruins and broken walls were flying in the air, like a doomsday storm, rushing towards the wizards, who were still resisting. Chapter 359 Arnaud, Hellfire. Nothing more than that. Apocalyptic storm, Arnaud shouted crazily, squandering the powerful god power in his body unscrupulously. Pierce and the others, who were retreating in the courtyard, looked desperate. They could only watch helplessly as the powerful power of magic rushed towards them, carrying the rubble and debris all over the sky. The power of the cardinals was on another level. If there were no wizards of the same level to take action, they would not be able to compete with the 2 cardinals of the Holy See in front of them. However, this inevitable blow was blocked. A fierce wall of fire rose up, and the surging tongues of fire went directly upwards, enveloping the incoming magical storm, and then rolled it back with even greater power. This is the 4-ring magic, Red Dragon Breath. The difference is that this fire is not an ordinary flame, but a dangerous and difficult white phosphorus fire. Polson had a solemn look on his face, and did not dare to confront him head-on. Even Arnaud, who was looking crazy, gave up on his plan to confront him head-on and raised his hand to set up several magical barriers. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded throughout the courtyard. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the entire area was reduced to ruins in the huge shock wave. The surrounding street lights continued to flicker until they went out. Arnaud and Polson, who were protected by the magical barrier in the center, were unscathed. But 2 of the 3 divine barriers they had laid out had broken. Not only that, the flames were also attached to the divine barrier, slowly, and the power to corrode the barrier firmly. Is this the so-called fire of HL? A slight look of disdain appeared on Arno's face, and he raised his hand. God-given rain. The radiance of blue magic swept out, and under the cover of water mist, the flames attached to the barrier were immediately suppressed. Just like Edwell said, water can temporarily suppress it, if it is blessed with magic. Stripping away air and temperature can also extinguish this thing. It seems like that's all, Arno said with a sneer. Poulsen's eyes turned to the courtyard. The person who had just cast a spell to interrupt their destructive intentions was naturally Lin En, who arrived. And with him was Raphael, who stayed in the royal capital. Dean Lin! Master Raphael! Pierce wiped the cold sweat from his head and shouted happily. Everyone stationed in the Alchemy Research Institute also looked happy, which meant that they were finally safe. It's a good thing you saved a hand. Otherwise the capital would be really in danger now. Raphael looked at Poulsen and Arno in front of him and said fearfully. Fortunately, they did not rush to the front line together. Otherwise no one in the royal capital could stop the two cardinals. With the fall of the Alchemy Research Institute, the entire defense line may collapse thousands of miles away. After all, the power generation units and those protective magic circles are all set up here, and many research results and information will be leaked as a result. Lin En did not reply, although he had made some arrangements as much as possible. The current situation was not optimistic. They had to solve the trouble here as soon as possible and calm down the chaos in the capital. Choose an opponent. Arno? You go first. Poulsen glanced at Arno lightly and said. Arno grinned and said, in that case, I want the 300,000. And you go deal with the other one? Poulsen nodded, feeling quite happy about this. He was not so keen on wealth and glory. And he also knew that a guy who could be offered a bounty of 300,000 yuan was definitely not easy to deal with. 300,000? Lin frowned. He didn't quite understand what the two cardinals were talking about, but he thought it wouldn't be a good thing. No matter what. Just catch someone alive and ask. And you will know. Lin En's face suddenly turned cold, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand shook slightly, as if he were plucking the strings. Invisible ripples spread forward in a semicircular shape at the speed of sound. Arno and Poulsen simultaneously noticed that their brains seemed to have been hit hard by someone, and their bodies were stagnant. Raphael, who had fought side by side with Lin, naturally knew that this was some kind of unique sonic magic, and he would not miss this opportunity. Disintegration Ray. As soon as Raphael took action, he mastered the most powerful five-ring magic, just like its name. Once it touches the target, it will quickly decompose it. It is an advanced technique of high-level material deconstruction technique. Fortunately, the influence of resonance magic only lasted a short moment. Poulsen, who was targeted, reacted immediately. Before the disintegration ray destroyed the magical protection, he tried his best to deflect his body, but he was still inevitably hit. He touched his shoulder, and the part in contact instantly turned into nothingness. Damn it! Poulsen walked between life and death, and took several steps back. Under the power of healing magic, the disappeared flesh and blood recovered at an extremely fast speed, and once again blessed his body with a more powerful wave. Divine protection. Arno broke away even faster than Poulsen, but his movements were opposite to that. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward. The floor tiles under his feet cracked and sank directly. In the next moment, Arno had crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of Lin En. The heavy sword shining with divine magic in his hand struck down on his head. The front slashed through the air, bringing with it a sharp sonic boom. Every cardinal is not only a powerful magician, but also a leader among knights. Unlike bishops like Poulsen, who focused on the use of divine magic and neglected the training of physical skills, Arno focused most of his energy on close combat. With his extraordinary speed and strength, he could often defeat those who before the wizards can activate their magic, cut off their heads. But this time, the opponent was obviously different. At the moment the battle started, Lin's eyes had become empty, and every movement of Arno was slowed down hundreds of times and dismantled one by one. The iron element surged in Lin En's empty right hand, and a sharp iron thorn appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. It hit the balance point of the sword body with great precision, and bounced directly with a force far inferior to the opponent's. This powerful and heavy blow was fired. The sword energy composed of the brilliance of divine magic plowed ravines on the ground, spread dozens of meters away, and cut through the solid wall of the courtyard. Arno was quite surprised that the opponent was able to deviate from this attack. But his movements did not stop, and the whipped leg under his feet was already kicked. Resist Ring of Fire. Lin En's expression remained unchanged. As the magic power surged, the fire around him ignited and spread in all directions. The hot air waves rolled and swept in everything around him. Chapter 360: The Debut of the Eternal Flame. The moment the flames ignited, Arnaud had already withdrawn his power, using a posture that violated the human body structure, and directly avoided the blow with a speed faster than the flames. Although Arnaud has just tried it, the method Adwell told him is very effective. The so-called HL fire is not as terrible as the rumors say, but these methods can only suppress it, as long as anyone is contaminated with this flame. Everywhere, they must be cut off and peeled off. He would never want these flames to touch his body unless necessary. What a fast reaction speed! Lin En was secretly shocked. The cardinal in front of him was not the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, but he could definitely be described as difficult. Such speed and strength coupled with magical skills can be said to be extremely threatening. If you are not careful when facing a great wizard of elements, who is not proficient in melee combat, you may die on the spot. Although the situation was critical, Lin En did not rashly use the eternal fire and laser magic at the bottom of the box. After all, both of these magics may cause large-scale damage and accidental damage, and the relevant information is also very critical. Once used, it must be guaranteed to kill. While thinking, hundreds of magic missiles began to appear around him. Magic Barrage is just an improved zero-ring magic, but the strength of the spell also depends on the caster. In Lin's hands, he often has the power to turn decay into magic. Since speed can't keep up, let's win by quantity. As Lin En's mind turned, the surrounding magic missiles suddenly shot out, forming a continuous rain of barrage, blocking every direction of Arnaud's movement. Do you want to do the same trick again? Arnaud, who had suffered a big loss once, did not dare to let these seemingly harmless magic creations get close this time. A terrifying wave of air surged around him, and the magic missiles that were approaching rapidly were still there. They all exploded before they got close. Fortunately, the electromagnetic field has been formed. Lin En raised his hand, and a trace of lightning flashed at his fingertips. With the help of dense conductive elements in the air, he used five-ring magic in a leapfrog manner. Thunder Prison, Lightning Storm. During the interlacing of lightning and light, a thunderstorm covered the entire area, and violent arcs of electricity shot out, leaping in the air like dense spider webs. Although Arnaud was outside the electromagnetic field, the speed of lightning was so fast that it spread to the surrounding area in an instant. Even at his speed, it was impossible to dodge in such a range. A magical barrier immediately surged around Arnaud's body, isolating the incoming lightning. Under such continuous consumption, it was obviously not as good as he expected. It must be done quickly. Realizing this, Arnaud no longer hesitated and stepped out suddenly. With a burst of afterimages coming from his body, he actually broke into the electromagnetic field on his own initiative. Breath of the Red Dragon! Facing the charging Arnaud, Lin stepped back. The hot fire quickly expanded, trying to force the opponent back with a wide range of flame magic. This time Arnaud had no intention of evading. He actually braved the scorching fire and rushed over. The powerful and strange white phosphorus fire continuously devoured the power of the magical barrier, and the heavy sword in Arnaud's hand also already slashed out. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Lin En didn't seem to react. Or in other words, he didn't expect that the other party would rush over like this. The heavy sword quickly penetrated the body and penetrated through the abdomen. But at the moment when the heavy sword entered his body, Arnaud's pupils shrank, because the feeling in his hand was wrong. It was not the cutting feeling caused by the sword blade entering his body, and there was no trace of panic or fear on the opponent's face. At the same moment, a hand was firmly grasped on his shoulder, and then blazing eternal fire burst out from Lin En's body, and his whole body turned into an expanding fireball. Attacked Arnaud, who was close at hand. Divine Magic, Guardian of the Earth. In 0.05 seconds, Arnaud only had time to use this magical technique, and his white skin turned from inside to outside into earthy gray. This five-ring magic, Guardian of the Earth, can build a solid stone shield on the body surface. With the blessing of the magic, it can even withstand the impact of some powerful magic. Arnaud didn't understand what burning objects and conductors were, but he knew one thing. Stones couldn't burn or conduct electricity, which was enough to minimize the damage caused by the opponent's two most threatening spells. However, he didn't know that what Lin En used this time was not white phosphorus fire, but a more dangerous and powerful immortal flame chlorine trifluoride. An existence that can burn everything and plunder electrons crazily. Lin En deliberately used white phosphorus fire to lure the enemy before, just to create an intelligence gap and wait for this opportunity. Ah! The scream suddenly resounded through the sky, and Arno roared in severe pain. He could clearly feel the flames burning on the stone maid's skin, and even penetrated into his flesh, and bones. Arno! Poulsen, who was fighting fiercely with Raphael, heard the screams and couldn't help but glance over there, and then used a holy light impact to force Raphael away. Hurriedly performed rescue operations. God-given rain. Water mist containing the brilliance of divine magic immediately covered Arno's body. It is undoubtedly common sense to use water to put out fires, according to their previous estimates. Although this kind of fire cannot be easily extinguished with water, it can be temporarily suppressed. It's just that the reality is completely opposite to what Poulsen expected. After the water mist came into contact with Arno's body, the eternal fire attached to his body was not only not suppressed, but instead burst out with more rapid fire. Arno roared. Noel exploded directly, turning into pieces of flesh and blood mist all over the sky. Poulsen was stunned for a moment, completely unable to believe that he had done it. Did he say that the water could extinguish the fire? Why did it explode immediately? Lin's figure appeared on the other side of the battlefield. He looked at Arno, who was blown to pieces, then looked at Poulsen, and said teasingly, "It seems that the Holy See is not monolithic. I didn't expect you to be so cruel to your colleagues." Raphael rolled his eyes. He naturally knew that this was the characteristic of the eternal fire. If someone tried to extinguish it with water, they would be blown into pieces like Arno, using the intelligence gap to directly kill a cardinal. Lin also had a smile on his face. Otherwise, if you rely on the opponent's extraordinary speed to dodge, or if you continuously release the sword energy from a distance, it will not be easy for you to win. Chapter 361 Edwell, Field of Despair. This is the power of legend. The sudden change in the situation on the field also caused the wizards watching in the Alchemy Research Institute to pause. In just 1 or 2 seconds, they witnessed Arno swinging his heavy sword and splitting Lin in half, and then being ignited by the spreading flames. Finally, Poulsen used magic to blow up the opponent to death. Could it be that their enemies are fighting among themselves? Yolanda and others were a little confused for a while. But fortunately one thing was certain. They were now 2 against 1. And they had a great advantage. Faintly surrounded by Lin and Raphael, Poulsen's face became more and more ugly, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, but soon felt as if he had hit an iron wall. Poulsen turned his head suddenly, and then realized that at some point, Edwell, wearing a red and gold robe and an iron mask, had appeared behind him. "Lord Edwell." Poulsen was both excited and frightened, and quickly explained, "Arno just fell into the tricks of these wizards, and was hit by that weird fire. I just used magic to suppress this flame, but I didn't expect it." Edwell raised his hand to stop Poulsen's defensive words. He was nearby just now, so he naturally saw everything in front of him. The reason why he didn't take action directly was to guard against those legendary wizards who might appear. What's more, neither Arno nor Poulsen was at an obvious disadvantage in the battle. It's just that Edwell did not expect that the situation changed too quickly. Just after Poulsen cast a spell to save him, Arnold's whole body suddenly exploded. It was too late for him to rescue. This also means that his previous analysis was wrong. No, it should be said that they were tricked. What the other party is using now is the real hellfire. "Arno's soul will live forever in heaven," Edwell whispered softly, then looked at Lin and Raphael and said indifferently, "And those who blaspheme will surely fall into hell. The so-called heaven and hell are just lies you use to fool those idiots." Raphael sneered disdainfully and took the lead. As his mind turned, the elements in the field became extremely active, intertwined and collided with each other, and surged to the 2 cardinals in front of him. This is exactly the 5-ring spell, Elemental Torrent. Edwell did not dodge, pointing to the ground with an indifferent expression. "This place is the realm of God, and all evil will disappear." As the words fell, the entire space seemed to be vibrating, and the torrent of elements that swept in was instantly dispersed by the inexplicable power. Immediately afterwards, a majestic hymn sounded throughout the Alchemy Research Institute, and the land roasted by the flames came to life again. Wisps of tender green grass blades and vines were pulled out from the rubble and bricks, growing wildly, and they would be unable to survive. The people who moved were restrained. "The kingdom of heaven! This is the kingdom of heaven coming!" A guard of the royal capital shouted crazily, with an extremely fanatical look on his face. Bible chapter 9. Page 35. God's messenger comes to the world, and wherever he passes, the kingdom of heaven will be filled with flowers. Linen's expression became extremely solemn at such a dramatic scene, and the fire swept around him. burning all the green plants emerging from the ground. This is by no means a power that ordinary cardinals can possess. Legend? Raphael shouted in horror. In the name of God! You are all sinners and blasphemers. You should kneel down and pray for God's forgiveness. Edwell's voice sounded again. Everyone present felt their bodies sinking, and immediately fell to their knees. They could only stretch their limbs on the ground to support their bodies. However, a formal wizard like Pierce felt the oppression even more intensely, and even fell to the ground. Apart from the unaffected believers, the only ones still standing were Lin and Raphael. The pressure on them was even greater than that of official wizards. Lin suddenly felt as if his body was submerged in the deep sea, and the heavy water pressure from all directions seemed to be crushing his body. The elemental field that originally surrounded the body within a range of 15 meters has been reduced to 3 meters, and the elements inside have completely lost control, becoming blunt and undisciplined. Is this a legend? Lennon's pupils shrank, and they had lost the ability to resist after just one encounter. Judgment! Punishment with swords and axes! Edwell said in a cold tone. Bible chapter 11. Page 16. Those who speak evil words and blaspheme God will be punished with swords and axes, and their souls will be thrown into H.L. In the empty void, a dozen spirit world guards with no visible faces, holding swords and axes in their hands, immediately appeared, slashing at the heads, chests, and limbs of Lin and Raphael. Suppressed by the inexplicable force, the two people couldn't even hope to move. They watched the sword and axe blade approaching quickly. Cold sweat broke out on Raphael's forehead. He didn't expect that the gap between himself and the legend was so big. Lin was not willing to commit suicide. With his extremely superior perception, he soon realized that his control over the elements did not completely disappear, but only became extremely slow. Connect me to the magic network. Full power, Lin shouted in his mind. And then he felt as if his brain had exploded and his mental power was rising rapidly. 4 rings. 5 rings. 6 rings. The ratings in the database kept jumping. After breaking through the Great Wizard, Lin distributed the Ring of Secret Magic to many wizards of the Iata school. Now the total number of wizards linked to the magic network has exceeded 50, most of whom are official wizards. Of course, the computing power of these people alone is far from enough to support his mental power to directly jump to 2 levels. What's really important is that the wizards linked to the magic network also include the legendary speaker Harif. Although the other party has only entered the magic field once, and the analysis progress is very slow. After 2 years of unremitting efforts, it has reached 5%. She now executed Lennon's order very faithfully and mobilized everyone's computing power. The sudden surge in mental power obviously overwhelmed Lin's brain. It was a very weird feeling, because the brain's thinking and calculation capabilities are based on neuron networks. This thing does not suddenly increase or decrease, nor can it physically explode the brain. This time Lin felt more clearly that his body could not bear the consumption of huge computing power, and every cell seemed to be moaning in pain. But now is obviously not the time to think about this. With the surge in mental power, Lin immediately felt that the elements in the surrounding area were revitalized. Fire! Lin spat out one word, and the strange immortal flames ignited again, swallowing up all the dozens of spiritual guards who were approaching. Chapter 362 God in the Physical Sense, Laplace's Demon. After successfully saving Raphael, Lin targeted Edwell. The sudden increase in mental power and the deterrence brought by the enemy made Lin no longer deliberately limit the quantity and power of chlorine trifluoride. The flames continued to surge and proliferate in the void, condensing into fireballs the size of human heads and heading towards Edwin. You shot out, facing this strange eternal flame. Edwell did not dare to neglect and raised his hand. Sand, metal, water curtain. The magical barriers composed of substances that could block flames were blocked in front of him. However, this is all in vain. Any substance will begin to disintegrate the moment it comes into contact with the eternal flame, turning into the nourishment of the flame, pressing over with even greater power, once again confirming that what he had just seen was not an illusion. Edwell immediately raised the threat of this flame to several levels, and spoke very quickly before the overwhelming eternal flame came. God has erected a high wall between H.L. and the world, which will block all evil and will never be broken. After the words fell, a high golden wall immediately appeared in front of him, forming a solid defensive barrier. The wall was engraved with complex and mysterious magical patterns, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. The erected high wall blocks out the weird and terrifying eternal flame. Edwell soon noticed that even the sacred wall that suppressed hell could not completely resist this flame. But the erosion rate became extremely slow. Lin En was also a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen something that could effectively block chlorine trifluoride. A wall made entirely of the purest divine magic. As long as there are no electrons, chlorine trifluoride naturally cannot turn this substance into nutrients. Lin immediately thought of this. Adwell accidentally found a way to temporarily block the eternal flame, which was also the information he wanted to hide all along. However, Lin En did not place all his hopes on this one technique. Just as the high wall was rising, a thunderball several meters in diameter had appeared above the head. The intense light continued to radiate around, turning midnight into day. Gather! Lin En pointed at the sacred wall shrouded in the sea of fire. Reflective layers immediately appeared around the thunderball, absorbing all the light. At a distance of about 50 meters, the power of laser magic can almost be exerted to its limit. And with the help of the huge mental power brought by the magic network link, Lin also raised the laser beam to the 4th energy level in one fell swoop. The radius has been compressed to 0.1 millimeters. Open it! Lin En shouted with all his strength. A tiny crack opened in the sealed reflective layer, and the extremely strong beam of light crossed the sea of fire at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second and hit the indestructible the sacred wall. The wall built by divine energy was slowly disintegrating under the melting flames, facing the more lethal laser magic. It was like leather cut by a sharp weapon, and it soon cracked layer by layer. Adwell's expression changed drastically when he sensed this, but the speed of light was too fast. Before he could react, it penetrated the sacred wall and penetrated through his chest. Cut! Lin shouted again, and the beam of light that penetrated Adwell's body swept upwards in an instant, passing from the chest through the neck and then through the brain, dividing the whole person into 2 parts. Not only that, the nearly infinite length of the laser beam also cut through the high walls of the courtyard and several burning mansions in the distance, and flew straight into the sky. Lord Adwell! Poulsen shouted in horror. The beam came too quickly. The moment he saw it, Adwell had been cut in half, and his broken body fell to the ground. On the ground, Lin kept panting. Whether it was manipulating the eternal fire on a large scale or raising the laser to the 4th energy level, the amount of magic and mental energy consumed was not a small amount. But before Lin could breathe a sigh of relief, Adwell's voice sounded again. In the name of the Lord, everything that disappears will come again! An inexplicable force swept through the entire space, and the broken corpses on the ground suddenly disappeared without a trace. The vegetation on the ground that had been burned by the flames grew back, and the cracks in the distant courtyard wall that were severed were rapidly healing. It was like time went back. 5 seconds later, everything returned to its original state, and Adwell appeared in front of everyone intact. What kind of magic is this? Follow your words? Turn back time? A trace of unknown fear arose in Lin's heart. The power Adwell showed was beyond the worst-case scenario he had previously imagined. Even injuries such as severing the brain could not kill him. Or is it that he died and then resurrected? What's even more troublesome is that Lin has no idea where this ability to follow words comes from, and he can actually do something like turning back time. Although this is not impossible in physics. According to the more popular hypothesis in the past, time is a manifestation of the movement and change of matter. In theory, if you can know the position and momentum of all atoms at a point in time, you can predict the future, and even turn back time and go back to the past. This is the so-called Laplace's demon, God in the physical sense, omniscient and omnipotent. But this is obviously impossible. The universe is so big that it is simply impossible to know the positions of all atoms, etc. Record the position and momentum of the atoms. Magic mimicry. The realm of the kingdom of God. Lin En suddenly realized something. His thoughts were spinning in his mind, and he immediately had speculations in his mind. Dean Lin, what he just said should be sentences from the Bible. Pierce, who was still pressed to the ground and unable to move, reminded loudly. After occupying the royal capital and destroying the local church, they seized a large number of Bible manuscripts. Pierce also looked through them out of curiosity. He regarded them as a storybook and gained some understanding. Therefore, Pierce is very sure that every sentence Adwell said just now has a counterpart in the Bible. Without exception. Lin En suddenly understood in his heart that this ability to speak and follow the rules was not entirely the power possessed by the other party. The source of power comes from the projection of the kingdom of God. Everything here, whether it is the wildly growing vegetation, land, or buildings, has been infected by divine power, and its position and status are all under the control of the master of the kingdom of God, the Ella, enough to achieve omniscience and omnipotence within a certain direction, and achieve such outrageous things as reversing time. Adwell obviously does not have this ability. and can only use divine words similar to passwords to mobilize the power of the Kingdom of God's projection to a certain extent. Chapter 363. All living beings will kneel before the Creator and accept His judgment. Complex thoughts flashed through Linen's mind. Although he roughly guessed the source of the opponent's power, how to deal with it was still a very difficult problem. What's more, the other party seems to have the ability to be immortal or resurrected. While thinking, Lin did not stop his movements. The light concentrating magic suspended above his head was activated again, and the strong laser swept across, cutting off all the high walls, buildings, and trees in the courtyard. Adwell's figure twisted and disappeared directly, avoiding the cutting of the laser. Although his speed was not as fast as light, it was far faster than the rotation speed of light-focusing magic. Linen let go of his perception and searched for the other party's traces in all directions. However, he was surrounded by fluctuations of divine magic, and his mental power could not leave the scope of his own domain. God created the earth and the sky, and sinners will not be able to stand on the earth. Edwell's voice rang in the space. The ground beneath everyone's feet immediately cracked and turned into thick, dark mud. Lin's legs immediately sank in. Not only that, but bone-white hands emerged from the mud and grabbed him firmly. His thighs seemed to want to drag the whole person into the mud. At some unknown time, Adwell's figure had arrived behind Lin. He stretched his right hand forward, and strong magical fluctuations appeared in his palm. However, he stopped moving in the next second and took a few steps back, and narrowly avoided the flying disintegration ray. The person who took action was none other than Raphael. As the leader of Five Ring Magic, disintegration ray can even tear steel into pieces in an instant. And even Edwell does not dare to resist it head-on. Since Lin withstood most of the pressure from the front, Edwell did not have much energy to focus on them. Therefore, after struggling for a while, Raphael successfully regained control of part of the field. It's just that it has been ignored until now. At the critical moment, when it suddenly takes action, the only pity is that Adwell still easily dodged his attack. Fortunately, Lin reacted to the sudden change. The dazzling laser shot out, and Edwell's figure disappeared again. As Linen's mind turned, a fierce and immortal flame appeared all over his body. The skeletal hands emerging from the quagmire were immediately burned and turned into nourishment for the flames. And then the skyrocketing waves of fire surged in all directions. Since he can't find Adwell's location, he will burn it all down and directly destroy the foundation of the opponent's power. If the true owner of the Kingdom of God's projection is here, Lin would naturally not dare to make such delusions. But the person who controls it at this moment is not an omniscient and omnipotent God. As for the ability to turn back time, he never believed that it was without consumption. Otherwise Edwell would not need to dodge their attacks at all. Driven by Linen's full strength, the terror of the eternal fire was quickly revealed, and everything around it was involved. Whether it was houses, high walls, vegetation, soil, or even the dust in the air, it was ignited. In just a few breaths, the entire Alchemy Research Institute turned into a sea of fire. The place where Raphael, Alok and others were staying was surrounded by flames. But this level of control was already at its limit. Lin couldn't even spare more energy to suppress the poisonous gas produced by the combustion. It can allow chlorine trifluoride to plunder electrons crazily, producing a steady stream of flames, bright light and high temperatures, filling the entire space. Defeating Edwell has now become the top priority. Otherwise all of them will die here today. The terrifying flames quickly eroded the entire coverage of the Kingdom of God's projection. And Adwell's figure also appeared in the flames, surrounded by a ring-shaped shield made of pure divine magic. In the previous battle, he had seen that only pure divine energy could be immune to the eternal flame devouring all things property to a certain extent. Of course, the high temperature and destructiveness of the flame itself are still powerful. The most important thing is that he can't find any way to extinguish this flame. Sand, stone, metal, water mist. These traditional methods of extinguishing flames have completely lost their effect. And even cutting off the air cannot prevent them from continuing to spread. Adwell is keenly aware that the surrounding space has begun to faintly shake and collapse. After all, this is only a part of the projection, not the real realm of the Kingdom of God. The power supporting its arrival is being devoured and stripped away by the flames. Poulsen, who was also caught in the sea of fire, could only hide behind Edwell fearfully, watching helplessly as the immortal flame rising from the outside gradually eroded the magical barrier around him. Poulsen knew very well what would happen if he was exposed to this kind of flame. And Arnold's death was the best proof. Lord Edwell! Seeing that the flames had invaded the barrier, Poulsen shouted eagerly. The hesitant Adwell finally made up his mind to deal with this enemy of the Holy See. The other party has not yet stepped into that level, but they have mastered these two magics that are enough to threaten them, and they will definitely become their biggest obstacle in the future. When the day of judgment comes, the gates of the kingdom of heaven will be opened. The Lord will sit high on the throne of God, and all living beings will kneel before the Creator and accept the Lord's judgment. Adwell's expression also became more solemn. Every time he spoke, his face became paler, and the divine power in his body surged crazily. Somewhere in the dark, some kind of sacred and vast power was drawn. Lin En also noticed this terrifying magical fluctuation. The moment Adwell spoke, he confirmed his position, and the beam of light that gathered into one point slashed past him again. However, a bronze door has appeared in front of Adwell. The laser beam that can easily penetrate the sacred wall and cut the house into two parts failed to leave any trace on this door. This is the legendary magic, Gate of Heaven. The door leads to the real kingdom of God, the realm of God. Within the entire Holy See, only a very few high-level officials such as the Pope and the Chief Judge have the qualifications to use this magical technique, because the caster needs to use his own divine power as an anchor to guide and support the arrival of the Gate of Heaven. In the past hundreds of years, there have been only 4 records of using this magical technique, while using the Lord's supreme power to destroy powerful demons and evil gods. Oneself will also be severely damaged even with legendary power. It is difficult to maintain with such a huge consumption. There is even a risk of falling into the realm. This is the gate to heaven! Poulsen was excited and excited at the same time. He didn't care about the immortal flame surging around him, and immediately knelt down to pray. Chapter 364. The true God has arrived. The bronze door turned from reality to reality, and stood in the courtyard filled with eternal fire, as if it had existed since ancient times. The huge power made Raphael and others, who were dozens of meters away, tremble with fear. The burning immortal flame surged up all around in an instant, greedily trying to swallow up the door of heaven. However, the flame seemed to be affected by some kind of power, and they actually showed a clear sense of distortion after approaching the door. Lin En, who struggled to control the raging sea of fire, soon realized that it was not the flames that were distorted, but the entire space. The huge door is like a star. When it stands there, the surrounding time and space changes, along with a sound like bells. The bronze door opened a tiny gap. A terrifying pressure solidified in the void, and the ethereal hymn rang in everyone's ears. Lin En's expression was extremely solemn. Just a door leading to the kingdom of heaven revealed the ability to distort time and space and resist the 4th-level laser technique. He could not imagine how powerful the true God would be once he came. However, the 2 most powerful magics he mastered, laser and immortal flames, could not destroy this door. Now we can only take a gamble. Lin En understood that his only hope was to take advantage of the situation. The immortal flame swallowed up a large amount of the power of the kingdom of God's projection, stripping away all the electrons that converted the divine power into elements. Now they have become part of the flames and are scattered throughout the courtyard, forming a terrifying but uncontrollable electric field. Utilizing such disorderly and powerful power is no easy task. But with the support of dozens of wizards' computing power, the impossible has become possible. Lin En raised his hand, and a solid iron ball emerged and condensed in the void. Then, flashing arcs of electricity surged around him. Although the electromagnetic railgun has the disadvantage of a long charging time, in terms of pure destructive power, it is even higher than the laser beam. Even so, it must reach 40 times the speed of sound before it is possible to break the space-time vortex around the gate of heaven. Lin bet everything on this one shot. The magic power in his body has been exhausted in the battle, and all he is mobilizing now is the magic power stored in the magic network. The plundered electrons gathered quickly, but the speed at which the electromagnetic railgun gathered momentum was far slower than the speed at which the door opened. Adwell also felt the terrifying magic power fluctuations blocked by the sea of fire. He neither paid attention to it nor could he stop it, because all his strength was devoted to supporting the arrival of the gate of heaven. As long as the 2 realms are opened and a passage is created that can allow the true God to descend, all the enemy's resistance will be in vain. Suddenly, Adwell's expression changed suddenly, and he turned his head sharply, because he suddenly sensed that the domain formed by the projection of the kingdom of God was cut off from the outside world, different from the actual cutting like the laser beam used by Lin En. This turned out to be destruction at the spatial level. The entire space trembled violently, and black lines spread rapidly in the projection of the kingdom of God filled with flames. Everything along the way was rapidly disintegrating. This was the deepest light formed by being drawn into the vortex of space, and unable to be reflected. Dark. This is the legendary force field magic, blade of time and space. The visitor is none other than the legendary speaker Herav. In an instant, the invisible blade of space struck directly at the gate of the kingdom of heaven, and the huge space vortex caused the realm projected by the kingdom of God to collapse. The originally solid door became lighter, but the door was already half open. "Go back to me!" A dull sound resounded in the courtyard, and complex runes appeared in the void, wrapping around the bronze door like chains, trying to forcefully close the open gap. But the next moment, the indifferent expression on Magic Creator Vittorio's face became tense, and he hurriedly shouted, "I can't suppress it anymore! Herav! Hurry up! Destroy it!" The energy contained in the gate of heaven far exceeded his expectations. It was obvious that the master of the kingdom of God had noticed this passage connecting the two worlds, and was sending power over. Herav did not dare to neglect, and used all his power field magic, preparing to completely tear this so-called door to heaven into pieces. The two forces intertwined with each other, and the powerful space turbulence made the sea of fire around them become more violent. At the same time, Lin's magic has been completed. Super electromagnetic rail gun. The iron ball bound by the magnetic force suddenly accelerated, and under the influence of the thunder, it turned into a red stream of light and flew out. The huge sonic boom directly dispersed the rolling flames nearby. 40 times the speed of sound arrived in an instant, and with everyone watching in anticipation, shock, or nervousness, the red iron ball slammed into the bronze door. Boom! A violent explosion sounded on the bronze door. The ground surface cracked layer by layer, and the strong shock wave caused the sea of fire to retreat dozens of meters. An extremely hot wave of air surged in the void, and everyone present felt their skins burn, as if they were burned by flames. Everyone was staring at the gate of heaven in front of them. A long crack appeared on the surface of the door, covering 1/3 of the door leaf. That was exactly where the electromagnetic cannon hit, but the damage caused was limited to this. The bronze door still stood in place. The alchemical runes binding the surface had disintegrated, and a white palm stretched out from inside the door. There was a chill in everyone's heart. Even Herav and Vittorio were no exception. When they were in the wizard's land, they thought that as long as several legends were present, they would be able to fight the goddess directly. But now they couldn't muster the slightest confidence. "Lord, your most devout believers pray for your judgment," Poulsen shouted excitedly. A smile also appeared on Edwell's face, but the smile on his face quickly froze, because a long knife composed of flames and atomic beams passed through their bodies from behind. Since most of the power is used to maintain the arrival of the gate of heaven, the magical barrier around the body has become weak, and can only barely resist the invasion of the immortal flames. And Lin took out the last bit of energy, controlled the flames near Edwell, and launched the most deadly raid. As long as the caster is killed, the power supplying the spell will disappear. The field constructed by the Kingdom of God's projection had already collapsed in the battle just now, which meant that the opponent could no longer use the word of God to reverse death. The flames quickly spread to Edwell's body in just 1 second, wildly devouring every bit of power in his body. Chapter 365 The Power of God, the Destroyed Immortal Flame. Sinner's Chapter of the Bible. Page 5. Chapter 7. Those who blaspheme will perish in purgatory. In the baking fire of H.L. Their flesh and bones will be burned, and their souls will fall into the sea of fire forever until they are destroyed under the burning of the flames. Edwell's mind suddenly recalled the description of fire in the Bible. Rumor has it that this kind of flame can burn everything, even the human soul. Anyone infected with it will die in the most painful manner. In the past, Edwell never thought that he would be the one who would experience the punishment of purgatory one day. The flames were even more terrifying than the rumor said. While licking and dissolving the skin and flesh, it also erupted from the mouth, nose, and ears. It penetrated into the body, and continuously eroded every cell and bone in the body. The sudden change in the situation on the field was beyond everyone's expectations. Poulsen's excited expression was still on his face, and Edwell beside him was already ignited into a ball of fire. The door standing in the courtyard also trembled violently as he came in. The energy that supplies a god to travel between the two worlds is extremely huge. Once Edwell is lost as a supplier, this door to heaven will no longer be able to maintain. Herav and Vittorio also realized this immediately. The most important thing now is that they must not let the other party come out of the door. Seal! Vittorio changed his handprints, and the complex alchemical runes that shone with magical fluorescence were connected together, turning into a silver chain and locking the door from all directions. Herav was also merciless, and the force field magic was activated again, covering the entire space. In an attempt to tear apart the gate of heaven and the false god, who had already passed through the door with half of his body. The eternal flame surging around was also rolled over under Lin En's control. Through the firelight, Lin En stared at the figure that was about to step out of the door. Her body seemed to be shrouded in light and fog, and her appearance was blurry. There was a vast and sacred energy emanating from her body. The breath seems to be the origin of everything, making people want to get close, kneel down, and crawl in front of them to give everything they have. The silver chains, the tearing of space, and the violent eternal flames arrived in front of him almost at the same time. There was an indifferent and cold expression in those eyes, as bright as stars. The god who walked out of the gate of heaven stretched out a slender jade finger and pointed it at the void. The next moment, a burst of intense divine light appeared. Under the sweep of invisible power, it formed a ring and wrapped around it. The alchemy rune shining with magical power suddenly condensed, and even the surging sea of fire froze in place. That's right. It's freeze frame. It was as if the video had pressed the pause button, and everything around it stopped in place. Even the whistling and flying flames stopped in the void for a moment, and then quickly melted and dissipated. Eternal flame for the first time. It was extinguished. Time stands still? Lin En's heart was shocked, and his face looked horrified. But he quickly rejected this. No, it's not that time stands still. This is absolute zero. Wherever the divine light is covering, the movement of all elements is almost stagnant, and is broken up again into its original magic power. The essence of flame is high-temperature gaseous or plasma material, and temperature is a manifestation of the average kinetic energy between molecules and an object. Molecules collide with each other to create and transfer heat. The greater the kinetic energy, and the more violent the movement, the higher the temperature. In turn, the movement of molecules almost stops, and the high temperature and flame naturally cease to exist. This is pseudo-time and space are still absolute zero. Although Lin didn't think that relying on chlorine trifluoride would be invincible. After all, no matter how powerful it was just a chemical element. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually use this method to crack it. Simple and direct. Even more chilling. The threshold of absolute zero is minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, all kinetic and potential energy of molecules will disappear. It is a value that is said to be something that can only be approached forever and cannot be reached no matter what. But Ella did it. The realm of the kingdom of God expanded rapidly, and everything was frozen wherever it went. Vittorio, who was standing at the front, had already set up protection before the divine light passed by. The almost substantial alchemical runes formed a circular protective barrier, condensing into frost, while Raphael behind him was completely shielded. Those who were unable to resist were directly frozen into ice cubes. Lin En retreated step by step. Compared to the expanding realm of the kingdom of God, his speed was not worth mentioning. The magic barrier around him was condensing and disintegrating, and his arms could vaguely feel the terrifying chill. At this moment, the dazzling divine light suddenly disappeared without a trace. The elements that had been forcibly frozen in the space regained their vitality, and the bronze door standing in the center of the courtyard also disappeared. If it weren't for the frostbite on his arms and the frost-covered ground, one would even doubt whether everything before was an illusion. Lin was stunned on the spot, and it took him a while to realize that Edwell was dead. With his death, the power to maintain the gate of heaven's arrival completely disappeared, and Ella, who arrived across the border from an unknown region, was also expelled. Click. There was a sound of ice breaking, but it was Vittorio who broke through the frost covering the protective barrier. After looking around, a joy of surviving the disaster actually rose in his heart. I didn't expect that the gap between us and her is so big. Harif sighed and said with a very ugly face. According to his previous estimate, even if he couldn't defeat her, he should at least be able to fight. However, it turns out that it is difficult for them to block the opponent's casual attack even if they respond with all their strength. Vittorio shook his head. The Holy See had dominated this continent for more than 800 years, and had a population of tens of millions. How could they easily defeat it? Unlike the wizards who were thankful, Poulsen, who had witnessed everything but was still alive, was dumbfounded and fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. The god who was expelled did not take him away, and there was no burnt dregs left of Edwell, which meant that he was now alone facing two legendary wizards and a man who could control fire, the enemy of the church who dares to attack the gods. Poulsen swallowed hard, and silently wanted to use his magic as a last-ditch effort. But the next second he felt pain on his body, and his hands and feet were directly hit by the speeding blade of time and space. Cut off all the roots. A large amount of blood spurted out. It was clear that Harib vented all his anger on the Cardinal. He only spared the Cardinal's life in consideration of obtaining intelligence. Chapter 366 The Eternal Flame spreads across the capital. Noticing that Harib had already taken action to deal with the only enemy in the courtyard, Lin's heart relaxed, and he silently recited, "Interrupt the magic network," in his mind. The surge of mental power disappeared instantly, and his body shook violently. Suddenly, he almost fell to the ground. Vittorio on the side hurriedly stepped forward to support Lin, thinking that he was hit by the last magical spell cast by Ella. It was not until he used magic to explore that he discovered that this was not the case. But the situation was equally serious, because he ate well and drank well in the wizarding land and did not skip exercise. Lin's figure had been in good shape, but now he had lost a lot of weight. He looked like a homeless man who had been hungry for several days and nights. His magic power was completely exhausted, and his mental power was severely damaged. Vittorio's face darkened slightly, combined with the electromagnetic gun that Lin had released just now, which had reached the legendary level of power. He quickly guessed that this should be left behind by some kind of magic that could increase combat power in a short period of time. After experiencing the sequelae, he immediately took out a bottle of dark blue magic potion and drank it into the already groggy Lin. The cold liquid rolled down the throat and into the stomach, with a biting chill rushing up all the way. The pain in the brain was immediately relieved to a certain extent. But then another bottle of red potion was poured out. Pour it into his mouth. The cold body suddenly became extremely hot, as if it was thrown into a boiling cauldron. Under this intertwining of ice and fire, Lin shivered and took a breath of cold air. I felt energetic immediately, but my body still felt very tired, as if I was sluggish after a strenuous workout. In the recent period, you'd better stop using magic and take another bottle of Advanced Blizzard every day. Otherwise it may cause irreparable damage, Vittorio reminded. Although he was very curious about what kind of magic could cause such serious sequelae, he was still sensible and did not ask any more questions. For wizards, magical knowledge is particularly precious, sometimes far more important than life. The great wizards are too embarrassed to come out and meet people if they don't know a thing or two about magic. After all, they have a lot of time and powerful power to study various magic theories. The latest research results are often highly confidential until they are perfected. Even the power of many spells lies in their unknown nature. Once the information is analyzed, it is easy for the enemy to develop a method to crack it. This also leads to extremely poor circulation of high-level magic models. They are often only communicated between familiar wizards and exchange magic knowledge with each other. He just hoped that what Lin used would not be a witchcraft that would shorten his lifespan or consume his potential. Thinking of this, Vittorio sighed, because this was very possible. After all, this increase was too exaggerated. I understand. Thank you, Lord Vittorio. Lin rubbed his aching head and said gratefully. If he had fainted just now, he might have been brain dead or turned into a vegetative state, because this time the increase in computing power provided by the magic network link completely exceeded the upper limit of his ability. According to previous calculations by Intelligent Brain, it is relatively safe to use the magic network to double the computing power and reach the level of a fifth-ring wizard. Once exceeded, you will face the risk of severe mental damage. This is why Lin is not in a hurry to include a large number of wizards into the magic network system. Fortunately, there are such convenient things as potions. Lin can naturally recognize that the legendary potions, Isra's Full Moon, and Water of Life, that Vittorio gave him are both on the market. Something impossible to buy. The former is the best mental recovery potion, and can even repair wounds on the soul, while Water of Life can regenerate broken limbs and allow a dying person to recover within 3 minutes. However, even if these two magic potions are drank together, the sequelae caused by connecting to the magic network cannot be completely eliminated. Harib on the other side immediately rescued the frozen Raphael after taking care of Poulsen. How is Master Raphael? Lin struggled to hold on to the fatigue of his body, and asked worriedly, as he looked at Raphael, who had fallen unconscious on the ground and looked like a corpse. There's still a breath left. I should be able to save it with Water of Life. Harib sensed it, and said happily, since he was frozen for a short time, he could still be saved. If it had been longer, he would have been dead. Got it. Vittorio's expression of physical pain clearly appeared on his face, and he took out a bottle of crimson potion again and gave it to Raphael to drink. The materials for these legendary potions are not easy to find. It can be said that just using a little will help. A little less. The birth of every bottle of legendary potion means the fall of a powerful monster. The shouts of killing and the roar of artillery outside the city are still ringing. But while they need to protect Lin and Rafaela's patients, they also need to clean up the mess left after the battle. Both Herav and Vittorio need to. I couldn't help but went to help, because they still need to face a big trouble. That is the eternal flame that has spread outside the courtyard. Lenin's inability to use magic meant that these things were completely out of control. If he couldn't find a way to extinguish them, the fire might spread to the entire capital. Tell me, how to kill this thing? After Herav tried the vacuum isolation method and failed, he lazily continued to try and looked directly at Lin. To be honest, I don't have any good ideas. Generally speaking, I just use magic power to peel off the things attached to it and wait for it to burn out on its own. Lin shrugged. It can react with any known element. Especially do not use water to extinguish it. Otherwise it will explode and be highly toxic. Herav looked at Lin with a strange expression. There was no effective solution, but he dared to use it on such a large scale. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. Could it really come from H.L.? Vittorio couldn't help but ask. After all, this is very similar to the characteristics of H.L. fire in the Bible. Burning everything and burning everything. How is that possible? This is just a special synthetic element. Lin shook his head. But then he thought that the so-called H.L. fire was probably something similar. Ella must have been used to punish blasphemers before it was recorded and mentioned repeatedly in the Bible. I just don't know which one is more powerful than chlorine trifluoride. Actually, there is no solution. For example, that one can stop the movement of the elements to extinguish it, Lin added, and then looked at the two speakers expectantly. Chapter 367 The Missing Aurora and the Clarion Call for Counterattack. Then give it a try. At Lin's suggestion, Herav and Vittorio immediately spread out their fields, covering the burning area of the eternal flame, trying to stop it. However, this process was more difficult than everyone thought. It took the two legendary wizards more than half an hour to completely stop the spread of the immortal flames. Although controlling elements is considered a specialty of wizards, this does not mean that they have 100% control over the elements. The accuracy that wizards at each level can achieve is different. For example, a formal wizard's mastery of elements can only be called influence, and his mental power cannot touch metal elements and composite elements. In comparison, the great wizards are obviously much more powerful, and can command the mimic elements within their own domain. But this is limited to this. They can make the elements speed up, slow down, or move left and backward. But they cannot, to the point where, like Ella, the movement of all elements is stagnated, forming something incredible like the stasis of time and space. Any element is moving all the time, even if the macroscopic state changes from gas to liquid or even solid. This movement will not stop. Lin N has tried it before. Once the threshold is crossed, which is about 200 degrees below zero, the magic and mental power required will increase exponentially for every degree lower. As for whether the legendary wizard has this ability, Lin is not sure. But judging from the responses of the two speakers, it is probably impossible to do such an exaggerated thing. Otherwise it would not take such a long time to extinguish trifluoroethylene flames derived from chlorine. The goddess raised her hand and froze the immortal flames, while Herav and Vittorio were busy putting out the fire. Lin and others were not idle, because besides them, there were hundreds of people in the Alchemy Research Institute, but they couldn't get involved at all. And they were also the range of magic spells performed by Edwell were almost life or death. Even some of the Imperial Guards, after being illuminated by the divine light, had been completely brainwashed and became the most devout believers of Ella. Lin could only knock them out and tie them up with his fists, and then find a way to reverse their concept. By the way, Lord Herav, didn't you say you would arrive at the royal capital as soon as possible? Why did it take so long? Lin suddenly remembered this matter and asked in confusion. If Herav hadn't arrived by chance this time, they would probably be dead and the entire kingdom would fall. I was about to ask you, hasn't Aurora arrived yet? Herav frowned. As early as a week ago, after deliberation, the parliament had passed a motion to fully support the kingdom of Hadrada, and Aurora led the new army to go first. They traveled by sea and land. After all, most of the airships were used by Lin N, and the transport capacity was far from enough. After the alchemy ship in the wizarding land was replaced with an internal combustion engine, the speed was not slow. It traveled across the sea from the wizarding land. The kingdom can be reached in about 4 or 5 days. Calculating the time, Aurora should have arrived at the royal capital long ago. But the spies I sent out didn't see her. Lin N shook his head and spoke worriedly. Could something happen? These are extraordinary times, and disappearance may mean danger. or even death. Maybe I got lost or encountered some trouble at sea. So I was delayed, Vittorio said comfortingly. In terms of combat power, Aurora was not the strongest among them. But in terms of ability to save lives, both he and Herav were inferior to each other. The other party used polarizing magic to its advantage. And even though it was blocked by the Holy See, it was difficult to retreat. It's always no problem. In short, it's not too late to destroy the Holy See's coalition forces first, and then dispatch manpower to search. Herav quickly made a decision. Even if Aurora encounters any danger, it is too late to provide support now. The top priority is to win this war, and then more than 100 airships can be mobilized and sent out to search, which will be more efficient than they're like headless flies. It's usually high just wandering around in the vast sea. At the same time, at the city gate of the royal capital, the sound of roaring artillery fire and sword fighting resounded continuously. After several hours of fierce fighting, from late at night to early morning, everyone's physical strength and energy have been exhausted. Ham replaced a dead gunner and relied on his will to mechanically load projectiles, ignite them, and then, okay, the next round of shooting. Those crazy coalition soldiers were like crazy one by one. They kept rising like a tide. They never retreated in the face of the artillery fire, and did not give them any time to rest. The bricks and stones on the city wall were beaten to pieces, and even the closed city gate was tattered by magical blasts, exposing the solid cement wall behind it. The broken corpses below have piled up like a mountain, even filling the trenches and traps dug before the war, including those of the enemy and our own people. Woohoo! Just when Ham was loading projectiles mechanically and felt that his hands were about to break from fatigue, a clear horn sound came from the city. Ham suddenly shivered, with obvious excitement on his face, because that was the horn of the promised counterattack. Outside the city, about 1.5 kilometers away from the battlefield, and beyond the range of the artillery, a cavalry regiment with refined equipment and tens of thousands of people was ready to go. Although this battle was the final decisive battle, Cardinal Gurki, who was in charge of the command, did not devote all his strength. The knights who were not suitable for siege stayed outside the city and waited for work in a place where artillery could not reach. Just to wait for work at the right time. The opportunity strikes, and the exhausted and demoralized enemy will be completely defeated. And this time will never be too far away, because Edwell personally led more than 2,000 God's punishment army into the royal capital through the secret passage, and was assisted by secret guards. As long as the frontal battlefield continues to be attacked and these wizards are not given a chance to come back for reinforcements, the fall of the royal capital is only a matter of time. This is the power of the Lord? Suddenly, a cardinal sensed the strong brilliance of divine magic in the capital and became excited. However, this power came and disappeared quickly, before he could investigate carefully, and has disappeared. It seems that the evil god believers in the city have been killed. The surrounding bishops are also extremely convinced of this, although the minions of the evil god are very tenacious and resist their attacks one after another. Under the power of the Lord, all resistance is in vain. The facts seem to be as they expected, accompanied by the piercing sound of horns. The sound of artillery fire on the city wall suddenly stopped, and the city gate that was tightly closed and still stood firm under the bombardment of divine magic was finally opened. Chapter 368, Torrent of Steel. The debut of armored vehicles. The moment the city gate opened, the knights who were ready to go launched a charge at the sound of orders. Rumble. Huge horse hooves trampled on the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. The knights, wearing iron armor and holding long spears, rushed towards the open city like a surging dark cloud. For the glory of the Lord, kill those blasphemers. A roar that shook the sky. A roar like a wild beast rolled out, especially loud in the morning light, as if it was going to tear everything apart. The leader was Girk, who was wearing black armor and holding a giant scimitar. He had been watching the fierce battlefield for a long time, and his patience had reached the extreme. After receiving the order, the blood in his heart ignited. The sword in his hand was already thirsty, and he was eager to cut off the heads of those blasphemers and use the blood of those wizards to please the great moon goddess. However, unlike what they expected, what came out of the city gate was not the god's punishment army who greeted them inside and outside, nor the ragged citizens fleeing in a hurry, but strange-looking iron boxes over 2 meters high. In front of them, there is also a thick and long pipe. Is it a new thing developed by those wizards? Girk couldn't help but frown, vaguely aware of something wrong in his heart. But the cavalry's charge could no longer be stopped. All they could do was charge. Charge. And charge again. God is with me! Girk shouted loudly. and the brilliance of divine magic around him flashed, and then condensed on the long knife in his hand. He believed that the power given to him by God was enough to tear everything into pieces. However, they had no chance to get close at all, because the thick and long barrel soon roared. Facing the speeding SH.LS, Gerke realized that the iron boxes in front of him were actually movable artillery pieces. "Break it!" Gerke roared and swung the long knife shining with divine magic in his hand, directly facing the rapidly hitting projectiles. The next moment, the long knife and the projectile collided together. Amidst the roar and the neighing of the war horses, Gierk's blow actually cut the cannon in half. The knights at the rear were not so lucky. They could not block the flying projectiles. Dozens of knights screamed, and their armors were directly penetrated. The powerful impact broke their bodies into two pieces. The body was smashed and flew dozens of meters away. Gierk's eyes were red, and he swung the long knife in his hand again. The sharp sword energy hit the iron armor and made a dent, causing the entire alchemy car to shake violently. But it was still intact, continuing forward without stopping. The thick barrel also made a deafening explosion again. At the same time as the sound of artillery fire, there was also machine gun fire. Over the past few days, Lydia and others have produced a total of 5 machine guns, except for the 3 that were taken out to quell the chaos in the capital. The remaining 2 machine guns are placed in the Alchemy Research Institute. This thing had little effect on the Cardinal, so it was not used. But now it is mounted on the 2 alchemy armored vehicles in front. Hot tongues of fire spurted out from the 2 machine guns, and the continuous barrages cut through the sky like meteors. Although Gierk was able to cut off the oncoming artillery, he was unable to block the dense barrage. He could only divert all the magical energy supplied to the long sword to protection. How could it be that a mere Turing protective magic could block the barrage? It exploded under the bombardment of dozens of bullets in just 1 second, and the armor made of fine steel was torn to pieces, followed by that strong body covered with scars. Red blood continued to splash out, and Gerke's body was quickly beaten to pieces by the bullets. His face was filled with a strong look of unwillingness. His broken body fell directly to the ground and was crushed by the heavy wheels. Pass. The torrent of machine guns and armor was just the beginning. Huge airships also appeared above the city wall, and white phosphorus fire rained down from the sky, completely turning the tide of the battle. No matter how late they were, the bishops realized something was wrong at this moment. This neat array and those strange and powerful steel boxes made them realize that this was not the God's punishment army that had sneaked into the capital. They cooperated inside and outside, but their enemies launched a counterattack. "How is this possible?" an archbishop whispered in horror, a chill rising in his heart. The current situation undoubtedly means that Edwell has been defeated, but they had clearly felt the divine light of the Lord just now. Those damn wizards had no chance of resisting the power of God. Even if the bishops present don't want to believe it, they can't change the reality. The great defeat is almost in front of them. But now even escaping is a luxury. Their 2 legs could not run on 4 wheels at all, and the swords and long knives in their hands could only produce a few sparks when they struck the thick armor, let alone the airship in the sky. The battle soon turned into an outright massacre. The pursuit lasted for most of the day, stretching from the capital city to more than 10 kilometers away. Blood stained the entire land. The remaining 30,000 people surrendered one after another, and it was estimated that more than 70,000 people would be killed. After the battle, Ham and others, who had worked hard all night, could no longer hold on and lay down in a pool of blood. Cheers resounded throughout the royal capital. However, compared to the relaxed experience last time, although they completely defeated the Holy See's crusade in this battle, the losses were unpredictable, because the divine punishment army rushed directly into the royal capital, coupled with the continuous magical bombing on the frontal battlefield. The casualties calculated alone had reached tens of thousands. Among them, the royal guards of the royal capital accounted for the majority, because they did not have muskets in their hands. They could only fight in close combat with their swords, and were defeated directly. Nearly 1/3 of the area inside the royal capital was damaged to varying degrees. More than 100 official wizards and more than 500 apprentices died on the battlefield. Whether it was the casualties or the extent of the damage, Len inside after receiving the report. As for the reason why the God's punishment army was able to appear quietly in the capital, it has also been tortured from the mouths of those who were arrested. It was a passage that led directly from the slums to the dense forest outside the city. It was built secretly by the great prince. Very few people knew about it, and it was not recorded in any form. After learning this, Lin En immediately sent people to destroy and bury the passage to avoid the next tragedy. The pilots of the aerial airship did not rest for a moment. And they were all sent out. Some were responsible for detecting and monitoring the enemy's situation. And the other was heading to the Sea of Mist to find the missing Aurora and others. Chapter 369. If you can't chase, you can't fight. But you can't run. Is this also called a battle? To the west of the kingdom of Hadra Tower, on the endless sea of fog, a strong divine light emerged. And the surrounding thick fog immediately subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flags flying one after another emerged in the fog, followed by the huge treacherous pole in the hull. And then the entire fleet. This is the Empire's long-distance fleet. Each ship is the latest sail warship, with a length of more than 70 meters, like a terrifying giant beast chopping the waves on the sea. However, this mighty fleet looked extremely embarrassed as it galloped along. Some of the warships behind were seriously damaged, and there were even flames on the sails. The next moment, accompanied by bursts of gunfire, hundreds of cannonballs the size of a human head flew out of the fog, targeting the entire fleet. Although these artillery pieces seemed to have no accuracy at all, most of them hit the sea, and some of the SHLs even landed directly hundreds of meters away from the target. Apart from exploding water columns, there was nothing any meaning. It's just that the amount of artillery fire is too much. Even if only 1/30th can hit the target, it is still a huge threat. Amidst the faint chance on the sea, invisible magical protection surrounded the sail warships, resisting the attacks of cannonballs. Performing such a wide range of magical arts is obviously a big challenge for these priests and bishops. What's more important is that similar attacks come almost every 10 minutes, giving them no chance to rest and relax. A warship that fell behind the fleet was hit by 5 consecutive artillery rounds. The magical protection covering the ship's hull exploded instantly. The priests on the sailing warship vomited blood under the strong backlash, and could only watch the huge SHLs hit the hull of the ship, making holes on the deck and hull. One of the projectiles was insidiously blessed with explosion magic. It exploded immediately after hitting the ship. Flames and smoke pillars rose into the sky. The huge hull trembled and swayed, overturned and sank to the bottom of the water. The screams continued, and the soldiers and priests on the ship could only jump into the sea to protect themselves, and swam hard to the nearest ship. These damn devil believers! Minions of the evil god! They should be thrown into H.L. and have their souls destroyed in the endless baking of H.L. fire. In the center of the fleet, on a giant battleship, Cardinal Cirid cursed angrily, and the faces of the bishops beside him were extremely ugly. Half a month ago, they were ordered to lead the Empire's first fleet and prepare to set off at sea to directly raid the base camp of those wizards and destroy this illegal wizard organization that has troubled the Holy See for many years, hiding like mice in the fog and showing up disgusting people from time to time. But to their surprise, when the fleet was sailing halfway, it happened to encounter a fleet of wizards. Judging from the opponent's direction, they should be rushing to rescue the kingdom of Hadra Tower. The number of ships is less than 1/3 of theirs. This was undoubtedly an unexpected gain, and the bishops were overjoyed. They rushed to meet it, intending to kill the wizard's fleet directly, so as to reduce the pressure on the kingdom's battlefield. It was only when the battle actually started that they discovered that the enemy was not as weak as they thought, and was a completely tough opponent. As soon as the battle began, the sharp artillery left a deep impression on Cirid and others. Their number and power were far beyond the comparison of the kerosene throwers loaded on their ships. This thing is said to be a new weapon developed by wizards. The specific information is still in the collection stage, so they were caught off guard. What annoyed Cirid the most was that just when the first fleet decided to withstand the bombardment of artillery fire and forcefully approach for a boarding battle, the fleet of wizards actually turned around and ran away, with no intention of contacting them, even attack with artillery while running. After rough calculation, the artillery has a range of more than 1 kilometer. In comparison, the kerosene throwers equipped by the fleet can only hit about 500 meters even with the blessing of divine magic. The remaining 500 meters was like a gap in the sky. The first fleet chased for several hours and lost more than 30 warships before they suddenly realized that they could never cross this distance. The speed shown by the opponent is actually far from reaching the limit. It just keeps giving them the illusion that they can catch up if they go faster, so that they can continue to consume the number of battleships. After realizing this, the fleet gave up the pursuit under the order of the Inquisitor, turned around and continued to sail to the wizarding land. However, the wizard ships were like a group of cunning and shameless hyenas. They turned back and hung behind them, keeping a close distance. They relied on their speed and range to continuously harass and destroy them one after another. Dozens of ships. Only then did Cirid and the others realized that they were in an embarrassing situation where they couldn't chase, hit, or run away. They were like a living target standing on the sea, passively enduring rounds of ling from the opponent. Extremely frustrating. Some bishops with bad tempers even fainted from anger. It is not that Sirid has never tried to use the Cardinals' flying ability to directly approach and attack those ships. But the problem is that their flying speed is not as fast as that of the giant steel ship. And once they get close to a distance of 200 meters, they need to face in the attack by dozens of magic crystal cannons. A Cardinal was almost killed on the spot, and they could only turn back in despair. The sound of gunfire continued. After this round of shooting, 2 more warships burst into flames and sank to the bottom of the water. The wizard's fleet finally came out of the fog. At a glance, there were about 100 ships. All of them, without exception, were not equipped with sails, but they were able to move quickly on the sea, running several times faster than their sail warships. The most eye-catching thing is the 4 giant battleships in front. Each one has a length of more than 100 meters and a height of more than 30 meters. The outer SHL is made of all metal. It looks like it weighs hundreds or even thousands of tons, like a mobile fortress on the sea. Sirid couldn't imagine what kind of powerful witchcraft those wizards had used to make the giant ship made of steel sail rapidly in the sea. Seeing that the ferocious gun barrel on the steel giant ship began to adjust its position, and the next round of bombardment was about to come, Sirid quickly turned his head to look at the presiding judge, and spoke eagerly. "Lord Joshua, you should be able to take action now." "Right. If the fight continues like this, the Empire's fleet will only be exhausted under rounds of bombardment, and the enemy will not even be able to touch it." Chapter 370 The Battle on the Foggy Sea. In the midst of Sirid's urgent questioning, the presiding judge Joshua, who was wearing purple and gold robes, did not reply. Instead, the cardinal beside him spoke at the right time. "I speculate that their sensing range is about 1.5 kilometers. Since they haven't changed direction yet, it proves that they haven't noticed our arrangement yet." The reason why the fleets of wizards were able to chase and harass the Empire's fleet on the Sea of Mist was that, in addition to the advantages brought by the speed and attack range of the ships, the most important point was that those wizards seemed to have some ability to locate them through the fog. In recent times, although the fog on the sea has reduced a lot, the visibility is still only about 300 to 400 meters, and it still has the ability to block perception. Unless they constantly use magic to disperse the fog, they will not even be able to reach the enemy ships. No shadow can be seen. "The time should be almost up. Let's take action." Joshua nodded, raised the scepter in his hand, and an invisible wave of divine magic spread rapidly across the sea. At the same time, on the steel giant ship 1 kilometer away, Tick controlled the turret on the deck and accurately hit a sailing ship. He watched the hull of the ship overturn and sink to the bottom in the firelight, and he suddenly spoke freely. "I hit it again. It's so refreshing." Aurora also had a slight smile on her face. "And I have to say that this battle was really comfortable. Whether it is the number of ships or high-end combat power, they can be said to be at an absolute disadvantage. This Empire's fleet has more than 300 ships. There are more than 10 cardinals alone. The number of enemy troops is probably more than 90,000. The purpose of the Holy Sea's grand battle is self-evident, which is to destroy the entire land of wizards. I just happened to be bumped into by them, which has to be said to be a blessing. After all, the Parliament is now investing most of its power in the Kingdom's war. Once these people log into the seaport city, they will inevitably cause unimaginable damage. Even if the remaining wizards were able to drive out the crusade, they would have to pay a heavy price. There is a greater possibility that the entire wizarding land will fall. So Aurora did not hesitate to interrupt her plan to support the kingdom, and sent 3 ships to pass the information here back to the Parliament. The remaining people tried their best to block the Imperial fleet. When she made this decision, Aurora was even prepared to suffer heavy losses and buy time for war preparations in the wizarding land. But the way Tick and others commanded the naval battle was far beyond her expectations. Generally speaking, in naval battles, you will first use magic crystal cannons to conduct several rounds of bombardment, and finally enter the boarding battle, or use the advantage of the size of the ship to directly ram into it, directly crushing and sinking the enemy ship. But the naval battle manual Lin and provided a more novel idea. The speed of the steel ships equipped with internal combustion engines is more than 3 times that of those sail warships, and the attack distance reaches a full kilometer. Coupled with the obstruction of the fog, they can always stay out of the opponent's attack range and slowly encroach, consume the vitality of enemy ships, and easily manipulate enemies whose paper strength is far superior to theirs. And once those powerful cardinals dare to leave the team to launch an attack, they will have to face the righteous siege of hundreds of artillery on the ship, dozens of magic crystal cannons, and a large number of wizards. No matter how strong the opponent is, they can't withstand such an attack. I didn't expect that a naval battle could be fought like this, Aurora said with emotion. The number of these ships has been reduced by half. If the pursuit continues like this, the entire army will be destroyed in less than a day, Tick said proudly. He could tell that this Imperial fleet should be trying to withstand the attack of artillery fire and forcefully log into the wizarding land. But the problem was that they were still far from their destination. With the pitiful speed of these sail warships, it would take at least 3 more days of time. It's simply a fool's dream. However, after hearing Tick's words, Aurora's expression changed. She glanced at the sailing fleet in the distance and murmured in a low voice, "This is wrong." "What's wrong, Lady Aurora?" Tick asked with a confused look. "The number of ships is wrong." Aurora increased her tone a bit, and then used amplification magic to shout loudly, "Everyone, turn around immediately." She clearly remembered that the Empire's expedition fleet had 300 sail warships, and now there were only more than 100 ships left. Although they had been chasing each other for several hours and fired thousands of artillery SH/LS under the divine protection of those priests and bishops, they would never have caused such heavy damage to the entire fleet. Not to mention, in this pursuit battle, the priests of the Holy See did not hesitate to use magical magic at first, which consumed a lot of money. Later, in order to save energy, they did not even bother to use the magical magic to dispel the fog. Now they are using it again. There must be something wrong. The second that Aurora realized something was wrong, the fleeing Imperial fleet suddenly changed its direction. Huge sail warships turned around on the sea, causing waves. Wind! Wind! Accompanied by waves of roars. The radiance of divine magic shrouded every ship, and the speed suddenly accelerated, actually increasing by more than 50% in a short period of time. Such speed is nothing in front of their new warship. But Aurora's face is extremely solemn, because she vaguely sensed that there was also a strong signal just 1.5 kilometers to their left and right. The magical fluctuations. But now there is no need to sense, because the two fleets crossed the barrier of fog and entered their field of vision, forming a triangle and surrounding the fleet in the center. Tick instantly understood that the reason why the other party had not counterattacked or dispersed the fog was to make them relax their vigilance, and secretly separated some of the ships. And now an encirclement was formed. How dare they? Tick looked horrified. You know, this is the Sea of Mist. Once the distance is too far, and they are separated from the fleet, without the guidance of the main ship, these separated ships are likely to completely lose their way on the sea full of dense fog. But no matter what, the Empire's fleet was already rushing towards them. The distance of 1 kilometer was close or far, so Aurora had no choice but to order the fleet to break out towards the west side, where the number of enemy ships was the least. The roar of the artillery sounded again. This time the gunners were no longer stingy with ammunition, and the flying artillery fire almost never stopped. However, the priests and bishops on the sailing battleship were so frustrated that they almost exploded. Now they finally have a counterattack. Given the opportunity, everyone tried their best to resist the artillery attack with magic. Chapter 371 The giant steel ship traveling through the sea of fire. On the wide, mist-dissipated sea, the sound of continuous gunfire resounded. The deafening explosion could be clearly heard even from more than 10 kilometers away. In just 5 minutes, the fleet poured out thousands of cannonballs, but most of them were deflected or blocked by magical protection. After 3 rounds of powerful offenses, a total of 20 enemy ships were sunk. But in contrast, the huge group of sail battleships was already within a range of 400 meters. The heavy trebuchet began to operate, and wooden projectiles poured with kerosene, with the blessing of divine magic, spanned hundreds of meters and hit the flagship at the front. Multiple pyroblast, secondary magic protection, ice curtain. A group of wizards hurriedly cast spells to block the flying fire oil. The hot fireballs and flaming projectiles collided together, causing the sky to burst into flames. Dark oil and flying wood chips were scattered on the sea, and the fierce fire followed. Black oil spreads rapidly across the vast sea. Since this special oil was discovered, it has been used on a large scale by the Empire in wars. It is not only a siege weapon, but also performs extremely well in naval battles. It is fatal to wooden ships. The spreading sea of fire can greatly reduce the morale of the enemy. However, what they faced this time was obviously no ordinary opponent. For steel battleships fearlessly walked through the sea of fire, clearing the way for the alchemy fleet behind them. Quick! Quick! Attack me! Don't let them rush over! A cardinal roared loudly on a sailing ship with the holy light emblem flying. Although it is absolutely impossible for the dozens of ships on these flanks to defeat the fleet of wizards, their mission is not to win the battle. They only need to slightly block the opponent's actions. When the main fleet arrives, the situation will be completely reversed. The priests and bishops on the sailboat began to sing hymns one after another, and countless arrows shining with divine magic appeared in the void, pouring towards the wizard's fleet. These arrows constructed by divine magic are extremely powerful, and can easily penetrate solid armor. They also have the effect of destroying demons. After this round of magical attacks, the wizard's array also suffered casualties for the first time. An alchemy ship had its protection breached, and a large amount of kerosene poured down on its head, quickly setting the entire ship on fire. The cardinal in charge was not idle either. Amid the high-pitched chants, a huge divine power began to surge around him. Praise judgment from heaven. The strong magical energy gradually condensed together, revealing a terrifying deathly silence. However, at this moment, a strong laser beam arrived first, passed through a distance of several hundred meters, and went straight through his chest. Then, like a knife piercing butter, it cut the entire sail from top to bottom. The battleship was cut in half. The condensed magical energy instantly dissipated. Amidst the explosion and fire, the huge sail warship was torn apart and fell to both sides, causing a huge wave. It was Aurora who took action. She was no worse than Lin in the use and mastery of laser beam magic. She had not taken action before just because the opponent's ship was not close to the attack range. 230 meters. This is the farthest distance that the fourth energy level laser beam can cut and destroy the hull. The laser beam held in Aurora's hand swept out again, this time targeting another dozen sail warships that were already approaching. The priests and bishops who had witnessed the power of the laser beam were all dying. But the attack came too fast and urgent. Before they could think of a way to deal with it, the terrifying beam had already swept through his body. The magical protection around him was like paper. It was easily penetrated. The frightened expression was still on his face, and his body and head were separated. Only 3 sail warships that were a little further away were lucky enough to escape. But the next moment, they were targeted by cannons one after another. The silent magic crystal cannons also began to gather momentum, and they were fired at in one salvo. These lucky ships were blown into pieces. After the artillery fire dissipated, the sea was covered with wreckage, and blood flowed everywhere. After defeating a dozen enemy ships blocking the road ahead was clear. But the sacrifice of this flank was not meaningless, because the Empire's main fleet had already approached within a few hundred meters. Aurora keenly sensed the heart-stopping energy fluctuations behind her. This is a legendary magic. On the huge sail flagship, Judge Joshua raised the scepter in his hand, and his high voice echoed throughout the sea. The rain and dew sent by God gather into streams. Rivers and oceans are God's creations. The evil in this place will be destroyed. The moment Joshua's voice fell, the sea that was rolling endlessly under the bombardment of artillery fire was actually lifted up. Huge waves tens of meters high surged up on the sea, rolling and rushing, sweeping over in a devastating manner, trying to destroy the entire fleet in one breath. The terrifying legendary magic made the wizards in the fleet suddenly change their expressions, but they still quickly organized resistance. Ice Realm. 6 great wizards and hundreds of official wizards cast spells together, and the roaring waves froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The jumping waves froze into a huge ice wall, blocking the 2 fleets. A strong laser beam reappeared. The beam, with a diameter of only 0.05 millimeters, cut off the huge wall of ice and struck the flagship of the Empire behind. The speed of light was so fast that it was unimaginable. However, after being blocked and deflected by the solid ice, its power was greatly reduced. After breaking through the magical protection, it only opened a long hole in the flagship's hull. Seawater continued to pour in, and the sail warship began to sway. A trace of anger surged on Joshua's face. An array of divine magic appeared on the scepter in his hand. But the next moment, he seemed to sense something, and he looked up at the misty sky. 50 huge and exquisite airships appeared in the distant sky, speeding towards here. It's an alchemical creation of wizards, Asirid said with a solemn expression. According to the kingdom's spies, it was this thing called an airship that destroyed tens of thousands of kingdom's coalition forces. Joshua stared closely at the approaching airship, and after a moment, he sighed and spoke. Give me the order to retreat. With the addition of these air forces, if they want to forcefully enter the wizard's land, they will have to pay an extremely heavy price. Even he had to admit that these wizards did have unparalleled advantages on the sea. Chapter 372, Ways to Deal with the Divine Descending Technique. With the help of the barrier brought by the ice wall, the Empire's fleet began to turn back. In order to avoid the opponent's pursuit, Joshua even created a sea spout that was tens of meters high and constantly surging, completely dividing the two fleets. Then he calmly sank into the misty depths of the sea. Aurora and others on the other side also successfully reunited with the arriving reinforcements. After the two sides checked the intelligence, Aurora heard that the war in the royal capital was over, and the fight was extremely thrilling. The Cardinal in the intelligence actually had legendary power, and almost defeated that one. It was summoned. It seems that my prediction was somewhat wrong. Aurora frowned. According to her previous speculation, since the Holy See decided to send an expedition fleet to attack the Wizarding Land, the kingdom side was probably just a feint attack. I didn't expect that the Holy See would be so generous, planning to use both ends to regain the kingdom in one fell swoop and destroy the entire Wizarding Land at the same time. It's a pity that they didn't transmit the information in real time across the entire Sea of Fog. The fleet she sent back should have missed Herav and Vittorio, who rushed to support the royal capital. Lady Aurora, do we want to continue the pursuit? Tick asked quickly. Now with the help of the airship, they have once again taken the initiative in the war. They can completely destroy the Empire's expedition fleet with the combined efforts of sea and air. Stay here. This was undoubtedly very tempting. But Aurora shook her head after thinking about it for a moment. No. Just temporarily arrange some manpower to search and track them. If they show signs of attacking again, we will launch an attack again. After most of the day's naval battle, the fleet's ammunition had been almost exhausted. The same goes for the aerial airships that rushed to help. They had just finished a decisive battle, and had not even had time to rest before they came in a hurry. The explosive bombs they carried were simply not enough to deal with another war. What's more important is that she is worried that the legendary priest on the Imperial fleet is driven into panic, and will summon the false god to come like Edwell. That would be difficult. However, since the other party did not use it rashly during the war, it means that the use of that magical technique will cost at least a heavier price than losing 1/3 of the expedition fleet. By the time Aurora led the fleet to the royal capital, it was already several days later. The interior of the royal capital is still filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, and traces of damage can be seen everywhere. Especially the slums that served as battlefields were extremely severely damaged, and the number of casualties was not a small number. Lennon thought this was a very good opportunity, and directly sent out all personnel, except the necessary guards, to help the people who were affected by the disaster. Even the wizards are no exception. Although they don't think highly of these poor people, they are still very convinced of Lynn, the magic star. Now there are rumors throughout the capital that this magic star and the two legendary speakers expelled the false gods who descended on the capital. So much so that some people speculated whether Lin En had broken through to the legendary realm. Otherwise, how could he be involved in such a level of battle? However, this speculation is too exaggerated, because as far as they know, the magic star just broke through and became a fourth ring wizard a few months ago. And most wizards scoffed at such rumors, because there are rumors that after the battle, Master Lin En was seriously injured. Raphael, who was also at the scene at the time, was even more seriously injured and lay in bed for several days. Therefore, the real situation is probably that the two legendary speakers are protecting the two people and taking charge of the battle at the same time. No matter what, the wizards faithfully carried out the orders given and used magic to restore the damaged streets and houses. In just 5 days, half of the repair work was completed, and the efficiency was incredibly fast. Not everyone among the poor in the royal capital is hopelessly corrupted by faith. After 2 consecutive rescues that spared no effort, most people can realize that it is the so-called messengers of God who have caused the damage. And it was the minions of evil gods and devils who helped them repair their houses. As a member of the poor, Haydn strengthened his previous belief that the wizards were not as scary as the church promoted. If it were the other way around, Haydn felt that it would be impossible for the church pastors and noble lords to help them repair their damaged houses with money or magic. Lin En didn't have much time to pay attention to the rumors that were spreading wildly in the capital and the changes in the minds of the poor. After the war, there were too many tedious things to deal with. Even a sick person like Lin En had to go to work despite being sick. After Aurora and others successfully returned to the capital, the parliament immediately convened a internal meeting. Although before they arrived at the royal capital, the airship reported what happened on the Sea of Mist, but they still didn't know the specific details. Now it was Aurora who told the whole story in person. I didn't expect the Holy See to have mastered the method of locating the wizard's land, Raphael said fearfully. with a sickly pale look on his face. After 5 days of training, Raphael barely escaped from that half-dead state. It would take at least half a month to fully recover. In fact, he was very lucky to be alive when he faced God's blow. All the wizards present were frightened after listening to Aurora's story. The protection of the current wizarding land is incomparably empty, and the high-end power of the defense is not as good as a quarter of the previous one. Only 9 of the 30 great wizards remain there, including Herav, Vittorio, and Aurora. All the speakers also went to the kingdom to provide support. Only one legend, controller of the elements, Altok, remains in the land of wizards. However, Raphael and others all knew that the legendary speaker was quite crazy, so it was unrealistic to expect the other party to organize manpower. You are right. Compared to the kingdom, delaying the fleet at sea is indeed more important. Herav nodded. They could not afford to lose the wizard's land. The communication problem needs to be solved as soon as possible to prevent similar things from happening again. Vittorio added that relying on ships and airships to transmit messages is too slow, and the existing communication arrays are not enough to overcome such a problem. Far distance. Everyone present quickly discussed the development of new communication magic. But it didn't take long for the topic to turn to a more important matter. That is, how to deal with the Holy Sea's terrifying divine descending technique. Chapter 373, The Divine Art at the Expense of Legend. Speaker Herav, you have faced that false god before, so you must know something about her. Aurora looked at the 2 legendary speakers and asked. Herav and Vittorio looked at each other, then shook their heads, sighed and spoke. I can only say that the gap is bigger than you think. Isn't it enough to contain that person even if you all attack together? Aurora frowned and asked in confusion. In fact, Adwell's divine art has not been completely completed. We just had a face-to-face encounter with the so-called false god, Herav said helplessly. She only used one magical move from beginning to end. Although I barely blocked it, I have no confidence that I can break it, Vittorio added on the side. In fact, if Master Len hadn't killed Adwell as the caster in a sneak attack, I'm afraid we would all have died there. Having said this, Vittorio paused and recalled the powerful magic that seemed to be able to bend time and space. It only defeated their magic in an instant. Even the powerful and weird, unexpected, that Len mastered. The flames of destruction are not exempt from vulgarity. As soon as these words came out, the wizards present were horrified. Regarding the battle in the royal capital, the 2 speakers, Lin In, and Master Raphael, who participated in it were all tight-lipped before. They could only learn some inside information from the words of Pierce and others. So I always thought that the 2 legendary speakers defeated the false gods, who dominated the Holy See and successfully expelled each other. But they didn't expect that the reality was very different from what they thought. If there is no hope of defeating the other party, even when the legendary speakers join forces, then next time the other party uses this kind of divine magic again, won't they just have to be slaughtered? Thinking of this, Sanchez and others suddenly became worried, and noisy discussion soon resounded in the conference room. Some people even think that they should withdraw from the kingdom of Hadra Tower immediately, return to the land of wizards and defend the sea, and then find ways to repair the protection of the Sea of Mist. Such remarks were quickly supported by nearly half of the wizards, since the strength of the false god, Ella, far exceeded their expectations, and there was no hope of defeating the opponent. It would be better to stay in the land of wizards as before. Nothing bad either. Seeing that the Tortoise faction's remarks were getting more and more violent, Lin suddenly couldn't sit still, and had to speak out to remind him. Don't forget, you guys, the Holy See has sent an expedition fleet to the Sea of Mist this time. This means that they must have found a way to locate the wizard's land. Now if they want to go back and stick to it, they are just sitting and waiting to die. The area of the wizarding land is really too small, with a population of only 600,000, and various resources are seriously insufficient. Continuing to be closed, as before, will greatly restrict the development of industry. What's more, they have spent a lot of time and energy and invested countless resources for the Magic Kingdom plan. If they evacuate now, they will suffer a big loss. Then what do you think we can do? Master Lin In? If you and the 2 Lord Speakers attack together, won't you be able to defeat that false god? At least in the land of wizards. We can still use the geographical advantage to block the Holy Sea's crusade at sea. A great wizard who supported the turtle sect said, slightly annoyed. Tick also nodded. If there was any way, no one would be willing to huddle back in such wretchedness. The victory in these 2 wars was obtained by many wizards with their lives, and they also contributed hard. At least we are still standing here, which means that the situation is not bad enough to require evacuation, Lin In said calmly. immediately attracting everyone's attention. I think Heaven's Gate is by no means a magical spell that can be easily used. Otherwise, when the Imperial fleet is severely damaged, the opponent should use Divine Surrender. That's right. Lady Aurora? Lin turned around and asked. Aurora nodded. As she had guessed, the congressman present suddenly fell into deep thought. They had been frightened by the words of the two speakers just now, and now they realized that the Holy See should not be able to use divine magic at will. Lord Vittorio, have you found any useful information from the captured cardinal's mind? Lin looked at the magic creator aside and asked expectantly. After the war in the kingdom ended, they captured many priests and bishops alive. The highest ranking among them was Cardinal Polson, who was also the person most likely to know this information, just because of his faith. This is not an easy job. Polson's memory is protected by powerful magical power. If he rashly uses psychic magic to explore the memory, it is easy to suffer backlash. Therefore, this job is carried out by Vittorio. Responsible. According to Polson's memory, that kind of divine descending technique probably requires the price of a legend, Vittorio said in a deep voice. In just 5 days, he was not able to completely crack Polson's brain, but he still got a lot of useful information. For example, in the hundreds of years of history of the Holy See, there are only 6 records of the Heaven's Gate being cast. The casters are undoubtedly legendary level priests, and these people often resign directly after the war. In the second line, even the life expectancy was greatly reduced, and the death of one of the saints was reported within a few years. Obviously, it is not that easy to carry the power of God, because once this technique is used, regardless of success or failure, the Holy See will inevitably lose a top combat power. In addition, he guessed that Ella's body may be in another space, the so-called Kingdom of Heaven, which is subject to certain restrictions and cannot stay in the outside world for a long time. Vittorio stated all his speculations. Sanchez and the others were relieved a little. This way they didn't have to worry about the false god suddenly flying over and killing them all when they were sleeping. It is estimated that no legend would give up his power and life easily unless absolutely necessary. According to their intelligence, the Holy See now has 5 legendary existences as well as an accident. An existence outside of intelligence. There should be only one such example. After all, legends are not so easy to break through. You must know that the existing legendary speakers in the Wizarding Land are completely accumulated over time, and their lifespans are even longer. The Great Wizard can break through the limits of the human body and live to be about 200 years old. But no one knows how long the legendary wizard can live. For example, the exact age of Vittorio, the eldest among the speakers, is unknown, but he has been in the Land of Wizards for more than 300 years, and his experience is also very mysterious. According to rumors, the talent of this legendary speaker is not considered. It's so good that he didn't break through to the legendary realm until he was over 180 years old. Chapter 374. Since you can't defeat the enemy at the atomic level, let's try quantum. Under the analysis of magic creator Vittorio, the fear of the gods coming from the congressman present has been reduced a lot. Since there is no way to compete with the false god for the time being, they should find ways to avoid direct contact with the opponent. You can do what Master Lin In and the legendary speakers did this time, directly killing the caster and interrupting the magic. Or you can use assassination to get rid of the leaders of the Holy See's God's punishment army, the presiding judge, and other high-level officials one by one. Amid the enthusiastic discussion, Lin In was not so optimistic. No matter how hard they try to avoid it, the goddess will be the enemy they need to face sooner or later. Moreover, the clergy of the church cannot be judged by common sense. Some fanatical believers are completely crazy and are willing to sacrifice everything for God. To them, death may mean returning to the Lord's arms in advance. As for how to defeat Ella, Lin already had some ideas in mind. Since the opponent can control magic and magical mimic atoms and molecules with extremely precise control, it is nothing but wishful thinking to defeat the opponent at this level. Their only hope is to overtake in a corner and enter the more microscopic quantum realm, so as to develop magic powerful enough to kill gods. Just as Lin was thinking about it, Herav suddenly spoke up. Master Lin In, I wonder what the Arcane Society thinks of this war between the Holy See and the Kingdom? Hearing this, the discussion in the conference room suddenly subsided, and Raphael and others suddenly remembered that in addition to the Wizards' Council, there were also members of the Arcane Society involved in this war. This is a powerful foreign aid. Although they didn't know much about this mysterious wizard organization, they could get some clues from various aspects. For example, the members of the secret society that they know now are all leaders among wizards. Needless to say, Lin was trained by one of the legendary wizards of the Arcane Society. Not to mention that he has already broken through and become a great wizard at such a young age. He has mastery in arcane mathematics, force fields, elements, and alchemy. Extraordinary achievements. In the 2 years since arriving in the Wizarding Land, he has even received a Sun Crown and 2 Silver Moon medals. Became the magic star that attracted much attention. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't published any important papers on shaping and potions, they would almost have thought that Master Lin was omnipotent. And Anthony, the 6-ring Great Wizard, developed powerful thunder magic on his own. It can be said that he single-handedly created a new genre, allowing official wizards to harness the power of thunder. Finally, there is the Master Leibniz, who proposed calculus. The debate between him and a great wizard named Zeno about the tortoise race went viral throughout the Wizarding Land, triggering a debate about movement and stillness, finite and infinite. Therefore, in Raphael's view, the members of the Arcane Society are a group of talented and knowledgeable wizards, and there should also be legendary wizards among them. If they are willing to cooperate sincerely with the Parliament, then they have the possibility of defeating the Holy See, will be greatly improved. Under the gaze of the target that the members of the House of Representatives were looking forward to, Lenin spoke carefully before speaking. As for this war with the Holy See, there is a lot of debate within the Arcane Society. There are many people who are in favor. But after all, most people are waiting and watching. Many people think that our strength alone is not enough to defend the entire kingdom. After Lin Un's narration, Raphael and others finally understood that the Secret Magic Society is a loose academic organization that prefers to recruit academic researchers. Everyone usually gathers in this small universe, and they may not even know each other, know the other person's identity. However, the so-called identity and status are not valued within the society, because here knowledge is everything. The members of the Arcane Society have different views on this war, and it is impossible to organize a large number of people to come for reinforcements like the Parliament did. While Lenin was supplementing the settings of the Arcane Society, he was secretly thinking that he would have to fool more wizards from the kingdom and empire in the future and let them join the school as members of the society, so that they could be fooled. As for the leaders of the Secret Magic Society, I think they should be somewhat interested in the false god. Lenin spoke up again. Is it possible that they want to join the war to destroy the Holy See? Herav said in surprise. I don't know about that. Lin shook his head. Aurora on the side suddenly asked. I heard that the Arcane Society asked you to give the arcane ring to one of the wisest people after entering the wizard's land. So you gave it to Herav. Is that right? Lenin heard the dissatisfaction in the witch's words, and she couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. At that time, he only knew the legendary wizard Herav, and Aurora and Vittorio were masters of the Prophecy School and the Alchemy Research Institute, so they were not the most suitable targets. The Secret Magic Society never rejects knowledgeable people like the two speakers. The last time was just a preliminary contact and understanding. I think you will definitely receive an invitation to the next discussion. Aurora and Vittorio nodded. They were still very interested in the secret society. Herav was looking forward to it, but also a little worried. After all, he almost lost face when he attended the legendary gathering last time. Lose. It took him more than a year to fully understand the theories and conjectures about the formation of the world that the other party mentioned. The internal meeting of the members lasted all morning. In addition to how to deal with the divine descending technique, the focus of the discussion was on whether they should continue to defend the royal capital or take the initiative to regain the kingdom's territory, or even invade the empire. Hatter has urged this point several times, because now that nearly half of the kingdom's territory is fallen, he, as a king, is almost no longer worthy of his name. However, this empty-handed king obviously cannot affect the parliament's decision. After several rounds of discussions, Lenin decided to stick to it for a while and resume logistics, especially the production of ammunition. In this battle to defend the royal capital, the Alchemy Research Institute had developed a powerful weapon like a machine gun, and its performance on the battlefield was extremely impressive. It only used 3 machine guns to kill hundreds of people in 1 minute. The name of the God's Punishment Army. This record is undoubtedly astonishing. You must know that these God's Punishment Army defeated thousands of guards and musketeers, but they became the target of massacre by machine gun fire. As long as the supply of ammunition can be guaranteed, they can take the initiative in the war. Chapter 375: The New Ace in Air Combat Fighter Jets. Dean Lenin, eat an apple. Does it feel good to be hammered like this? Dean, it's time to take medicine. In a luxurious courtyard in the royal capital of Hadera Tower, Lin was lying on a comfortable table and chair, receiving meticulous care from the wizards of the academy. In the last battle to defend the royal capital, Lin forcibly mobilized all the computing power of the magic network to use the eternal flames and laser magic. The strong backlash afterward almost caused him to be brain dead. Although he was rescued after drinking 2 legendary potions in a row, he was unable to cast magic at will for a short period of time. This frightened Alok and others. After all, Lin, the star of magic, was the backbone of the entire school, and there was no room for any mistakes. After Lin repeatedly assured that he was in good condition and just needed rest, the wizards at the academy were still very worried and collected a lot of precious potions for him that could restore mental damage and increase vitality. They were prepared by masters who were proficient in herbal medicine. Strict self-cultivation plan in general. Just eat well, drink well, take plenty of supplements, and don't have to do anything. In addition, hundreds of wizards and a whole new army equipped with percussion guns were arranged to take charge of the security of the manor. They were afraid that enemies would sneak in at this time and kill this unable to resist magician. Kill the star. Johnny, who is familiar with Lin, Lydia, Alok and others were sent here to take care of Lin's daily life and provide close protection. According to Orlando, this is the current top priority of the school. The overly stressful arrangements made by Orlando and others made Lin feel helpless. He just couldn't use his magic power at will for the time being. It was not like he had become a cripple. Even when he was at his weakest, he could knock out more than a dozen brainwashed people with his fists. Of the Praetorian Guards. But it has to be said that this kind of life, with clothes on his hands, and food on his hands, and his mouth open is very comfortable. Even if he is not a cripple, he feels that he is about to become a cripple. Master Dean, this is a purple fruit. King Hatter ordered it to be sent to you. I have tried it for you. It is not poisonous and tastes very good. Beside her, Lydia pinched a peeled purple fruit and put it into Lin's mouth. Then she squeezed his thigh very diligently. But the strength was amazing, and Lin gritted his teeth in pain. Okay. Let go! Lin helplessly slapped the halfling girl's hand away. And if she kept squeezing like this, he would no longer want his legs. Lydia shrank her neck, like a little beast that had done something wrong, looking pitiful. Tell me, what do you need from me? Lin shook his head and asked. Although Lydia is one of the people sent to take care of his daily life, she has been fishing for the past few days, and tinkering with some weird things secretly. There must be something wrong with her sudden attentiveness today. I drew a drawing and I would like you to take a look at it for me. Lydia quickly took out a design drawing from her arms and unfolded it in front of Lin. The drawing showed a very crude-looking aircraft. The style was very similar to the aircraft he saw when he first came to Ayada Harbor. But it could be seen that many adjustments had been made to the details. Lydia stared at Lin nervously. Although the appearance of the airship fulfilled her dream of flying into the sky, it was the Dean's masterpiece after all. In the past year or so, Lydia has not given up on making her own aircraft idea, and she remembered that Lin said that there was nothing wrong with her design concept. The biggest reason why it was difficult for the aircraft she made to rise into the sky was lack of power. The emergence of the internal combustion engine obviously made up for this, and made it possible to improve aircraft. In her imagination, although this kind of aircraft cannot transport troops, weapons and ammunition like an airship, its advantage is that it flies faster and is lighter. With a machine gun or beam weapon mounted on the front, it can fight with the lion in the air. The Eagle Knights fought head-on. Lin looked at it carefully and asked Jinao to analyze it before speaking with a smile. Very good. There is progress. Then can it fly? Lydia asked impatiently. There's no problem with flying this time, Lin said thoughtfully. But before Lydia could jump up excitedly, he spoke again. However, if you want to reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour at full power as you expected, it is impossible. The shape of this aircraft is still lacking. It cannot effectively resist wind resistance, and the materials are not up to standard. Driving at high speed, the iron will definitely fall apart. Didn't I give you an introductory notebook on aerodynamics before? How many have you read? Lin asked. When she heard the word aerodynamics, Lydia's face immediately became entangled. That thing is really difficult to understand and cannot be learned by humans. Before reading this note, Lydia always believed that she had extraordinary talent in Olympiad mathematics. She could quickly master equations, exponents, and geometry, and could even understand part of calculus. However, aerodynamics, learning, made her learn it in a fog, and it was hard to imagine that this was just the basics. Seeing the troubled look on the halfling girl's brow, Lin guessed that Lydia had not learned it. Of course. This is normal. Aerodynamics is a branch of fluid mechanics, and the amount of knowledge and calculation involved is very huge. Even until modern times, some difficult problems related to fluid mechanics have not been solved. It was not until the 22nd century that relatively accurate predictions and calculations were achieved with the rapid advancement of computing power of quantum computers. The notes that Lin handed over to Lydia were naturally very old and based on classical mechanics. Unexpectedly, the difficulty was still too high. You can compare the air to the sea, and your aircraft is the fish swimming in the sea. Their body shape is to better resist the resistance of the seawater. This is also reflected in the birds. I call it streamlined. Lin indirectly used his hand as the pen and magic power as the ink. He slightly revised the drawing and told Lydia about it. Lydia stared at Lin writing and drawing on the drawing. In just 5 minutes, all the details had been fine-tuned. The frame is still the same, but it looks much more beautiful, with an indescribable beauty. Lin didn't know what Lydia was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely tell her that beauty itself is power. The appearance of a powerful war machine is usually very good-looking and domineering, because it is the most natural design.